or take stronger sides against Israel because Israel's just made it like impossible. It's very frustrating sometimes that, and this is even true historically, although I'm a bit more sympathetic historically, where Israel does not consider they're very selfish. They don't consider the precarious political positions that their Arab counterparts have to adopt to maintain control of their societies. And so they conduct themselves in such a way that at some point there's going to be a breaking point and you're going to have nobody to blame but yourself. Like, how could you ever expect, these other monarchs to maintain friendly ties with you when you're killing, 60, 70, 80, 100,000 or whatever other Arab citizens? Like, at some point it's going to break. You have to understand that. But they just seem to totally not give a fuck.
That's exactly my point.
Yeah.
No, it's exactly my point. That's why I'm calling them incredibly short-sighted and naive, that they can continue the current status quo without there being some sort of a big terrorist attack, not to Fed post, or a big war in the future against possibly Syria and Egypt against Israel. It's just they're actively putting their citizens in danger. But even you can frame it you said something that's correct. Hamas likes when Palestinians are dead,
Sure.
and I view that as correct because they can use that as propaganda. They can use that to get more recruits for the military brand of Hamas. They can continue fighting. But was it not equally true, if this continues to go on, that Israel likes when there's dead Jews? Because they can continue justifying fighting and taking and annexing more land or more Arab land and being belligerent towards its Arab neighbors. Would you agree with that?
I kind of would agree with that, but I would argue that the breaking point is going to be a bit different on the Jewish side because it's a democracy and they can they can't Hamas can theoretically feed as many civilians as they want into the fire.
Into the death
because it's there's just a bunch of fuck shit going on there. I think that Israel has to be very careful with how they balance that, because if they fuck up, if leadership couldn't just feed a ton of Israeli citizens into the fire because they won't be able to maintain their electoral edges, right? And then they're going to get fucked.
Yeah, no, exactly. But if you look at Netanyahu and his electoral success, even though he's from my knowledge, he's in a lot of political hot water. He's allegedly he's the Supreme Court of Israel is
That's weird. Why is Krem's... Why did all their clerics die? What the fuck? That's odd. I think province level is the only way it would work. Otherwise, they'd have to make it. In order for it to even be worth adding it to the game, it would have to be a ginormous bonus.
I have smallpox in Toledo. Oh no.
Is Poland ever coming back?
His power's out, I think.
I wrote him to hot join again because I don't know what happened to his request. Kinda died on the way in.
So I'm giga mega super dead. He's been AI the entire session, and I think that just kills me, realistically speaking.
Does it take for the markets to expand?
It's pretty fast.
Okay, so we put a market in York. Let's look at this York market. Shit.
They corrupt. They just steal aid money and they'd be rich. What?
I mean, they might be, but just from the limited time I spent in the West Bank, with some Palestinians, as much as they say there might be some fuck shit with it, the overall security and safety of the West Bank is dramatically improved. Since prior to '95 or whatever. That it has.
How much?
Go ahead.
To give the pro, not to necessarily give the pro-Israel argument, but you'd expect that when they're the highest aid recipients per capita.
I'm talking about the West Bank, not Gaza Strip.
Yeah, the West. Oh, okay.
Yeah. I think the Gaza Strip specifically was. I don't know about the West Bank as much. I don't think that applies as much to the West Bank. But in my mind, you have the ability for Israel right now to force the Palestinians to say hey, we've conquered Gaza. Hamas is fucking gone. Here's your, even if you want to disband the PA and recreate some other bullshit entity, no, I shouldn't say bullshit, but some other government, Israel has the capacity right now to unify forcibly the Palestinians and then give them some government that they can negotiate with, and then they could finally, come to the table and make hard choices about what the future is going to look like. but they're not doing that. That 20-point plan or whatever, it looked like an Israeli wet dream.
It's just a bullshit plan. Like who?
Well, but it's like
Oh my
they're
God.
not only is like the
Yeah.
God strip go on, but like having things where you're saying that like, oh, we can de-radicalize these people. I don't even know what the fuck they mean when they say that. But like not only that, but they're also saying that now they also get to attack and reform the PA as well. Like whatever you
Yeah.
think the PA is wrong now, it's going to be worse for the Palestinians if Netanyahu has a say in reforming it, right? So yeah, I feel like the Israelis have no desire to settle this conflict anytime soon because they're still trying to build up their Jewish people and take over more and more of the West Bank, and they're happy to kick the can down the road indefinitely.
Yeah, no. I just to speak on that for a second. That plan was just like the worst, terrible. Like it not only does it read like kind of like a ChatGPT plan, but like even like I'm looking at it right now. Point 9. Gaza will be governed under the temporary transitional governance of a technocratic, apolitical
Oh,
Palestinian
God.
committee. That was the most stupid
Looking
shit
at all
ever.
of the shit, dude, that they wrote out for that, there's a whole fucking, I don't know, I wouldn't call it a PowerPoint, but there's a whole thing that like the Trump admin wrote out for how this would look. It's
There's
just
the
like
20 points, right?
Yeah, but they have like a whole PDF and everything on like, oh, the super transit bus that we're gonna make. It was cringe as fuck. It looks fucking retarded. It does look like it
my
all looks like
professor went over it.
Oh, okay, yeah, it looks like
My
a
professor went
ChatGPT
over
put
it,
together
yeah.
fucking thing on. Yeah, it's just cringe.
No, literally. My professor went over it in class and he pointed like 7 different things that would just destroy the plan before it even got to like phase 1. Like it's just incredibly fucking stupid. But like this like it's just so sad because like the Netanyahu and the Israeli right wing, like the Quds and the Settler Party and like the coalition. I know it's like in the unity government, but like the entire like political apparatus, they just have no incentive to move towards anything that would be good for both people.
Yeah.
Like which ties into my point, which is like it ties into my point, which
it's
like
just so
it's just
sad,
saying
'cause, like,
that the Israelis they like it when or there'd be this current situation where they just
I'm
continue
back,
the Palestinians continue doing terror attacks, so they have political capital.
Yo, so, I'll type this real quick. Alright, I'll type this. So, basically, basically, I'll make a video on this later, but kinda, I totally am sticking to my diet now to lose weight, and I will probably only get viewers once I get skinny. That's what I think. But also, I've kind of realized that, I'm good on money. And I don't stream to make money. And there's no secret thing you can do to get famous and get viewers. Like, it really is like, you just have to do it for fun, and you just chill, really. Like, there's nothing you can do to like get famous and get viewers. There really is nothing you can do. It's you can't like magically make it happen. So like a lot of people come in here and be like, "Wait, this stream sucks. You have no viewers. You suck." And it's like, "Yeah, well, whatever." And me even saying this right now is pointless because I'm saying it to one person. It's like, so I'm just gonna do whatever I want, really, but, it's like, I have lots of money, so I'm not even doing this to make money. I'm just doing it cause when I chill, I can just turn on my stream, I guess. Well, then, no one can watch me then. I will just stream to 0 people and that's fine. You know, I think my stream I think I'm just gonna stream what I want to do, which is to chill and relax and that's it, you know, that's kind of what I'm gonna do. And then I will slowly put in video games too, probably. But when I think about it, but I do think if I get super skinny, I guess I'll see. Some viewers might stay because people don't like fat people, you know? And so yeah, I guess that's gonna be my stream. And if yes, I'm streaming other people, but you know, like, I guess it doesn't matter. Like, me even saying this is pointless because I'm saying it to one person. I'm wasting all this energy talking, and it's to one person. No one cares. So yeah, I'm just gonna stream. You know, I'm just gonna basically chill, streaming what I like, doing what I like, and it doesn't matter really. Yeah. Well, some people like watching fat people, I guess. I guess it's all just a random thing of whatever. And I'm just gonna stream doing whatever I want, really, I guess. Yeah. Yeah. But anyway, I want to get skinny no matter what because it feels better. So I'm sticking to my diet now. I guess life is just life. I'm just living life one day at a time. And sadly, I have to work, you know, hours a day. I wish I could stream all day and not work. But sadly, I guess I'm not rich. So I gotta work. Oh well. You know, I guess life is just life. You just live life, I guess. So it's like, when you really think about it, the people who can watch streams all the time are kids who don't have to work anyway. So, but I need to still make my daily. I have to get back on making my shorts every day because these shorts were getting views. I have to keep on making these shorts. I skipped 3 days. I gotta keep making it. Anyway. Alright, anyway, whatever. Back to just watching Destiny and doing whatever. Okay, alright, whatever. Anyway,
Honestly, we want to finish the revolution. You want to bring about revolution in Taiwan because Taiwan historically has been part of China.
Mm-hmm.
So this idea is not as important as the Chinese Politburo just fucking their country, destroying their economy, just killing hundreds of thousands of their troops, just unite Taiwan when they could just move Taiwan towards the Chinese sphere by political like election interference or like just political maneuvering. You know what I mean? So that's my
Sure.
whole argument.
Okay.
Also, like China is actually very combative with like Vietnam over like the Philippines over like manufacturing, and also over like China like building a bunch of like artificial islands in the South China Sea.
Okay. Okay.
Okay,
Yeah, I
yeah,
don't know
that's
anything
all
about
I kinda
Southeast
wanna
Asian
talk about.
politics, so. Okay.
Yeah, thank you so much. Talk to you later.
Yeah, no problem. Be careful, buddy.
Bye bye.
Wow. Okay, we have Piers Morgan and we have Tim Miller on Jubilee. Piers has a lot of friends of the stream. Tim's was boring, to be honest. All right, fuck it. We'll start with good friend of the show, Piers Morgan.
Are around me.
Stop express their emotions in a positive way is literally participation trophies not being there.
Hey, we know that guy.
Have you been on your own show? You interrupted me the whole time, and now you're just getting the same thing.
So me telling you that you are spreading misinformation, that is not fascism. That is just me telling you you're wrong.
But you're not telling me I'm wrong, because I'm right. Hi, I'm Piers Morgan, and I'm the host of Piers Morgan Uncensored on YouTube. I'm also the author of a new book, Woke is Dead, and today I'm
Thank
surrounded
God.
by 20 apparently still alive woke liberals.
Woke is dead.
My first surrounded
Rotate between them each question. True, I will do that. Okay.
claim is that masculinity has never been toxic.
Oh my God. I didn't realize this, I think, until I was like done with the Red Pill arc. When like, I always thought when somebody said toxic masculinity, but now maybe I was actually wrong. I don't know. When somebody says toxic masculinity, that never meant that like masculinity is toxic. It just meant that there are ways that masculinity can be toxic. Like if you say like toxic food, that doesn't mean all food is toxic. It just means that some food is toxic. But apparently there are people who take that when you say toxic masculinity, that you're saying all masculinity is toxic. I don't know if Red Pillars actually thought that was what was being said, but then I heard people say, I was like, wait, what? This sounds retarded. I don't know. Uh-oh.
1 second.
Hey.
How do you do? I'm Piers.
So I guess where I want to kind of start is talking about masculinity. So I view this, do you think that this is like socially emergent, I imagine, to some degree?
Well, I think the truth about the whole toxic debate about masculinity is it's a completely new phenomenon. Before, about 30 years ago, nobody ever used that phrase. It's only really in the last 10 years it's suddenly been amplified and used for absolutely everything. But I thought it might be useful to just start with something that Chris Williamson, you may know him.
Wait, this is not a fact check. This is just giving some more information, but okay.
Great guy, and he came on my show recently. And he said that all the following things have been blamed on toxic masculinity in the media in the last year and a half. Gang violence, climate change, the financial crisis, Brexit, the election of Donald Trump, not wearing a face mask, eating meat, physical fitness, fast food, capitalism, communism.
What is the point of, first of all, I like how you fucking brought notes for this, good one. But like, all the things that the media has blamed on toxic masculinity, like, the media, is this every single claim ever? Like, do you have to defend every single claim ever that everybody, all the media made? Like, this is retarded, but okay.
Hip hop, smelling of Axe body spray, being stoic, risk-taking, religion, but also secularism and atheism, playing board games, being interested in cars, and saying hello or have a nice day. So I have already committed at least one crime because I've already said hello to you.
Good
so
one.
my point being,
I'm actually really offended by that too.
Sorry?
I said I'm actually very offended by that too.
No, the thing is, I think the point I would make is, I think in a time when young men in particular, I've got 3 sons from 32 to 24, I think we've got to a weird place where they feel like they are the most downtrodden, picked upon people in society. With good reason in many cases. And a lot of it is down to this.
With good reason?
Where they don't know what masculinity is. My argument is, I don't think it's ever been toxic. what's happened is you have men behaving badly, but you also have women behaving badly, and no one calls that toxic femininity.
Well,
Over to you.
I actually do call it toxic.
Also, listen, I know Kyle's on a repeal everybody arc. There is absolutely toxic femininity, and we have words for it. We just like don't call it toxic. I think people would say things like being like catty or being like I don't know if you say like bitchy or like a cunt. Like there are definitely things that people have identified as like, oh, these are female behaviors that are toxic, but they just don't call it toxic femininity. But to pretend like, and there's like a whole fucking there's a deluge of like toxic tropes and traits associated with women, you know, like the whole branch of now we call them like, the joke is he hates his wife, I hate my wife jokes or whatever, right? Like these are things that have been identified and known about in society for a long time. It's not like I don't know, I think it's kind of cringe, but
femininity. I think when you look at, when you look at like gender studies and philosophy on this, right, we use this term called masculinities and femininities because we understand that like the like samurai era of masculinity looks very different than maybe the knights of the round table and whatnot. So we understand that masculinity has somewhat morphed and shifted. And in every form of these masculinities or femininities, there are unhealthy elements to each of them. Could you grant me that?
Well, it depends what you mean. I mean, what do you think masculinity is?
In our society, I think masculinity...
No, not in your society. Just generally, what is it?
Yeah, in North America, we would broadly view it as like...
Well, you can't just say North America. Masculinity is a thing. It's not like territory specific. It has become that way with the toxic element. Well, but actual masculinity, when it was first devised as a word, it's not an American thing. It's a global thing.
Do you think that Athenian masculinity and Spartan masculinity were the same in the Greeks?
I think masculinity has never changed. All that's changed is the interpretation of it. And what I can't abide is this modern phenomenon that everything about masculinity, everything about being a man, which I am currently identifying as, everything about me is supposed to be toxic.
So I would reject the idea that everything that masculinity is toxic. I think that there can be bad elements of anything.
What do you like about men?
What do I like about men? Lots of things. I think that like the idea of protectionism is good. I think the like willingness to kind of like self-sacrifice is very tied to the version of masculinity we have. I think that that's a very good thing. I think the like desire to provide is also a really good thing. And stand up for like principles and strength. I think all of these things are wonderful things. Well, the issue...
like men to be hunters, providers, protectors?
I don't really care about them being hunters.
Really? Well, how are they going to get all these things to help you and protect you?
In this economy, I'd prefer them just to be like fiscally capable. Let's go back to the Athenians. Let's go back to Athenians and Spartans, though, right? If you want to say masculinity has always been the same, well, the issue is history would disagree with you, right? In Athens, for example, it was completely normal for you to participate in civility and talk and do philosophy, but Spartan men, for example, wouldn't even touch coins, right? They viewed it as a very different thing.
What's that got to do with them being masculine?
Well, because the version of masculinity that they had viewed certain things like commerce as feminine. If you go to samurais, they view poetry as masculine, whereas if you go to like Victorian era, poetry is often associated with femininity.
But what does any of that got to do with toxic masculinity?
Because if we look at masculinity, we have to acknowledge that it is emergent out of a society that we are participating in. When I said, well, in North America, you rejected that and go, well, that's the foundational piece of this. What we're talking about, toxic masculinity, is essentially a North American version of masculinity that we seem to not like.
Well, no, it's not. It's a symptom of, and forgive my phraseology here, but it's a symptom of weak, whiny, woke wastrels who've decided they're going to revise what masculinity is.
I think it's a generational trauma.
Hang on. I'll give you a chance to respond. And they're going to make all men feel terrible. They're going to make men hate themselves. They're going to make everybody else hate men. And at that point, I'm like, what are you doing here?
I think it was saying that Piers isn't a grift. He's actually just retarded. I don't know if you say retarded. I think that like this is something I've talked about before. The issue is that like men and women on the average, when you draw these like curves, are different biologically, right? But we'll take a difference of like 60-40, or we'll take a difference of like 55-45, and then like biologically that will be the difference. We'll exaggerate it socially to like 90-10 or 95-5. And then people fall into this trap because they take way too much for granted philosophically or socially or culturally, where they assume that like, oh, well, biologically, it must be like a 95-5 split. It must be a 90-10 split, that men are more attuned to this and women are more attuned to that. I was like, well, no, there are differences biologically for sure. Sometimes significant, sometimes nowhere near as significant as people think, but then we hyper exaggerate those socially, and then people think the exaggerations are the underlying physical, biological truth, which is not generally the case.
Why would women, for example, want their men to be weak, whiny, woke wastrels?
Well, I think the issue that you're neglecting here is the high levels of intergenerational trauma amongst men. I mean, if we go back to World War II, it's followed by the Vietnam War, right? We see men dying by the thousands, and then they come back and they have PTSD, and then they go off again and die by the thousands. And so when we look at like the lack of masculinity and masculine role models, we have to understand this through a lens of understanding that like men have been like scooped out and killed over and over, and then when they come back, they're destroyed. And there isn't really an answer for men. I agree that there's a systemic lacking of answer on the left for men in a lot of ways. The issue is that we can't address
I think the left
problem.
hate men. I mean,
just to pause you.
They do. Even movies like Barbie.
I'm left.
Okay, here's a little secret for you. I'm slightly left.
We know. I'm the true leftist, but the left left me behind. Was Ken... Fuck, dude. It's been so long since I saw the Barbie movie. I don't even remember as much. I don't know.
an old-fashioned
Do you
liberal.
hate men?
I'm not a. You see, they all think probably I'm a right-wing headbanger. I'm not. I'm an old-fashioned liberal. I believe in liberalism, and I believe there's nothing wrong with being feminine or masculine. I hate the way that masculinity has been tarred with this brush of everything about it is toxic.
I agree. But the issue is that you can't put the baby out with the bathwater. You have to look at things like Victorian Stoicism and recognize how that has harmed young men. Because
Stoicism? Don't be ridiculous.
Hold on, Victorian Stoicism, not Greek, not Greco-Stoicism.
Stoicism generally is a good trait.
I love Stoicism, Hellenistic Stoicism, not Greek.
Well, let me read you something. You've raised Stoicism. The American Psychological Association released a set of guidelines to help psychologists work with men and boys, in which it stated that male masculine traits like stoicism, competitiveness, achievement, eschewal of the appearance of weakness, adventure, and risk should all be discarded. Now, I would categorize all of those things as the very best of being.
Wait, what? Hold on.
Competitiveness, in which it stated that male masculine traits like stoicism, competitiveness, achievement, eschewal of the appearance of weakness, adventure, and risk should all be discarded. Now, I would categorize all of those things as the very best of being a.
Hold on. What is this? Find me this quote. What is this about? He said the American Psychological Association? Or a psychologist? Read the fact check? I don't even know if this is related to this. I don't know. Their fact checks aren't always. Oh. It's the APA's new guidelines for psychological practice with boys and men. Try to recognize and address these problems. Okay, what do we have? Let me just start from the beginning. I don't think this is that long. For the first time ever, this is 2019. This is in 2019. For the first time ever, APA is releasing guidelines to help psychologists work with men and boys. At first blush, this may seem unnecessary. For decades, psychology focused on men, particularly white men, to the exclusion of all others, and men still dominate professionally and politically. As of 2018, 95.2% of CEOs at Fortune 500 companies were men, according to a 2017 analysis by Fortune, and 16 of the top companies, 80% of all high-ranking executives were male. Meanwhile, the 115th Congress was 81%. Something is amiss for men. Okay, men commit 90% of homicides in the United States and represent 77% of homicide victims. They're the demographic group most at risk for being victimized by violent crime. They are 3.5 times more likely than women to die by suicide. And their life expectancy is 4.9 years shorter than women's. Boys are far more likely to be diagnosed with ADHD than girls, and they face harsher punishments in school, especially boys of color. The APA's new guidelines for psychological practice with boys and men strive to recognize and address these problems in boys and men while remaining sensitive to the field's androcentric past. 13 years in the making, they draw on more than 40 years of research showing that traditional masculinity is psychologically harmful and that socializing boys to suppress their emotions causes damage that echoes both inwardly and outwardly. The APA's guidelines for psychological practice with girls and women were issued in 2007, and like the guidelines for boys and men, aim to help practitioners assist their patients despite social forces that can harm mental health. Many researchers who study femininity also work on masculinity. Several contributors to the guidelines for girls and women have also contributed to the new guidelines for boys and men. Quote, though men benefit from patriarchy, they are also impinged upon by patriarchy, says Ronald F. Levend, EDD, a professor emeritus of psychological... what do we got? Hold on, wait, I thought this quote was in here. Oh, the main thrust of the subsequent research is that the traditional masculinity marked by stoicism, competitiveness, dominance, and aggression is, on the whole, harmful. Men socialized in this way are less likely to engage in healthy behaviors. For example, a 2011 study led by Kristen Springer, PhD of Rutgers University, found that men with the strongest beliefs of masculinity were only half as likely as men with more moderate masculine beliefs to get preventative health care. And in 2007, researchers led by James Mahalik, PhD at Boston College, found that that more men conform to masculine norms. The more that men conform to masculine norms, the more likely they were to consider as normal risky health behaviors such as heavy drinking, using tobacco, and avoiding vegetables to engage in these risky behaviors themselves. Is that the quote that he was pulling from? Hold on.
Achievement stated that male masculine traits like stoicism, competitiveness, achievement, eschewal of the appearance of weakness, adventure, and risk should all be discarded. Now,
if anybody has that exact quote, I'd be curious, because it doesn't sound like it's saying these things should be discarded. Just that that can't be like quote up search components of. Oh, okay, hold on. Components of. Right, this is not the quote. Or there's a different quote, but. Psychologists can discuss with boys and men the messages they have received about withholding affection from other males to help them understand how components of traditional masculinity, such as emotional stoicism, homophobia, not showing vulnerability, self-reliance, and competitiveness, might deter them from forming close relationships with male peers. Okay, well, I don't know. I don't know if this is... I don't know if I believe this is a real quote, but whatever.
Would categorize all of those things as the very best of being a real man. Why would you want them discarded?
I don't want most of those things. Let's talk about stoicism.
I think we agree with each other. I think you agree with me too much. Anyway, it's lovely to meet you.
Thank you.
Okay. Hello.
Hi, Pierce.
How are you?
Ceci.
Ceci, nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you. Okay. First, I want to say that I don't think that masculinity is toxic.
Great.
I just think
Debate
that
over.
some men
Hang on,
use their.
hang on.
I'm wait.
Ceci, debate over.
No, it's
That's
not.
the whole point
the
of my
problem
argument. I agree
is
with you.
no, because you're talking about a trait, right? So I don't think masculinity is toxic. I think men use their masculinity in toxic ways or hide other traits that are toxic behind their masculinity.
Okay, I don't agree with that. Here's why. They're not using their masculinity. They're just being bad people.
Okay.
So
but
I think there's a clear difference.
So then men like
Oof. It's this is like that XKCD comic on steroids or whatever. Where the two people are bad and the guy's bad at math and he's like, wow, you're bad at math, and then the girl's bad at math and it's like, wow, girls are bad at math. It's like if you're part of a dominant group and you do something bad, it's always just a personal reflection of yourself, but it's never a poor reflection of the majority group because most of the people belong to that group and they wouldn't want that group to be poorly reflected.
Andrew Tate when they are bad people, but then stand like, I'm a protector, I'm a provider. They're using their masculinity as
I've interviewed
a
Andrew Tate a number of times. Here's what I think about him. I think he says a lot of things which young men gravitate to because very few other people are trying to empower them about the way they look. Hang on.
No, I'm not.
Let me finish my sentence.
I can have a facial reaction to you if I want to, right?
Actually, that's fair enough. You
Okay.
can. He can look horrified. But here's the point about Andrew Tate, is a lot of the things he says, I know why they resonate with young men.
Okay.
Because young men feel sort of worthless, they feel disenfranchised by society, they're not sure where to go, many of them lack father figures. There's chest-beating Andrew Tate saying, keep fit, don't abuse yourself too much.
Just women.
Well, I'm going to come to that. And so he says all these things, which men go, yeah, that's good. Aspire to be great, aspire to be successful, do this, work hard, and all this. And then you get to his blatant misogyny, right? He is a terrible misogynist. He thinks that women should be left at home, never allowed to vote,
I know he is,
never
yeah.
allowed to work. No, but my point is, I agree with you about that trait of his, right? I think it's horrible. But that's not toxic masculinity. That is actually misogyny. There's a word for it.
I guess the reason, but I think that all of this was fueled by people like Andrew Tate, because like you said, toxic masculinity, we've never spoke about this before. But I think the reason it's on the table now is because of men like Andrew Tate. It's not because of women calling men
So call
toxic.
it what it is. Call him
it's
a
literally
misogynist.
because red pill podcasters, especially during the pandemic, if you were already a loner, you became even more alone, so they needed a community. So everyone's living life online in these, what they thought was a community, because all these men did was validate their shitty feelings that they already had about themselves.
Yes, but
it was an echo chamber, and they have to keep them sad and angry, tell them to place the blame on women and minorities so that they get their pockets filled.
But here's the thing.
They monetize
Am I allowed to get a
insecurities
word
and
in?
trauma. You can have your facial
Time out,
reactions.
Time out.
Go ahead.
Politely, time out. I think what you're talking about is misogyny. There's already a word for that. It's not toxic masculinity. That's the point of my argument. I don't think masculinity has ever been toxic. I do think some men are horrible misogynists
But do you think
and should
some
be
of them
called
hide
out,
behind
as
it?
I call them
mean,
out.
Don't you think some men hide behind their masculinity? Like, I'm sick of hearing men say, we have to protect and provide.
Why shouldn't we?
Well, no. But the thing is half of you, what are you going to protect me from? Another man. And half of them can't hunt down a job. Like, I don't
Or other women.
Or other women, sure, yeah, other people. But that's the thing I'm saying is that men, I don't understand.
And I guess nobody cares because everybody's like emotionally tied to whatever arguments they're making. The one guy did it yesterday, who by the way, I don't know who that guy was, but I appreciate the conversation we were allowed to have because I think he was honest the whole time, and I think it was a really good conversation. But if you're trying to highlight like the benefits of you being a man, especially to a woman, and you're saying retarded shit like I can fight off burglars, dog, nobody cares about this shit. This is not happening in the real world all the time where you have to fucking fight with assassins and burglars. You're not James Bond. You're not dating the princess of fucking, whatever, the crown of whatever, okay? People want you to be able to hold a job, not be emotionally fucking retarded, and for a huge bonus, okay, be able to fucking clean up after yourself, all right? Like, these are more important than, like, I can fight off with my bare hands, 10 invaders that come into my house to steal and rape all my, like, Jesus, it's so cringe. You're not Batman, okay? You never will be.
Why I feel like a lot of blame gets placed on women for all of this, but in reality, you've done it to each other.
I don't blame women for
You've
that.
done it to each other.
I don't blame women for any of this. I think that, well, actually, that's not completely true. I blame some women who have deliberately, in my opinion, like a lot of men have done too, taken the word masculinity and they have traduced it into meaning something it was never intended to mean. Like I said, those words, which the American Psychological Association have deemed unacceptable and should be discarded, are all the absolute foundation of what I believe it takes to be a man.
Ah, damn it. I wanted
just
to
when we're getting to know each other.
pick me for last 10. I got a lot to say.
I'll think about it. How are you?
Good to see you.
What's your name?
Parker.
Parker, I'm Piers.
I've been on your show, bro.
Yes, I thought I recognised you. When was that?
After the Jordan Peterson Jubilee debate.
Yes, that's right, you did.
He has quoted us as gaytheists on Twitter.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay. How'd you feel about that?
Well, I mean, I think it was ridiculous. I'm literally straight, but...
Oh, you're straight?
Yeah.
Okay, well, then I can understand why you find that annoying.
Oh, I don't find it annoying.
Wait, you called me gay, the gaytheist. Why'd you find that ridiculous? Well, because I'm not gay. Is that the right answer to that? Wait, what? Some guy is going to be, you fucking faggot. It's like, I'm actually straight. I feel like it's ridiculous. Okay, that's wild. Whatever. No, they're good. Never mind.
I think it was ridiculous. I'm literally straight, but...
Oh, you're straight?
Yeah.
Okay, well, then I can understand why you find that annoying.
Oh, I don't find it annoying. I'm just saying it doesn't make sense to use that as an argument. But in
I
general...
will not call you a gaytheist.
Okay, in general, the point that I would make
I don't know
here
if it
is
would
that
make
toxic
sense if they were
masculinity is kind
gay.
of an overexpression of certain masculine traits that we see in this certain context to be harmful. We're not saying all masculine traits are harmful or it's harmful to be a masculine man. It's certain characteristics that we would
Which
associate with
masculine trait
masculinity.
do you think is harmful?
Yeah, like for example, an overexpression of stoicism, and I think that a lot of red pill people.
What?
Wait, hold up. Let me explain. And I said an overexpression
How
of
can
stoicism.
stoicism ever,
Be
ever,
overexpressed?
ever be a bad thing? Explain to me.
Yeah. So again, if you were to specifically,
It's all a definition thing because he's going to define the traits as when followed to 100%, it's going to be a good thing. I already have foreseen this whole conversation. It's going to be like Parker's going to argue. Is this Dean or Parker? This is Dean. If you're too stoic and you don't share your emotions enough, it's a really bad thing. But he's going to say, Pierce is going to be like, well, the definition of stoicism actually is not hiding your emotions too much. It's just hiding them in an appropriate amount. So you can never actually be too stoic because the epitomized version of that trait and the most stoic you can be is always going to be healthy. I feel like it's going to be the back and forth, but all right, let's go.
hide your feelings and put them underneath specifically for, like, say, the death of a loved one, I don't think that would be harmful or, I mean, positive specifically for you addressing your feelings in that circumstance. I think you should address those feelings, talk about them, express them to loved ones and people that are comfortable, you're comfortable around.
That doesn't mean you can't still be stoic.
Well, then what do you mean
There
by
it is,
stoicism?
yeah.
Because I'm talking about an overexpression
It's just
of
when you
keeping
control
down
your
emotions and
emotions.
not expressing
No,
them.
It's not what stoicism
actively
It's just
positively
controlling them and being in control of
Stoicism
your...
doesn't mean you have to be a sort of unemotional, Spock from Star Trek. That's not what it means at all. Stoicism means that when you're dealt a tough blow in life, you're able to reach inside yourself and deal with it in a strong manner, right? Which is
Wait,
a good
I'm sorry.
thing.
That's not Dean. That is Parker. My bad. Wait, I thought... didn't Parker used to have darker hair? Am I crazy? Do these people look similar? Or am I...
I always quote to my
Parker.
kids, they can all tell you the speech off by heart. There's a scene in my favorite films were the Rocky movies. The first four were great. The fifth one was a turkey. The sixth
You went to dinner with Dean? No, I went to dinner with Dean and Parker.
There's a scene in my favorite films were the Rocky movies. The first four were great. The fifth one was a
His
turkey.
name is Dean Parker? No, that's Dean. Oh, it is Dean. Okay, fuck you. Parker has darker hair. Stop trolling me.
Off by heart. There's a scene in my favorite films were the Rocky movies. The first four were great. The fifth one was a turkey. The sixth one came back called Rocky Balboa. And in it, Rocky's son's in his 20s. He's a spoiled brat. He hates being Rocky's son. He's whining about everything. He's kind of pretty woke, weak, whiny, moaning about his lot in life. Telling, woe is me all the time. So Rocky eventually has it out with his son in the street. And he says, look, life is tough. It will beat you down and it will keep you down if you let it. If you want to win at life, you've got to learn it's not about how hard you can hit. It's about how hard you can get hit, get back up, and keep moving forward. No.
I wonder, how hard it is to watch movies. I feel like the Palestinian people do this. When you're, so politically brain rotted. You know how it felt like for a while, every single movie that came out, like Emma Vigilant, and these people were like, oh my God, this is about Israel-Palestine. Dune 2 is so obviously about Israel-Palestine. This movie, Superman, was about Israel-Palestine. This movie... oh my God, it's Israel. When you watch a movie, you're like, oh my God, this guy's whining. This is a movie about how bad wokeness is. I'm going to be honest. I don't think this is even a hot take nowadays. Back then it was. The Rocky Balboa movie fucking sucked. That was a dog shit movie. I don't even consider it canon. What a horrible movie, okay? I don't think his son was woke. I think his son was just mad because he was tired of living under his father's shadow and was doing too much to separate himself from it, and was resentful of his dad because his dad was going to go do some new boxing match and he just wanted to be his own person. Or I don't know. I don't think that movie had anything to do about fucking woke, but it's been a long time since I've watched it. God, what a horrible movie that was. Ugh.
You've got to learn it's not about how hard you get you down, and it will keep you down if you let it. If you want to win at life, you've got to learn it's not about how hard you can hit. It's about how hard you can get hit, get back up, and keep moving forward. That's how winning is done.
No one's arguing against that in
Right,
general.
so that's
right?
stoic,
Like,
but that is
we're
stoic.
saying-
That is stoicism.
So, but you're misunderstanding my argument. I'm saying an overexpression of watering down and not addressing your emotions. I think we both agree that would be a bad expression of your emotions. And oftentimes, men view it that way because they say if you address your emotions to any degree, there's going to be, don't be a man, don't cry, be a man. So that's an idea of an overexpression of masculinity in that sense that becomes toxic.
So you say
Does that make sense?
Yeah, it does. And so you
So
say
then you agree toxic masculinity makes sense.
No. That's not what I'm saying. So you would find it objectionable to use the phrase "man up," for example.
In the context in which like someone is having a positive address of their like particular emotions, and in typical I wouldn't use it like that type of phrase. You'd say maybe you should address your emotions in a more positive way. Maybe you should go to therapy. A lot of people should do that. Like men should go to therapy. It's an important thing that they should do.
And okay, I agree. Hold on, I'm trying to make sure I'm not being toxically masculine right now. Okay, I agree that therapy is good, and I think there are times to recommend it. But I feel like it is the most soyest fucking thing in the world when the advice to literally fucking everything. Go to therapy, go to therapy, go to therapy, go to therapy. It's like, okay, thanks, chief. Like, hey, how do I do it? Did you try going to therapy yet? Have you considered going to therapy? Have you considered going to therapy? Maybe, oh my God. That's like the most NPC stock advice. Now, for some people, it can be good, but it's the most non-statement ever. And it usually doesn't address the current issue. It's not very salient. Some guy's like, I need help lifting this box. It's too much for me. It's like, oh, bro, you should add chin-ups and pull-ups into your routine and then come back and pick up that box in 2 months. It's like, okay, thanks, man.
Maybe.
Be positive for their life.
I've never been to therapy in my life.
You should.
And I don't cry all the time. I think the last time I cried was about 12 years ago when my grandmother died. I just think this is overdone. We just moved from an incredibly stoic generation, say the World War II generation, who were literally sacrificing their lives for their country, but weren't crying all the time, to an era now.
No, wait, why are you associating what I'm saying with crying all the time or being weak?
You're the one who mentioned crying, so let me just explain what I'm talking about. I don't think it suits anybody to encourage a society to constantly be over-emotional either.
I'm not saying that.
I'm not saying you should suppress emotions, and if you feel emotions about something, I'm all for it. I can get emotional with the best of them, normally about my football team, but I don't spend all my time blubbing like a baby. And my argument with well, hang on, I'm going to finish my point. I think that if you look at the woke world generally, there seems to be a premium on over-emoting and not enough of a premium, in my view, of stiff upper lip, pull yourself together and crack on. Because let me tell you, there are two things you want to worry about in life, really worry about. I say this to my kids.
What do you have to worry about?
Dying and getting a terminal illness. Outside of those two things, everything is surmountable. You can overcome anything.
What about if your partner cheats on you?
What you've got, yeah,
like,
even that.
Sense? Okay, so there are plenty of examples we can give where people are going to have
but
like,
my point
legitimate
is,
circumstances to cry or be sad. But like I'm asking you, like in the circumstance, give a specific what you're referencing in terms of these woke liberals of how they're being too overly emotional.
Well, you're talking to me about why you want people to be more emotional. I'm telling you, I don't think that's
No, I want them to express
a
it
good
in
thing.
positive manners, like go to therapy, like how I told you.
Yeah, but I think we're over therapy. Everyone I know over here goes to therapy.
You haven't gone to therapy at all. How are you over therapy?
Why don't you come and talk to me if you want to talk to somebody? I'll soon sort you out.
Wait, I can talk to my therapist and we can actually engage in positive reconstruction of how I address things. Yes, actually, it's been very helpful for my mental health and my emotional health to be able to talk them through, to be able to like, what can I do to like make myself feel better in these circumstances? Am I being genuinely like real here, like, or am I being a little bit too overly emotional in circumstances? It's totally a question. I ask my therapist all the time. So if you want to talk about being overly emotional, how to address being overly emotional, how about you just start with therapy? What's your solution? What's your solution?
Calm down.
I'm calm. I'm totally calm. Wait, do you think me talking fast is not being like calm?
I think you don't want me to get a word in. Right? And
I wanted to finish my statement.
Right? I just think people go to therapy too much. Sorry, I do. You may not like to hear it, because I just think going and talking to some stranger about all your problems all the time, get a grip.
It's not all the time. It's every once in a while you go and talk about your problems specifically so you can address them. Do you not talk about your problems ever with anyone? This is the problem I talk about.
Stop talking. I look at you and I see somebody who's confident, you're a good talker, you're obviously intelligent, you've also got a lot going for you. Stop spending all this money going to see some stranger to go over everything in agonizing detail.
It's not that much money to be able to go every once in a while to go see a therapist for me specifically in my life.
I've never been to one in my life.
It's not much money for you. You can easily go with the money that you make and go talk to a therapist.
I've no need to go
I understand you don't want to. Everyone says that specifically before going into it. I said the same thing. But I'm telling you, you can actually address your emotions in a positive way.
Parker, here's what I'd rather do. I would rather, honestly, have groups of people like you in the woke world, right, who clearly are struggling with regular life, right?
I'm not struggling with
everything's
regular
a calamity, everything's a problem, has to be overanalyzed, over-dissected, over-therapized, and I just think you've all got to be given the mental tools to deal with ordinary life. Ordinary life.
We already have them.
Ordinary life.
Let me tell you, to do that.
Ordinary life. Yeah, but without
that, I'm sure this is in Dean's head somewhere, but like like if you want to make this applicable to an ordinary dude, I guess, like the idea behind therapy is like, well, sometimes you go to the gym, if you don't want to do, you get a personal trainer, right? So the personal trainer will tell you to work on. I feel like you would sell the therapy thing in a similar sense. If you don't really know what to do, and a lot of men, for whatever reason, don't really have the tools to deal with their mental health, so you go and you get like a mental health trainer, right? Like a personal trainer from a gym, and then you like work on it. That's it. That's all you have to sell it as. I don't think you have to go any deeper than that. It's like an easy to understand. That is Parker. Hold on. Dean and Parker. Parker debates Trump supporters. Oh. Wait, featuring Dean Withers. Wait, what the fuck does Dean look like? Dean Withers. Oh, okay. Wait, this is Parker. Okay. I swear to God, Parker's hair used to be darker. Okay. Yeah, but I would have thought it that way, but I don't know.
I'm going to therapy all the time.
Wait, what's your solution? What's your solution?
People, I think at school and colleges, we need to reinforce, this comes back to masculinity with men. We need to reinforce the mental tools required for life.
Such as?
Well, I can tell you what
like he should just agree with us. Like, that's true. But like, you can also talk to a therapist about mental tools. Sometimes it's better to have like a one-on-one session. You don't have to go to it forever. Or maybe you don't. If you feel like everything in your life is working out, that's fine. But
can chart the absolute descent of this in the wrong way. And I think it began in America, when you started giving kids participation prizes for coming last to school. Absolute shambles. I mean, who ever thought of that?
How does this have to do with actually like men making their emotions better
I'm
off?
explaining.
It's participation trophies. Oh my gosh.
I'm explaining because if young people are conditioned to think that if you come last at something, you get a prize, it is the worst possible preparation for the real world.
So what's the actual
Because,
solution?
Parker,
You're just telling a
Parker,
problem again.
do you
Problem. What's the solution?
Parker, if I could finish my sentence.
Start with the solution.
The solution is you just stop talking for a moment, right?
How about you actually provide a solution? All you've done is bring about problems.
Parker, I've just given you a solution.
Wow,
I want
That's not a solution. That's a problem.
Yes, you stop participation prizes. You condition kids to deal with the real world when they become adults.
Your fix
Otherwise,
for
when they
men
get
not having the ability to
stop
express their emotions
talking,
in a positive
Parker.
way is
Parker.
literally
it's because of the same issue of intensity. People tell you to go to therapy after having an argument with a friend or having a bad day. The other issue that is happening is since men are having less and less friends, they are less able to talk about any issue. They have no issue. About any issue they have. So issues pile up without being addressed. Yeah, sure, yeah. If you throw the therapy thing around in an argument, I think that's like a period argument to me, where like if a girl's being emotional, it's like, are you on your period? You're not like saying it because you genuinely care. You're just like trying to appeal to some external third thing and use like some authoritative own, like, oh, you're mad. Hey, bro, you need therapy. And it's like, okay, well, fuck you. If you just use it, I guess I didn't even consider that. If you use it like as a weaponized statement like that, I think that's really bad, and will leave a bad taste in most people's mouths. But
participation
I wonder
trophies not
Jordan
being
Peter's
there.
advantage is so annoying. Look,
Have you been on your own show? You
Parker.
interrupt.
the one thing I've said before, one of my biggest frustrations with this concept of like toxic masculinity, I don't even use the phrase because I think it's worthless to use because people obviously get super unhinged as soon as you say it. But like, it's been understood for a long time, and almost all young male coming of age stories, all of them, every sports movie, every whatever, it's all of it is about addressing like quote unquote toxic masculinity. It's always some guy who's some hotshot who doesn't know how to pass the ball, who has to learn how to play with a team, or some dude who's too much of a hothead, he's too ego driven, he's got to learn to, like in Top Gun, like be the wingman and not leave your partner. Like all of these movies have existed and all of them have dealt with this. They just didn't call it toxic masculinity. I feel like the one that I would appeal to also the most here is like literally about toxic masculinity and literally about therapy is Good Will Hunting. Like, would you argue that in Good Will Hunting that Matt Damon's character was worse off for meeting Robin Williams' character, that he should have just never gone? Or like, it's such an easy analog. I don't know how peers would address it or deal with it, but I mean, that's essentially what we're talking about, right?
To me the whole time, and now you're just getting the same thing.
Well, because you're just stop talking.
Don't be mad. Don't be mad.
Parker,
are you mad?
No, I'm trying to finish my sentence.
It's okay.
Parker, come on, calm down. You're shaking.
I'm totally calm.
Parker.
I'm not.
Wait, am I crazy? Was Parker? Dude, I feel like he's giving Dean energy. I feel like this is like the Dean arguments, but maybe Parker was always like this. The TikTok debaters, TikTok produced a whole generation of debate pedophilia. Okay, it's not good. These people are way too fucking hyped up on like the formal debate stuff. I say formal, but just like the owning somebody on points and yeah.
Shaking
Parker,
at all.
you're shaking.
I'm not shaking. Why do you have to act like why do you have to say something delusional to try to deflect away from the fact that you haven't addressed anything meaningful here?
Christ, Parker. My point is, there's a brilliant book by Jonathan Haidt about the impact.
Wait.
Meaningful here.
Christ, Parker. My point is,
this is like Mizkif mixed with somebody else. It is. You guys see it.
There's a brilliant book by Jonathan Haidt about the impact of smartphones on young brains, right? Mm-hmm. And it goes back to 2010 when smartphones became smart. In other words, you could access absolutely everything. And I look at what happens on my feed each day, and I'm horrified.
Smart does not mean that. I think smart generally refers to the ability of a device to do things or navigate complex problems without as much human input. That smart doesn't just mean you have access to information. So like when you talk about like a smart electrical grid, it's like stuff that can auto balance without a bunch of human input. Or you talk about like smartphones or phones that you don't have to manually figure out every single thing. It does a lot of stuff automatically. It's not smart doesn't mean it it gives you access to smart information. I'm sorry, it doesn't matter, but
smart. In other words, you can access absolutely everything. And I look at what happens on my feed each day, and I'm horrified about what may happen to younger, more impressionable brains, right? And so young people's brains have got scrambled. So since 2010, there's a direct correlation of young people who get ever more anxious, ever more depressed, in some cases, tragically, ever more suicidal. And it's been driven by this constant negative dopamine. So partly, I understand why what I call the weak, whiny, woke wastrels are like they are, because they're constantly getting overloaded with negative dopamine, which is making them think the whole world's about to end. In fact, as Steven Pinker has explained in great detail, statistically, this has never been a better time to be alive. There are fewer wars than in recorded history. People are living longer and healthier than in recorded history. There's less child poverty than in recorded history. Water is cleaner than in recorded history, etc., etc., etc. The problem is social media amplifying all the bad stuff going on, making young people think the world's about to end. It's not. So I would like young people to be given the proper tools in their education process to enable them to deal with the real world and make them catastrophize less.
He's right about this one. Like he is, but that doesn't apply to this conversation. When you want to say the world is better now than it ever was, that's an argument that you have with people with you fuckers in chat sometimes, who are like, oh my God, like shit is so much more fucked today than it ever has been, and the boomers and the billionaires and everybody's ruined things more. That's when you bring that argument out. You should be very careful, and I would even say, I would extend this as like personal, like real life advice. You should never, ever, ever compare your situation to somebody else's to try to delegitimize a way that you feel about a particular thing. I think that is incredibly toxic. It never makes you feel better, and it only makes you feel like shit. If you've had an issue where you got injured or you didn't make it into some college class or whatever, or some bullshit, you got fired from some job, and your thought process is like, okay, well, I shouldn't feel bad about this because there are kids starving in fucking Africa, that never makes you feel better. Nobody comes away from that thing like, oh, okay, actually I feel way better now. I can eat food. Instead, it just makes you feel like shit because now you're like, fuck, I don't have a good reason to feel bad. I'm supposed to be the worst person in the universe. Don't ever do that. Okay, it's not good. It's just not a productive use of your emotional energy.
I do think in this country, as in my country,
because like pain and suffering is relative. It's relative to your own conditions and to the people immediately around you. This is why income disparity is probably more of a driver psychologically of unhappiness than absolute wealth or absolute disparity. Because when you see people around you doing well and you're not, that feels worse than just everybody doing not well.
Deal with the real world and make them catastrophize less. I do think in this country, as in my country, young people are over-medicated. I think they go to therapy too much. I think they end up over-analyzing and over-self-obsessing. I think it can make them quite narcissistic. It's all me, 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 and woe is me, woe is me, woe is me. I think we've got to a place, oddly, in society where losing is deemed to be better than winning, where winning is something to be frowned upon, actually better to be a good loser and get all your mates to like you going, oh my God, I just failed my driving test for the 20th time, but I'm so proud of myself. I'm like, you're a terrible driver. Get better, right? So it's all about how you treat these things. And out of it, hopefully, I would...
Like, I don't want to be mean to any group of people, but one thing that I think that has helped me like navigate a lot of different stuff is when you think two things are super different, try to like analyze like what the words are and try to reduce these to concepts more than just looking at like the most surface level thing. So like if you look at on the surface level, for instance, this gets mean, you shouldn't do this, but like, people are like, oh, we have more participation trophies and all this bullshit than we have. It's like, okay, yeah, maybe that's kind of true in terms of like an actual physical participation trophy, but like, not to be mean, but like you want us to honor vets and all this bullshit. Like, why the fuck should I give a fuck that you happen to do this job? Like, you chose to do it, or if you didn't choose to do it, you got drafted. Like, good job. You got shot. Like, why the fuck should I care about that? Like, why do you get to participate? Did you do so? Like, you could unironically copy the Trump line at that point, where it's like, you were a prisoner of war. Okay, good job. Why'd you get captured, dipshit? Like, I would never say you should say that, but I'm saying like, I feel like everybody in society has had some version or some form of like, hey, you did a thing. Even if you didn't 100% succeed at it, congratulations for trying. There's only one winner in any competition. You can't make everybody else feel like shit.
Produce a nation of people like me, Parker.
I would love to be able to
perfect way to end.
I'd love to be able to respond.
And that's the feeling. Good to see you. My next round.
Okay. We're going to go question by question. Good luck.
That I'm talking about are the ones in the Constitution and the Declaration. As I said, freedom of speech, freedom of religion, rule of law, democracy. If you go down that list.
How do you think Dean did overall? I guess it depends on what your perspective is. I feel like it was really combative and they didn't actually get very far in their argument. I think both people, even this, I shouldn't fucking name him, Cecil, did a better job, and Kyle obviously did a much better job at like actually going back and forth.
That we said,
whether
it's freedom of speech, Trump is attacking that. Freedom of religion, Trump is attacking that.
He's not attacking freedom of religion. How is he attacking freedom of religion?
Why is it bad? Well, I mean, like if you like there should be an incentive to do well. you don't want people to literally be like, oh, it's okay if you're a fucking loser all the time as long as you've tried, LOL. Like, that's stupid. But I think that rewarding effort, I think, is important. I think effort should be rewarded in some ways. I guess you can go overboard with it. What the boomers say, the boomer argument is that no young person wants to try hard anymore because they're being rewarded so much just for their effort that there's no incentive to actually win. But I don't even know how you would begin to prove the truthfulness of that statement. So I don't know.
We got a Muslim ban in this country.
No, we have never had an actual Muslim ban. That is an insane claim by you.
Yes, we did. Hey, everybody, I'm Tim Miller. You might have seen me on the Board podcast on YouTube or on MSNBC. I'm a liberal millennial, and today I'm surrounded by 20 Gen Z conservatives. My first claim is ICE has become a fascist institution, and it should be abolished in its current form.
Jesus, he's going hard.
What's up, y'all?
So, the point that I want to make about immigration, ICE specifically, that I think it's worth making is a structural one, and one that I think you could respect. And it's the fact that, democratically speaking, it's been an issue that was not.
Isn't the argument that in the real world you aren't rewarded just for effort even if you fail? But the real world is not binary. And I think in the real world, I think that I would say effort is absolutely rewarded. But all of this stuff is like kind of thresholdy. Like like you either accomplish something or you don't, but it's not all like a competition to win at everything. But like even when it comes to like I would say like in a work environment, if you suck, you suck and you're going to get fired. Nothing is going to save you from that. But like in my experience and from what I've been told, I'm pretty sure this is true. Like say if an employee comes to you and they say like, hey, I need help figuring this out. If they haven't put any effort at all into figuring out the problem whatsoever, like that looks bad. Like the boss, even if it's a legitimate question, is going to look down on you for not even trying to solve the problem on your own. You didn't even put any effort into figuring this out before you wasted your the chain of command, whoever's above you's time. Whereas like if you can show that like, hey, like I can't figure this out. I've tried A, B, and C. Like, could you either guide me, put me in the right direction, do whatever else? Like, even at the same level of competency, that second person, I think, will be looked upon more favorably. I mean, you could argue that going and looking for the answer and being able to search for that yourself demonstrates some level of competency. So effort is important. I think effort is important, yeah.
Not very popular before. Trump came into power, and it was the central issue for which he was elected for the first time. And then the second time he doubled down, and it was an even stronger argument. Do you remember that the people in his rallies and himself were talking about mass deportations? Yep. And that idea won. What do you think is going to happen in the next election?
Also, when you talk about participation trophies and shit, more often than not, when I've heard these fucking retards argue this in the past, they're talking about like 3rd and 4th grade. 3rd and 4th grade does not need to be like the hyper-competitive fucking death zone of like you're dropped in the battle royale, and if you don't come first in the 2nd grade spelling bee, they're gonna fucking chop your fucking left arm off or some shit, and then put you to work in the mines for the rest of your life. Like it's okay to have kids just feel good about participating in things and making friendships and being used to putting in effort. Like Jesus Christ, some people get way too hardcore way too early in life.
Rallies and himself were talking about mass deportations, and that idea won. What do you think is going to happen in the next election? Do you think that sentiment's going to disappear?
Well, look, we live in a constitutional republic, so just because you get elected on a certain issue doesn't mean you get to do whatever you want. If the next Democratic president says...
Oh, I love that he said that. Remember? Constitutional republic. Remember how that worked, guys? Hell yeah.
We live in a constitutional republic, so just because you get elected on a certain issue doesn't mean...
Wait, sorry, fuck. I don't want to... Somebody said this, and I don't want to give this impression. Somebody said, effort is more important than winning or losing. Life is not fair. No, I wouldn't say that. Like doing the thing or not doing the thing at the end of the day is the most important thing. You have to be able to do the thing, and a low effort person who can achieve or accomplish is probably going to be seen more favorably than a high effort person who can't ever do the thing. So I'm not saying that the accomplishments themselves aren't important. You have to be able to do the thing, but effort goes a long way when all other factors are equal. And also usually when you're weighing two people against each other, it's not like they have 7 stats and like I can just pick like the best employee. There's usually baskets of traits where well, this person is in the bucket of they're hireable, but I'm comparing them to this other person, and there are things where effort can make a difference, I think. Yeah.
Do you think that sentiment's going to disappear?
Well, look, we live in a constitutional republic, so just because you get elected on a certain issue doesn't mean you get to do whatever you want. If the next Democratic president ran on a campaign that said, shut down all the evangelical churches because I think they're doing hate speech, and they became president, and then they tried to shut down all the evangelical churches, people would say, that's fascist. That's wrong. You can't do that. That's illegal. What the president has done on the border, we can talk about what's happening with CBP, but with ICE, I don't think that a lot of people that voted for him pictured this. I think that if you described what they're doing in another country, you'd obviously say it's fascist. You got people coming up in unmarked cars. They're wearing masks. They're jumping out, and they're asking people for their paper.
Is that guy okay? Hello?
Country, you'd obviously say it's fascist. You have people.
Are you okay, dude?
People coming up in unmarked cars. They are wearing masks. They're jumping out and they're asking people for their papers. That's not American. That is not within our traditions or our rule of law.
How should they deport them? Should they like just like knock on the door and be like, "Hey, Mr. Illegal, can you come out?
Yeah.
Do you want to have a little chat? You know, like
yeah, actually.
they broke the law. They came here into this country illegally, and we have to enforce it. So like, if you're gonna call ICE fascist, which you guys call everything fascist nowadays, then what are we gonna have? We're not going to deport them, and then the people are going to be ignored?
I don't think we need to ignore the people. I think if you look
let's
at
have deportations.
there are a lot of Donald Trump supporters out there that don't like the way that ICE has been acting. You hear this from Joe Rogan. You hear from Tim Dillon. What they've been doing is un-American. You should not be you should not be hassling people who are American
so
citizens.
American to bring in millions of illegals into this country.
There are
and
people that voted for Trump. That
what are you talking about?
Look,
JP. My name is JP. It's from Juan Pablo. I love the Latino people. I might look like a white boy, have the white boy aura, but I'm a Latino man, and I understand that it might seem like they're coming after the Latinos, but really, what we're doing is respecting our laws. We're constitutional.
Pause. I'm sorry, but you have to respect me. When I say pause, you've been eliminated. You have to go back to your chair.
Good to see you, man.
How triggered is he hearing her say that in that accent?
As you can see, I'm pretty well aware of how this deportation game goes. A lot of relatives have to face it, and I got to tell you that it's very well warranted. I find that with the mandate that Donald Trump got in 2024, he got a stronger mandate, in fact, than he did in 2016, and obviously in 2020. He, in particular, had immigration and deportations, by the way, as being one of the strongest issues.
Yeah, I hear you. We said this in the last one, though. Again, you don't get to break the law just because you won the election. That's not how it works in a free country. We have rule of law. We have rules. Here's the thing. What ICE has been doing, going after American citizens, going after people, going after folks that look like you, and asking for their papers is wrong. Here's an example. Do you have your passport on you right now?
Well, actually, yeah, but I traveled. But
no, I'm sorry. Do you have it on your person? Can you show it to me? Okay, you don't have it on your person. Well, that's interesting because there's a guy named George here in LA who worked at a car wash. Here's what happened. ICE rolled up to his car wash. He is a dual citizen. He was born in Mexico. He came here. He became a citizen. He has a wife that's a citizen and 2 kids that are a citizen. They came into his car wash. He asked ICE. He's like, do you guys have a warrant?
I just hold on. I just need to tell you how brutal this is. Tim asked a tough question. Do you have your passport? And this guy was one of the lucky ones who could have said, well, I do. And he even knew how lucky his answer was. He said, I do, but it's because I travel a lot. But that's still not enough to pass this ICE threshold. And Tim is going to back it up with an actual example of how it's not enough. That's a really brutal back and forth that I don't think many people would appreciate, as brutal as that was. Oof.
He showed me a warrant. They didn't have a warrant. They said, can we see proof that you're from America? He showed them his driver's license. Then they said, can we see your passport? He didn't have his passport on him. They grabbed him. They threw him in the back of a van, and he came downtown here to the detention center. George Redis is an American citizen, got detained by ICE. Just the other day, the New York Times was talking about this, that there was an unmarked car in Chicago driving down Lake Michigan. 2 guys hopped out of the car. They were masked. They jumped out and grabbed these 2 joggers, and they're like, show me your paper.
One of the things I've said in the past, like this year, as you debate people, like debating Trumples it's impossible. I don't know how they can defend anything. There are just so many of these examples now where it's like, bruh, you know you're fucked. There's just no way that you could survive a real conversation about this. This is why you have to talk about like girl cock, trans people, and fucking whatever other weird bullshit you want to make up. Because on the facts of any of these things, all of it is so fucking bad. Oh my God.
Driving down Lake Michigan, 2 guys hopped out of the car. They were masked. They jumped out and grabbed these 2 joggers, and they're like, show me your papers. I'm sorry, this is not mass deportations now. This is hassling American citizens. This is breaking the rule of law.
It's also He also brings up a good point, too, that I will bring up at the end of these 4 years, because it is true. There are no mass deportations, and it won't happen. Because just think about the numbers they're giving you. 30 million illegals, supposedly, under Biden. You're going to mass deport them by rolling up in masked cars and taking them out even 10 or 20 at a time? How many vehicles, how many of these raids would you have to do? Like, let's assume that every big raid, we got 10 illegals. Let's assume the 30 million number is real, which is retarded. We won't even add the other 13 million that were here illegally. Let's assume you get 10 illegals every single time that you guarantee, which is already more than you're going to get, right? So that's 3 million raids that you have to do in, we'll say, 365 days and divided by 4. Is that correct to do the division like that on that? So you'd have to do 2,000 of these raids a day? Every single day, and then catch, let me check my math, 2,000 raids a day, 10 illegals per raid you catch, times 365 days a year, times 4 years. Yeah, you would have to catch, what was that, 2,000 illegals a day doing these, or you'd have to do 2,000 of these raids a day or whatever. Like, this is retarded. The numbers don't even remotely work out to be what you would need them to be for your mass deportation. It's so stupid. It's so fucking stupid.
anti-due process, and it's wrong.
The anecdotes you bring up are actually relevant because I could do the same thing for Medicare abuse and whatnot, but I'm not calling for drastic reforms or even an abolishment. You're calling for an abolishing of
Out of the car, they were masked, they jumped out and grabbed these two joggers, and they're like, show me your papers. This is, I'm sorry, this is not mass deportations now. This is hassling American citizens. This is breaking the rule of law. This is anti-due process, and it's wrong.
The anecdotes you bring up are actually relevant because I could do the same thing for Medicare abuse and whatnot, but I'm not calling for drastic reforms or even an abolishment. You're calling for...
How is that even remote? Medicare abuse is not somebody violating somebody else's constitutional rights. Number one. Number two, we know the numbers for this abuse of fraud. It's, as a percentage, is relatively low of the overall Medicare Medicaid budget. Like, what? How is it even remotely comparable?
For an abolishment of ICE as we know it. Now, you're pointing out the fringe cases.
These are not fringe cases. They're happening all over the country all the time.
Okay, so I'm arguing that the vast majority of the people that are getting deported are illegal aliens. You're pointing to a small percentage of folks that are getting deported because of obviously anything that the government does, there's going to be mistakes done. And I feel like the majority of the people of the country voted more than they did for Kamala for such things to happen. And so what you're pointing to is, I think, to be
like I said,
something that's an abstraction.
There are many people that voted for Donald Trump that have already said they're upset about this. Prominent podcasters have said that they're upset about what he's doing. So just because he voted, it doesn't mean he gets to act illegally and act with impunity.
No. All right, so
ICE is about to have a bigger budget than the entire military of Israel. It's an insane way. Thrilled about that over there. It's an insane way for us to be spending our resources in this country. They're hassling American citizens. They're hassling people who are here on legal visas. They're demanding their papers, like this is East Germany and the Stasi. That's not how you act in a free country. You can do border control and you can do deportations without having masked guys coming and grab you because of the way you look.
Well, if that's the case, then how come CBP and the other things before ICE and before Trump haven't been working, and that's why the people elected Donald Trump in the first place? So then what would be your solution that would be some sort of a middle ground? Because it seems like you just want to get rid of the whole thing.
What do you mean? No. ICE just started in 2003. We had Immigration Naturalization Services that was inside the DOJ. It happened the entire history of our country up until 9/11. There were plenty of ways to deal with this. We could have the FBI go after criminals. We could have the DEA go after drug dealers. We could have the CBP go after the border. This isn't working. What is happening now isn't working. When you are illegally detaining U.S. veterans and putting them in prison for 3 days, that is not working. That is not what happens in a free country.
That's like when Republicans brought up death panels for Obama.
That is not a fringe
And by the way,
case.
you say that some people like Tim Dillon don't support Trump anymore. Didn't Obama lose a ton of support in 2010? So what's your point? You lose some part of the coalition.
My point is that in a free country, just because you get elected, that does not mean that you can start to do illegal things. We still have rule of law. They are doing illegal things all over the country.
Okay, you're saying he's doing illegal things to get rid of everybody who is illegal.
How do you think it makes sense for a masked person to jump out of their car and go and grab you? Well, how is that legal?
So there's no unmarked police cars before ICE did this.
Will they give people due process?
Okay?
They give people due process?
How so? As compared to people that are already not even citizens in the first place?
I don't understand the question.
All right, so yours...
Clappa.
Hello, nice to meet you, Tara.
Hey, Tara, nice to meet you.
So I guess I just want to know first, kind of a personal question. Do you know anyone who's been deported?
Do I know anybody personally that's been deported? No.
Like personally?
No.
Okay.
I do.
I know a few.
I mean, I've interviewed some people, but I don't have any.
And they're
Tell me
bad
about some of the
people.
interviews. How long were they here for?
Look, and I think that there have been people that were brought here as kids that got deported. We did a big thing on MSNBC. Jacob Soboroff was doing it with somebody whose mother had been here for decades.
Decades, you say. So that's interesting. So that's a lot of time to put off doing the process of becoming a citizen.
Sure.
So what do you think we should do about that?
I think that there are a lot of other punishments that we could give somebody besides deportation.
No, not punishment. I'm talking about the solution. Let's back up from when the law enforcement begins. Let's go back to when they realize they are here illegally. Maybe they turn 18 as a child, or maybe they know as a child that they are an illegal citizen. What do they do next?
I would assume that they go to college, they stay in the country, they work, they go to church, they make friends, they try to do their best in a free country.
When do they fill out their papers? When do they take the initiative to become a legal U.S. citizen?
If your parents brought you here illegally, you can't take the initiative. You have to go back to your home country first before you do that, unless you're under DACA. And it's complicated. There are a lot of different rules. I guess my point is the individual choice that you're trying to get to. That question. A lot of individuals break a lot of laws, right? And we make decisions about how we want to punish them and how we want to enforce them as a society. Like for example, have you ever borrowed somebody else's Netflix?
Well, hang on, back up.
Hang on.
So we're talking about legal citizenship. We're not talking about a streaming platform. But I just want to visit this topic.
I'm just curious. So have you ever borrowed anything?
I just want to revisit this child. Well, I want to revisit this issue with the child whose parents are illegal immigrants. Let's talk about that because this child is in America, right? Let's say they're going to a public school.
Yeah, great.
It's probably, most kids know what's happening. Why can't that child say, Mom, Dad, let's get on this. I know I'm an illegal citizen.
I feel like a good example, a good counterexample that Tim could pull here is okay, let's say that they do try to get, the legal process, they do that. Well, how would you feel if you were pursuing that legal process and now you know that ICE is camping outside of courthouses to deport people? Or that there were people, I think this happened to that one, remember the Trump supporter whose, I think it was an Iranian wife, or she came from Iran. She was going through the whole legal process and she got deported in the middle of one of her court proceedings. And she was going through all the legal shit. Why would you even bother doing that now if you know that they could just yank you out of any courtroom and deport you? Now you have no incentive whatsoever to follow that,
I have 2 kids, yeah.
You think a 7-year-old, a second grader is supposed to be
I would say that.
Go back to Honduras?
I have a friend. I had a friend who was 16 years old who helped her grandmother apply for citizenship, and her grandmother is now a legal U.S. citizen.
That's great.
Why don't we have more stories like that?
We have a ton of stories like that. That's the story of the whole country.
So why don't you use your platform to encourage more of those stories instead of going after the law enforcement?
No, we should make it easier for people to do that. It's impossible for us to do that right now in Donald Trump's administration. They've made it much harder to come through by legal pathways. The refugee program is down to zero.
I'm getting voted out. Just give me 1 second. I need to tell you about something. RFK Jr. made a documentary called Border at Midnight. If you haven't seen it, I encourage you to watch it. It's 20 minutes. It talks about the trafficking that is happening. RFK Jr. made a documentary called Border at Midnight.
He's a border expert too?
seen it. I encourage you to watch it. It's like 20 minutes. It talks about the
Somebody
trafficking that is
vex this
happening here in
guy.
the state of emergency in this country. Okay, so
Then
yes.
go after the traffickers.
No, the law
Go after the
enforcement.
traffickers then. That's easy.
Thank you. Just want to say.
They are. They're blowing them up in Venezuela. That's what she was going to say.
Hey man, you're looking good.
Thank you very much.
You're showing me up here.
You're looking good yourself.
I appreciate it.
What is your solution here to Donald
Well, I
Trump?
think that the Trump administration should follow the law, and I think that there's a lot of ways that we can enforce immigration. That doesn't include having an internal secret police that has a bigger budget than the military of Israel. We have the CBP that can handle the border. We have the Drug Enforcement Agency that can handle going after drug dealers. We have the FBI that can go after terrorists. We do not need masked people jumping out of cars and asking brown people for their papers. And I think there's a lot of elements to, a lot of ways to enforce immigration without doing it.
Okay, I probably agree with you on that, but would you say that this is a
I love agreeing.
I love agreeing too, but would you say this is willfully Donald Trump and ICE breaking the law, or that he has to deal with immigration?
Well, of course they're willfully breaking the law. Let me give you one example.
Well, do you think this is him willfully breaking the law because he's malicious, or because things don't work out perfectly when you?
Oh no, they're willfully breaking the law because they're malicious. For starters, everybody's masked. Why are they masked? Every other agency, every other police officer, every other military officer, they put their name on their
to protect the identity of ICE agents because
why do they have to protect the identity of ICE agents?
Because they're getting shot, because they're getting killed.
There are people that put themselves at risk. Podcasters are getting shot. Judges, how about judges or prosecutors?
Are getting shot.
How about judges or prosecutors who go after the gang members and who go after the criminals? The judges don't sit up there on that bench and hide their face because they're worried that the gang members are going to come for them. The prosecutors don't. There have been tons of examples of judges and prosecutors and other cops having people go after them. That's part of public service. In a free country, this is not East Germany, you don't get to put on a mask and go hassle people on the street. Here, talk about willful. This is what about what they did with El Salvador? What they decided to do is great. I'm happy you like it, so we can debate that. What they did is they took a bunch of people that were here. They did not vet them. They decided they were gang members based on their tattoos, and they sent them to a foreign country over the objections of a judge, where they put them in a gulag in another country. The people that were there, many of them we already know are not gang members. They were wrongfully sent. What did the administration do? They said "F you" to the judge. When it came out that many of the people that were sent to El Salvador were not gang members, they made fun of them. They attacked them. It is exactly what happened. The judge told them to stop the planes, and they kept flying the planes to El Salvador. This is an intentional effort to go around the law. Emil Bove said it, and look, the head of the whole immigration enforcement effort took 50 grand in a kava bag, and this is not a group that is interested. Well, because it's not.
I don't know anything about it.
Well, but I mean, again, I think that there has to be a distinction between what the president is trying to do broadly and then how that's practically applied.
Yeah, I just think that you don't believe your lying eyes. I mean, look at what they're doing over and over again. They're playing.
How many people
let's go back to George Redis.
How many people have been deported?
I'd love to go back to George Redis. Rolling now.
Hi.
Hey, what's up? I'm Tim.
I'm Noelle.
Nice to meet you.
So I wanted to ask you, could you define fascism for me? How would you?
Yeah, sure. It is a government that
Andrew Wilson
cares
debater.
more about the power that they have than individual rights. Right? It's basically subverting individual rights in service to the state. There's a great book by a guy named Umberto Eco called Fascism. We're going to list out the 14 elements of fascism, but that's the short of it.
Okay.
Individual rights don't matter.
Okay. And then also, in your world, how would you like to see immigration? I guess how would you like to see immigration policies be applied then?
Well, sure. I guess for starters, I'd like them to do what they said, which was go after the criminals first. And I think that again, we have agencies to do that. We have the DA, we have FBI, we have Border Patrol. I'd like to start with that. I think that we should give a pathway to citizenship. Obviously, people that were brought here as kids, I think it's insane to suggest otherwise. I think people that have been here for a long time, that have been following the rules, paying their taxes, learning English, should get a pathway to citizenship. And then I think that the other folks that are more in the gray area, I forget it was the first guy who came up and said, knock on the door and say, hey, Mr. Illegal, could you get out? That seems like what to do, kind of in a free, fair country. Like go up to the door, knock on the door and say, hey, Mr. Lopez, sorry, you didn't meet these metrics. You have 4 months to get back to your home country. And then if they continue to break the law, or you can appeal this, you can go to asylum. If they continue to break the law, then sure, then you can send in law enforcement. And again, we have CBP and a bunch of other enforcement agencies that could do that. That's just a humane way to deal with this. I think probably has 80% support.
Yeah, and I think sensible conservatives would actually agree with a lot of what you said of a pathway to citizenship. I guess.
But the issue is liberals weren't doing it, so now we have immigration Hitler, and at least he's doing something about it.
I don't think some of your pals would. Would you have any pathway to citizenship?
I think I would say that a pathway to citizenship for those who are working here for a long time and for those who follow the legal process, because you can't cut in line, because that's not fair to other people who have been trying to. I have a lot of family as well who came in, right? And so if you cut in line, it kind of devalues everyone who took out maybe loans or borrowed money to try to get into the country legally.
You can't get in the country legally now.
Oh, but still, there's
there
people
are no
who
legal pathways unless you're a white South African.
That's not necessarily. I have family. I have family.
That's fine.
I have family. I'm Mexican. I have
during
family.
the Trump administration?
Not during the
They've changed the policies a lot during this
But what I'm
administration.
saying
We're going to have
is
negative
so
net
that just means
migration.
that people just come in, that people just break the law.
No, we're going to have negative net migration in this country this year.
But-
The only countries that have that are like Venezuela, Syria,
But I want to
African
address,
countries,
if I
and the
can,
United States.
can I address your claim specifically on fascism?
Sure.
Because fascism historically has been going after people who politically disagree with you. And what we're seeing right
Oh, yeah,
now,
they're doing that for
what
sure,
we're
too.
seeing right now though is
Oh.
and I would say that everyone should be treated with human dignity. Everyone, regardless of your immigration status. But that being said, I can still enforce a law and treat someone with human
What do
dignity.
you think Stephen
and
Moore's treating people with human dignity?
I'm not saying that everything that ICE is doing is okay. But my
Just generally,
my
you think that they're treating people with human
my
dignity?
concern
What about the-
specifically,
what
I'd
about
like to
the
address the fascism claim that you made. Specifically the fascism, because we've seen even, for example, Charlie Kirk last month was shot and killed. And so what happens when we use inflammatory flames like fascist, it paints people a certain way.
This is a bad argument for two different reasons, okay? For two different reasons. And none of them are the ones that people bring up, okay? The first one is that, one, You guys have been using all of this language for so long. So if you're going to say that we need to get rid of the inflammatory language, then fine. Then all of us need to agree to stop, because you can't pretend that like this is a new thing that just some people, like Trump himself has literally used the term fascist, okay? Like multiple times. You can watch videos of this. But the second dog shit claim is, I'm sorry, if the claim is false, then you should speak to the claim itself. If the claim is false, then speak to the claim. Because just because somebody, there might be some things that happen if you identify people, especially whatever else bullshit. If somebody's accurate in their description, then maybe you like shouldn't act like that. Maybe you shouldn't be a fascist. Maybe, I don't know. Like if you can't contest any of the factual elements of somebody calling you something, and you're just looking at the outcome of people calling you something, well, fuck you. Figure your shit out then. Jesus.
But that's like me saying if you want lax border policies, then you're an anarchist. It's a false equivalency.
But the right calls the left communists and enemy within all the time.
Good job.
I'm just saying, look, if they don't want to be called fascists, they shouldn't act like fascists. I just think that if this was not this country.
No, and he said both of them. Oh my God, I love him so much. I do love him so much. Oh my God, I pre-watched. That's why I wasn't streaming. I was watching all of these. Oh, and he just says both of them. Yes, fucking A. Yes, thank you.
So, you saw unmarked cars with mass people hassling. Look at the story of Narciso Barranco. He's gardening outside an IHOP. A bunch of masked agents come out. He's an old man. A bunch of masked agents come out, hassle him, tackle him to the ground. He's got 3 kids who are in the range.
In a fascist,
why would we do this? That's obviously fascist. How would you describe it?
I'm not saying that's okay. What I'm saying is that in a fascist country, yes, I would say that's not treating someone with human dignity. And I believe that everyone is worthy of human dignity.
Oh God, I'm so curious what she's gonna say. He should let her finish. He has the exams for all of us, because he's a smart guy. In a fascist country, like I would be so, tell me, little Missy, in a fascist country, tell me what happens, because there's going to be 12 examples of the Trump admin doing probably whatever the fuck you say, okay? Just short of executions, maybe. But we're at the fake indictment stage, right? So who knows what comes next? It's fake indictments, then false imprisonment, and then executions. I don't know. We'll see how far we get. We're only not even a year in.
Dignity. But what I am saying is that in a fascist, could I finish? In a fascist country, some political dissent is repressed, so all of the media is controlled by
all of the media, FCC commissioner,
the government. So we still, even though there's polarizing rhetoric, we still have ways for people to express their opinion.
Talking about polling lists from, what did he say, NBC as well, or ABC? Didn't he float that next? All the multiple lawsuits against different media entities that are reporting negative things about him. Like, how could you possibly say this with a straight face as a conservative?
Have ways for people to appeal to civil systems, and they can still appeal for mistreatment by ICE agents. And so I think that's super important, because when we're calling people fascist blatantly,
not if they deport him instantly. That was what one of the Venezuelan court cases was about. You couldn't appeal any of it. You just got flown on a plane somewhere and you were gone. And then the Trump admin literally said, oh, hey, they're outside of U.S. jurisdiction, so sorry, no more constitutional rights for these people.
That's what fuels political violence. That's what causes people like Charlie Kirk to be killed, because we're calling people Nazis, we're calling people fascists. That would be wrong if I went around calling every Democrat
I agree. Well, I agree with you that we're not a fascist country yet. What the claim was is that ICE is becoming a fascist institution. And to that point, the one thing that you said in that sentence that is just not true is that victims of ICE cannot contest their claims. If they get deported back to Honduras, they don't have a legal pathway. They're a U.S. citizen. There were kids. There was a baby that had a disease, like a rare kidney disease. There was a 5-year-old that was a U.S. citizen, got deported with his mother back to Honduras. The mother wanted him to stay so he could get medicine. That 5-year-old doesn't have a legal remedy. There's stuff. The gay hairdresser, I'm sorry, that we sent to a gulag in El Salvador, he doesn't have a legal remedy. They don't have legal remedies.
Are you referring to the prison system in El Salvador?
No, we sent like 200 Venezuelans to El Salvador, claimed that they were gang members. And
oh my God. Oh, fuck, he should have let... No, he can do whatever he wants. He's a god. But I was going to say, it sounded like the argument she was about to say was, are you saying that those other countries don't have due process? Like, what the fuck kind of argument is that? Like, oh, hey, so Stephen Banel, you just got dropped off in fucking Colombia because we hate you. Good luck. And it's like, what about my due process? What, are you saying Colombia doesn't have due process? That's not whose due process we're talking about, motherfucker.
I did an interview with him, Andre Hernandez Romero. He's a gay hairdresser. Unless he was doing the makeup for Trent Aragua, he was not in a gang.
I don't agree with the way
that he doesn't have any redress.
I don't agree with the way that ICE is approaching the immigration.
Oh, great. Well, that's his whole argument. So...
I'm with you there. I don't agree with it. I don't agree with sending American citizens without due process. I'm with you. My concern specifically is using the rhetoric of fascist because it fuels political violence. That is my concern. It's okay to disagree,
my God.
but I don't think that
so even if it's true
to Nazi Germany. I just don't.
I don't either. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
The conservatives vote people out so fast. Fuck.
Before we go any further, we want to take a moment to say thanks so much to Straight Arrow News for powering the fact checks in this video. Straight Arrow News is on a mission to raise the bar on journalism in a time of media bias and mistrust.
Wow.
Straight Arrow News helps you quickly find trusted information you need to understand the news, allowing you to dive deep into the topics that matter to you and the world around you. Their work is trying to break the bias bubble, helping you understand how every side of the political spectrum is reporting on a story so you get a full picture of the news. That's why we're so happy to be partnering with Straight Arrow News.
Me too.
They deliver the facts, unbiased, balanced, and designed to make sense of a complex world, getting you the clarity you deserve and news you can trust. Go to san.com/surrounded or click the link in the description to check it out. By clicking that link, you're not just supporting this channel. You also take advantage of a better way to get the news.
Okay.
Welcome back to Trustworthy Journalism. Wow. Thanks again to Straight Arrow News for partnering with us on this episode. Now, let's get into it.
Straight Arrow News, guys. Woke ideology is anti-liberal and fascist. Let me use the restroom real quick. Hold on one sec.
All we had to do was talk about it, and Opus Clip does the rest, and then you just schedule it from right here.
Wow, I pay $30 every month just for a scheduler.
Well, right now Opus Clip is just $14.50, the Pro plan.
Fuel free speech and stand with fearless creators. Thanks to 50% off Rumble Premium. Unlock the boldest voices in the nation for a full year with exclusive shows and live streams. Ad-free and uninterrupted. Support free speech with Rumble Premium.
How are we feeling about the population of Korea? I think you might need a few more people.
We really do. We're actually very lacking. If anybody wants to migrate, we are wide open.
Do you have more
52
population than
million.
all the other player countries put together? I wonder. Probably not. but it's close.
How much?
No, probably he does. He probably
It's
does.
close.
Close. 50
It's
million?
gotta be close though. He's got
Another new market.
Christ.
I don't think that market's gonna be making much
literally
money.
ate half of
How am I doing on buying food? We buy and sell at about the same rate.
Everything is like 90% off.
It's fucking insane. What the hell?
Well, actually, it's only 75% for Unified China, but I didn't even know this till I did it. But when I released the vassals in China, the other warlords instantly declared red turban CBs on me, so I got to use red turban on them, which is the -98.
That's so brain dead.
Oh, -98.
There is some irony to the fact that Korea is going to get so strong that there's probably going to have to be a UN intervention in Korea.
Okay,
Historically accurate.
Hey, y'all thought the big bad blue was France. The big bad blue is always Korea.
It's been Korea.
I think I'd
The funny thing
rather
is the
get the
tax
free
rate isn't even that
stability.
different from France's.
Well, yeah, which is I don't have cores. They don't give cores like they do in
Oh,
the
right.
Force.
Yeah, that would
So I have to sit. I don't have to sit here and like try to consolidate all of this.
Oh yeah, like all your tax base is still from Korea. That's funny.
You get course if you become the emperor.
No, it gives it through the red turban, and I can't be a member even though I'm the mandate owner.
Oh.
I think you get them auto-integrated, don't you?
I can't
It's just
make
Chinese.
No,
memories.
I can accept all the culture, but I don't. They're not. They're all conquered.
Oh,
I can't make memories into social pool.
Well, no, I mean, even if you accept the culture, you still have to integrate the province itself.
Yeah.
It could be Manchu specific then.
Brandon, we need to take notes on this. By the way,
Wait, we don't have a road to Kepfenberg.
this is something we've just learned. It turns out that a China mechanic in a Paradox game is broken.
Oh, that's
Oh,
okay.
what?
Never happened before.
Unheard of.
So just write that down so we can make sure we take care of that.
Normally, it's so weird. Like normally, China's top priority and has great mechanics. I don't know what's going on.
Yeah. I mean, think of all those mandate mechanics they've added.
Let's see here. Munchin's getting a monastery.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, it happens, right? We just have to deal with
Let's
it.
see. After
To be fair, I
that,
haven't played
I
CP
suppose,
don't
let's
know
get you a fortress church.
Probably yes.
Regensburg. That's my western defense. I could get them a fortress church as well, I suppose. What does that do for me?
I'm impressed they managed to get CK3 to run better when they added that, though. I don't know how they did it.
There's a lot of room for optimization in code.
Yeah,
that's
but they
expensive.
Could talk more about that, but
Oh, okay.
I
Because that's
cannot
gonna be where they
implement no
attack
benefits
through.
because there is a lot of solutions that you can apply.
They're not gonna go to the fort line. They're gonna go right through there.
Rework to
Yes, pay me
components that made it
2
worse.
million ducats.
Dude,
I can
Hesse has
do
more
300.
tax base than me. It's over.
It's so over.
It's actually over.
It has never been so over as it is now.
I don't know how to fix my country. I don't think dogs are gonna fix it.
You're the Balik of the Ottomans. What do you mean? You're powerful.
Sure I am.
Besides, even if you're not doing well, that's historical. You're just a sick man a few hundred years early.
Yep.
Do I have more
It was
tax
actually
base than
never
Ottomans?
healthy.
He just never became healthy.
Problem is, the development growth here is gonna
People
be
were telling me
miserable.
why I was not killing Hildrick. Truth is, I already knew that this was going to be the end state.
The reason you didn't kill Hildrick is because you spent the last 2 sessions in a full-on civil war.
No.
Owned by nobles.
That was you can't prove that.
You can't prove it.
You can't prove that.
You cannot prove that. I look at my government and I see Mamluks. So
People, characters. Okay, what we need to do now is marry people.
Different color, and I had to figure out where you were in your country.
There was no civil war in the Mamluks.
You were like in the Sinai or some shit. It was crazy.
There wasn't no civil war.
Nobody's.
I am doing the Islamic.
How's my son doing? Actually, not doing too bad. Not too bad. There's no Venice, no. There's Genoa, Tuscany, and Naples.
Yes.
Always has been.
Napoli. Okay.
The strawberry menageries.
I do actually have combat with regulars now, but only the one combat with regulars. I guess let's get some camp followers to them. And then let's also...
how consolidated people are before the end of the 14th century.
Okay, at the end of the month we are going to asset Stompy Bunny, which I don't remember who was in. But yeah.
You gotta do what?
Lord.
The game claim throne CB on half the world because they're all in one. Why are we building a cathedral here, video game? Why was that a good idea for you?
Took the 5 legitimacy hits of the 5 prestige. It's over.
Oh, you should play Ashikaga.
Oh, okay. We can actually get more armories finally.
Yeah, it looks really fun.
We are joining a guy.
Just kidding.
Okay. Yeah. We can get way more armories now. We might have a way to hold off Bohemia. Probably not, but you know, make it water.
Actually, can the players see the entire map on the screen or no?
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
I'm surprised they are. Chicago's eco is insane. Nothing bad will happen to it though.
Does that mean you could see Korea tornado? What do you think of that?
Oh, go!
The fuck is that Korea?
It's a big Korea.
Can I get your first impressions, tornado?
It's fine. Tibet will stop
It's in the Philippines. Kill it. Kill it now.
He's everywhere.
I'm scared. Is he in California? Okay, no.
He's almost in Alaska.
Jared, what do you think the next giant player war is going to be?
Dude, what is this? Oh, Sam.
Let me show you the player map mode.
It's so disgusting.
There was going to be a showdown between Poland and Lithuania, but that's not happening. Oh, Sweden got Estonia! I didn't see that. Oh, he must have diploed his way into that one. Okay.
Control over 2 provinces.
I think Bohemia can just wait out this entire session. Lonely Swordsman. Oh, what's your name?
Okay, we are continuing.
You've been Lonely Swordsman for so long that I forgot your other name.
In the box, say so. I take that as a no. We are starting again. You now can touch stuff.
Lithuania. Yeah, they are weaker. Huh.
How do the African armies not just immediately die once touching like the Sahara?
I don't know.
Melanin.
They've been in food with them, I guess.
Yeah, 40,000 men marching across the Sahara.
Yes,
we brought snacks. It's okay, guys.
Yeah.
Eggfelden. Is that really their name? Eggenfelden? Really? Oh, well, yeah, there you go.
Finally hitting 1 million population again, boys.
Probably Bohemia, France related. Well, France gave up their Italian land, but they did not give up. If you actually look into it, yeah. So basically, there's a problem here.
Get me
Where
off
do you
this
get the new literacy law?
This side right here only has hills, which means that France can roll through here only at a -2 instead of a -3.
I think if you
If
got
you have
the other
religious
religious
administration,
one,
you can swap to devout, which is pretty good. The clergy loves devout.
Yep.
Why is there not a temple there? Why does the AI forget to build temples?
The only problem of the bout is that it has tradition, the +10 to traditionalism.
Hmm. Okay, it was only
so
there.
religious teaching is better if you are trying to max.
A new market in Axum. Isn't that Ethiopia?
Yeah.
Interesting. Okay, we're getting market warehouses that'll help. Hadia? Yemen wants 2 markets. Okay. I should probably get a market down here, I'm thinking. They're making an Innsbruck or Schwaz.
Let's go.
This entire area sucks. Huh. Can I annex you finally? Yeah. Okay, here, what I'm actually gonna do here.
To another is counted as a population increase.
Well, it's also counted as a population decrease in the area they left from.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I have like a billion. I don't know. It's I don't know how to explain it, but there's a much higher number of people migrating into than migrating from.
Then you're getting outside migration.
Yeah, I know, but it's not properly showing it. Like you can see it if you press the population map more than press on other countries. If somebody's migrating to your country, you'll get an arrow. Although one big thing.
Where are those people going?
I don't understand what that guy's saying.
Due to the prosperity,
okay.
Due to everybody having prosperity and prosperity heavily affecting migrations, migrations are really weird right now.
I'm looking at when I click on your population mode. I'm
Is
looking
it
at
weirder
one
than
long
getting a
line
second
leaving your
mock death
country.
that kills everyone, or not?
The migrations look fun.
I don't know.
One long line leaving his
Can we get a third one?
I honestly have no idea what he's saying, to be real. You lose the same population that you get. If you're getting more by migration, then you're getting outside migration in.
This feels like that fucking sketch where they're talking about the pound of feathers versus like the pound of steel.
No, I know.
The bubonic plague is
same
the
number.
only.
I don't know.
It's the only plague that decays. So bubonic plague resistance will decay over time.
Maybe the number tilted is just being weird.
Okay, so we literally struggle
Pound
to
of
get.
feathers is heavier.
It's heavier.
No, they're both the same weight.
What do you mean?
I fell for that in first grade and I was humiliated.
As one does.
Reputation destroyed forever.
Bringing back
That's
bad
why I'm
memories.
so mad.
Humiliated.
Suddenly I feel the urge to start a player war.
Oh, it's 1,000 gold. Okay. So we want to migrate people in to Landshut because I want to get them to 30,000 so I can make it
France
into
is
my
like a
third
500-pound
city.
gorilla in the room. It's just like able to rip anyone's head off.
Well, not with.
But he doesn't because he's peaceful.
Okay, we have finally removed banal lordship. It only has caused all of stability. Let's see if it pays off.
I'm currently fighting the greatest enemy the French have ever had. Other slightly different Frenchmen within my own country.
Mon Dieu.
As you do.
So you guys are getting armory. Honestly, we should get as many armories as we can.
Oh, I think I accidentally just maxed Paris. Whoops.
What does it mean to max Paris? That doesn't sound good.
I ran out of building slots.
Well, yeah, that happened.
Okay. How much was Bohemia up to? No, I'll have more than him. Granted, I'm using the cheaper infantry because I'm, well, cheap.
Tornado, why is Darlington independent? Sorry, Durham.
I am never
This
getting
town
through these
picked it up for me
technologies.
a while ago, and I just haven't gotten a CB on it yet to go after it.
That was during the Great Tornado
The
Ages.
incident. Yeah, the incident. We'll just call it.
During the Dark Ages.
Like, it's just guys. Oh yeah, that's when Scotland beat the shit out of me. Happens.
It happens
worry
from
about
time to time. It's really not a big deal.
Can
There we go.
delete all of your dice, you took?
Now
Yeah, delete them.
I am struggling.
So Sven, why do you never reply to the DMs I sent you? I sent you like 10 DMs.
Oh.
And you say I don't talk to you. But
I
you
mean,
never reply.
Oh, Chad.
Maybe, you know, sweeten the deal, you know? Sell me on it.
Okay, but you're not even saying anything. So what?
I mean,
what's
I don't
to-
know. I talked to you a little bit on voice at one point, but like...
I think he's trying to say his mind was made up and he didn't really want to
say,
argue it.
Let me kill Bulgaria. Let me kill Bulgaria. And like, what do I get out of it, you know? Sell me. Be the salesman.
Yeah, I think the idea. That's kind of what I
To
do.
me, the obvious appeal is that the river runs straight through Wallachia.
No, I know why I would want to like him. Why I would find it, but I just want him to say it.
I like these Ottoman borders.
God
They're
damn.
quite aesthetic.
Dude, look at Hungary's control. Jesus Christ.
I'm just got the iterant court as well, 70%. So we're going.
Hey, I'm
Nah, you want to see real
exporting
funniness?
a lot
Look
of
at Bohemia's.
slaves to York.
Look at Bohemia's
You don't look at
control.
Bohemia.
Just
I mean, is it my? He's just smaller, but like in the same area, I kind of have the same control, I guess.
he almost has as many pops as you. Once he gets Maria, he'll equal it.
It's good to keep the narrative running against your opposition.
No narrative. That's just truth. That's just facts. It's just the reality of the situation.
A narrative doesn't have to be false. It just emphasizes what you want to emphasize. That's the narrative.
Well,
It's an art.
Weren't you meant to be dead at the start of the session? What happened to that?
Yeah, wait, what happened with that?
He hasn't decked on me. And now
Can you do that? Can he just not deck on you? Is he allowed to do that?
No,
the
yeah,
proud.
otherwise he throws his narrative.
No, he actually scales better because once he hits Hussite Wars, he gets a damage bonus and unlimited money. That's not a meme. That's actually like a legitimate problem. Not like in the game, just like a problem in the game's balance.
Unlimited money.
Shush, good
Why
scriptoriums.
is that messed up? All my children are female.
Regan.
All of my
How the fuck?
children's are female.
Yeah, because he can just click the events over and over again for money, and he just generates unlimited money. It's silly. Oh, good, we got universities. Can we finally get a university? Oh boy, they're expensive.
What? Why would you say it right now?
I thought it was 10, but...
Huh, that's weird.
Silent, please, you know better. Please.
I read Reddit. So
No, Silent.
I can't
you
help
just-
it.
Yes,
Okay,
you
you just-
can.
Okay, just don't say shit like this. Like, why?
Whoa, that's rich coming from the guy who put Ukrainians in the wood chipper.
Okay,
Yeah, you know what,
wow.
Fast, you don't have ground to stand on after slaughtering those strawberry patch workers personally with your own hands.
What? I didn't do it. Okay, I didn't do it.
That's what they always say.
Yeah, right. Yeah, tell it to the judge, pal.
Real life Bohemia, the Hussite Wars have crippled us. In-game Bohemia,
If you had died.
due to the Hussite Wars, we've never been stronger. We are unstoppable.
I could.
Come on,
I
guys.
wouldn't do that. Come on.
Come on,
I
guys.
wouldn't do
Come on,
that.
fellas.
Guys, I'm a nice guy. Come on.
I don't know. I've heard what you say about them Ukrainians, bro. I've heard it.
I mean, I didn't do it. Or did I?
He's like that
This is-
Tyrion speech. He's like, I did not do it, but I wish I had.
Shit.
This is just another classic whodunit. Just like Scooby-Doo.
So, the problem with the whole Bohemia fought all of Europe over and over again narrative, and this is just my opinion,
Straight up.
they didn't fight like 700,000 people. They fought like a couple tens of thousand.
I mean,
Thank you for clarifying on the nature of what you did.
Yeah, if he'd used a wood chipper, he might not have got caught, you know?
Now, why did you
I mean-
have to do it? I would like to hear this.
So,
I didn't do it.
his king is shit.
Okay, I didn't do it because I'm
His
not. in a
heir
prison,
is much
so that
better.
proves
My
that I
king
didn't
is
do it.
absolutely incredible, perfect in every way.
How do we know that you didn't frame him?
And my heir
Is the government gonna ask us to slot
is
you on kill
not
law?
Because
even
I
close.
don't own that strawberry plantation.
Yeah.
That's because you sold it after what you did.
Yeah, I sold it.
Where
Oh
was
my
the
God,
jihad?
go jihad on the infidels.
Georgia.
Good job. They're getting jihaded.
Isn't Georgia protected?
Do you want to join the jihad against Georgia?
Yes,
Mamluk?
I wish to join the jihad against Georgia.
Let's jihad against Georgia.
I mean, I'm
Georgia.
gonna say that Georgia hasn't been here for 2 sessions, so I don't think it's protected. I mean, Fafi. What do you think?
Oh.
Aristocracy, yes.
Okay,
We need
well,
more
not
aristocracy.
No opinion.
Oh, good.
Jihad
The
on
Muslims have realized, guys, we can just jihad anyone. They don't stop us.
Jihading event too.
Guys, no
people
one
of
is
jihads
making
are
that
free.
shit.
Empire status?
I am just- I am just here for the slaves, to be fair.
Guys,
Nice
no one-
jihad. Can we get the fucking institutions already in Asia, please?
Maybe.
Begging you on my hands and knees.
What do you think
Yeah.
we're gonna get?
I'm just looking at his army
How are
size
they-
over
they
and
spread
over.
faster in my AI game. Like this is insane.
God.
Yeah.
What the
Yes,
it's
we can-
paid.
I think that one's on me, guys. That's my bad.
I'm trying to get Pops to land shit. At the very least,
Oh,
if I
just-
lose my east,
this entire region sucks.
I can try to rebuild as Bavaria.
I
Then I
think
could just
the
form
Americans
Bavaria.
didn't embrace anything, and so they didn't spread it.
So, I mean, that would be a positive, right, chat?
Mine's like barely building up and.
God, Bohemia, there's like Bohemia. Bulgaria is aesthetic. Look at that.
You're actually so fucked.
Yeah, it's building up in Sultania, but like.
Yeah.
Sultania, ah yes.
You'll get it one day.
Let's look at my population map mode.
That's the problem when you're too big.
I don't really want to be traditionalist. Leeson could be a city. Why do you guys... Melk! Oh wait, Melk can be a city.
I wanted to try doing it in Persia. Like what?
He's
what do you
gaining
mean?
good information. He's not trying to win the game.
We get information that playing suboptimally is suboptimal.
There's one
Well-
player in India right now. One.
I mean, like
It's
at
like
the
there's
end of
some
the day,
real
it's
content.
like
Yeah, but nobody's.
I mean, I
nobody's
respect you
still
doing it because you also had the opportunity to just annihilate everyone in the game. Just hammer.
It's because I'm one market. I'm not two markets.
Making more than Poland.
Yeah.
Gaming, let's go.
There's like no reason for me to go to
play for a
two
winner when
markets
Korea's
yet.
already won. So-
yeah, right. Like there's already a Korea. There's a freaking Orissa. Like I.
There's no Orissa actually.
I guess there's no Orissa anymore.
There's literally only one player.
Okay.
Oh yeah, that guy didn't come back either. Forgot about him.
Asia hollowed out over the week.
it just means they didn't really want to play the game in the future. I guess I don't know. What can you say?
Yeah, I mean, we kind of deliberately slotted people we weren't sure about over there, so.
Why is France?
Actually, I'm.
This is the part I don't get. Why is France so hellbent on supporting Bohemia?
You're impressed you yourself managed to show up.
Yes, because I don't have any time.
It takes a long time to get back and forth from those woods.
Recovering from surgery.
Shut the fuck up! I didn't do it. I'm not a strawberry killer.
Yeah, well, Korea will be eternally integrating China because I will be here for years.
If you have zero control of the province, does it still make the goods?
Yeah.
Yes. It just
essentially
well,
two
he's
types of
RGO
control,
guy.
one market, and one.
Well, we're getting lots of people back from Crusade.
I think.
Yeah.
Cannon makers are unprofitable. Who'd have thought?
Oh, that's good to know.
Is it worth it to make?
So I should really just
more
max
power?
RGOs and tax my peasants and make them sad. No control.
Well,
of
the
rural
tax,
areas.
only the tax. The good will
You
make it to the
shouldn't, you
market.
shouldn't build the good.
You don't necessarily get the tax. Control will affect the tax on RGOs.
Yeah,
but the good. will
I
make it
as
to the
Molly
market.
deleted all my gold because all my gold tiles I want. Like you want the supply of your good to be low, if that's what you're taxing. It's like Paris is silk, so you shouldn't build silk in the zero control land.
Well, that's fine. We can just sit here and not do anything.
Less valuable, and you'll get less money.
There's a lot of player wars right at the start, but there's nothing going on now. So how's everybody in chat doing? I got nothing more to talk about, chat.
I delete my gold on my zero control tiles because it's.
I'm just saving up
100%
money to build cities. Milk is going to be a great city.
I have in zero control land.
Any Baypack rival warlords in the chat?
Is that actually a real thing?
Yeah, there's a Baypack rival warlord over there.
I like how apparently I can see Samarkand, but literally nothing else around it.
You just really
But,
like.
I mean, let's be so for real, guys. That's the only thing there.
Just like,
Whoa,
okay, so the
whoa.
Timurid Empire starts somewhere around Persia. We have no idea what's east of that. And then eventually there's Samarkand. We have a pretty precise location of that. Anything between that, complete mystery.
It's like the time we had the bug where the Burgundian capital in EU4 was like located in China for some reason. I still have the meme.
So who's gonna grab Moldavia?
What?
Moldavia. It's like
What the hell
just
is a
in the
Moldavia?
middle of all of you.
I'll
You mean Iasi?
Right, don't you mean the state of Yassi?
Ooh, a new market from Muscovy.
No, I'll make
I
it
only know
Moldavia
Moldavia.
much.
There's these weird things called Romanians there. So,
I can get stability super cheap due to being German.
What?
Next,
I
you're
would
going to tell me
like
that
to
there's
disagree.
gnomes in the woods.
I suppose we could get more trade.
There is.
We probably could get more trade. But I do think...
teach them how to
Fade
read.
into nothingness.
I'm building RGOs. Wow.
Well, great.
I'm not
Does that-
building anything.
Congratulations.
Oh, okay.
What the hell is
Did
it?
that push me more to spiritualist?
Don't worry about it.
It's
I
there's
hope so.
81 people.
I forgot I could be clicking that button. Well, wait, they used all my money. Fuck.
Like a gypsy or
Yeah, it's
something?
like
I don't know.
no. It's a like related ethnicity that there's a couple thousand that still exist today.
So can we
Yeah,
remove
I
them?
see it.
So test me.
I'm removing the Serbs,
The blocks.
as you should.
Shoot, they used all my money.
That's quick, what the
37% crown power.
The Transylvanians are getting dispersed as well.
God, everything he does is just so perfect. And he's gonna get replaced and my entire country is doomed. How old are you, Philip von Habsburg? 60. Oh no. You're 30. Oh, you're still 40.
Restreams, upload and stream is how podcasters, fashion and beauty streamers, fitness coaches, even business professionals grow their channels. Upload your video to Restream and we'll stream it live to YouTube, Facebook, X, LinkedIn, wherever you want. The algorithms love live videos and engagement, so you get more views, more subscribers, and yep, more money. So let Restream get to work while freeing you to generate fresh ideas. Restreams, upload and stream for creators who stream smarter.
Okay, so then what's the next town that's close to being a city?
Where's my meritocracy?
None of them, really.
Somebody go and get it.
Oh,
It's
Kronenberg.
nowhere to be found, actually. I can't see. Europe is black.
Courage,
Meritocracy is not real. We need nepotism and aristocracy. That's all we need.
Okay, milk.
It's just starting in India, so.
Oh, okay. Only 1,300. Not too bad.
I think my favorite looking ruler is the ruler of Genoa. He just looks like a fucking merchant prince, unironically.
Meritocracy is actually spreading in Baghdad.
Yo, Baghdad.
Oh, that's right. I can't send my heir on crusade because if I try to do that,
You see?
I just said his
I'm not allowed
name.
to say that.
He did the racism.
Yeah, true. He does, like I said, it looks like merchant prince though. He's gaming over there.
let's just get a bunch of marketplaces. Promote urbanization. Patau.
I have a
There's
ginger.
so many women everywhere. It's the worst.
What?
Wait, what?
Bro, I don't want Patau to be a town.
Yeah. I don't like it. I have a Transylvanian woman.
Let's conduct a census, get some pop growth.
Most of this game, there wasn't any women in the North Africa.
That
What do you
one
mean? They were in a harem.
fucking queen in 2 Sicilies rules over like 30 countries. I hate it.
Don't worry about
No.
Queen of Two Sicilies, Croatia, Hungary, Duchess of Transylvania, Raska, Northern Epirus,
You have
Countess
to
of
offer.
Italia, and Carnia.
You have to offer
No.
me the Berg as a vassal.
Khaleesi of the Great Grass Sea, breaker of chains.
I have a
mother of
claim
dragons.
throne on Poland.
Yeah. Poland is ruled by our son, so the union will reform.
Masonry is still
Actually,
not
no, wait,
big enough.
Something happened to change the succession.
Who's getting more masonry? It's Salzburg.
Oh god!
I didn't do anything.
Who are we using? We're using stone.
What the fuck is that dynasty in Poland? I hate that.
No, I need to occupy
That's just the
Düsseldorf.
regent.
Can you pronounce that, Trenu?
Oh, Japan.
Ruler of Poland.
What?
I'm not even going to try that.
Can you pronounce this one, Teta?
I
Rozjeszczeski.
think if you give me time, I can pronounce it. But I
Okay,
have to
okay,
decide,
okay.
right?
I'm gonna give you my. It's Rozjeszczeski.
Wait, what are you doing? Why are we on giga speeds?
Whoa.
Rozjeszczeski. That's it. I mean, it's perfect.
We're
I got
not
it. Nailed it.
Speed. We've just been at 4, right?
No, I pressed 5 for a sec. I was trying to get up to 5 and 4 and misclicked.
Fafi, look at the ruler of Alodia in the Nubia.
Wait, what's happening to Necrobot? Is he getting gassed?
It's the real Johan. He's bald too.
Oh jeez, yeah, that is Johan.
Wait, is Necrobot getting gassed?
And he has
He's at
loose
war
lips.
with Bohemia.
He might be.
Yeah, that doesn't look good.
Well, one of them is being supported by France and Bohemia.
Okay,
and
I think I
the other one
deciphered
is not.
It's a monkey knife.
So,
Monkey knife fight. Let's go. I love it.
I mean, we agreed to something, but I can't sense the peace, so I'm asking Gutenberg to
What is
see if he
Stanis?
can. But it's like muted, I don't know.
Is Stanis here?
Just blunder him a bit, you know.
No.
He's got AirPods
Somebody
in.
fills
He's
the
coming to
room.
kill
It's
you.
kind of crazy because ESA is sort of tax-based for what it is.
Start to see all the fucking countries.
I think.
I don't know.
Someone
I
put
think
the
there's a player war and the speed didn't drop. Just in a heads up.
No, I
Like,
did.
just
I did set it back to 4.
Okay.
Unless they ask.
Because honestly, it's not that fast.
No, it really
Can
seems slower today.
Can someone put the Nuremberg market out of its misery?
For free.
It's cute. What do you mean?
I have the second golden age of the Islamic age.
Oh, nice.
We should see if we can try to help hehe.
So my nobles are a bit angry.
Necrobot, is Bohemia actually killing you? I'm gonna have to get in there.
Might not be the channel.
I'm just hearing dial-up noises.
Beep, boop, boop, beep, beep.
I think there might be a deal. I don't know.
They were
I think
were
they're down there
allied.
Talking. Yeah, I think
They were
there's a deal.
allied. They might just be doing like a fake war.
Well, are they? I mean, where's Necker?
They're all in the
Oh,
HRE
it's Hesse and Württemberg.
Do you like Hunt state, Hash?
What?
Do you like the state of Hunt, or whatever it's called? What the?
Is that your capital?
State of Honda.
No, it's next above it.
Want. What did you do to it?
Look at the tax base in those two provinces.
Oh yeah, okay, that one. Yeah, well, yeah, because lumber, copper, gold, silver, yeah, fruit, I suppose. But yeah, that's it's a pretty good set. Okay, are they? I need a. Is Necker's not even here?
Let them buy.
Hold on.
I'm holding on.
Neckerbot, are you dying?
No, this is I have to siege Dusseldorf because we can't do peace deals. The game doesn't allow it.
Hmm. Well, I built up my army in preparation anyway. Seems so. I'm not sure if he's getting extorted or not, but no, he's not like going like, ah, I'm dying, so I'm not sure what I can do.
I mean, it's probably a fake one.
I'm dying.
Oh, there was no...
help me.
Oh. I remember that there was an option to allow declaring in the defensive league.
Many research per month is good at this moment.
Any Saracopa rival warlords?
Is 1.70 research per month good?
I think it's
1.17.
70.
Oh, I was
That's
gonna
pretty
say,
alright.
We should save up for another city.
I don't know. Fucking.
Second literacy
zero?
check.
Zero average.
They don't
I
feed over
have-
there.
I have
Oh,
1.9 research.
We should probably actually get universities.
50%. It's 50%.
Because I am fucking.
Kind of a big deal, that one. How are the Ottomans doing?
It's because he's Islamic and he gets free.
Shut up. That's not true. It's just me.
That is quite literally true.
No,
Source.
I also did it.
This is the only Islamic country who didn't have that.
Yeah, when I'm looking at it, I think it was just Hiljuk being good.
Yeah.
I didn't get the religious figure for.
Yeah, you have to get the religious
Oh,
figure.
Megan, are you gonna take anything from Georgia?
Poland's not very literate.
I am just here for the slaves and money. If you want, I can give you some land.
Probably
seizing him down.
I mean, my research is doing
Depending
pretty
on how
good.
much war score it is, the Trebizond state would be nice.
Okay.
Because there's
Oh, right, education of the elite.
there and I could kill it for money, I think.
No problem.
And if I remember, the motivator does not stack, you only get it once. Unless it's been changed.
Do.
I'm so joyous that there's one lumber RGO in all of Arabia. I love building
You don't
buildings.
sound joyous.
I love building buildings.
Let's educate the people.
You also don't have the right climate.
I
level
can't
to
even
build
build
any lumber
RGOs
mills.
anymore.
You can build the lumber mills in Ethiopia at least.
Yeah, but then I have to import them as well, which takes all my trade capacity just so I can build RGOs.
Sure, that's a fake war. They're sieging down his capital right now.
No, I'm not sure.
I mean, I ran in and I was like, "Are you good?" And he was like, "No, they just need a siege fee." I was like, "Okay."
Yeah, Württemberg's entire army has just been sitting in his own.
You can't
country.
stand peace deals unless like certain things are met.
Yeah, and if it's a vassal, there's even more complications. I just had that with Italy.
They could literally just kill them if they wanted to.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know
Yeah.
if they will do that though, but
I mean, let's all watch, because if they do kill him, then obviously they're incredibly untrustworthy, and no one should ever make a deal with them ever again.
Yeah.
That always works out, right? 100%.
Yes, of course.
I
Yeah,
mean,
people
if
are
you do it
noted for
enough
being really
times-
smart about that, and definitely not getting gaslit in the future.
You can do it once in a while, and you know your AE.
Imagine not having a register of untrustworthy players to refer to.
Tornado, I had a reputation.
oh, you're on a
of
register, all
breaking a
right,
deal.
Tornado.
Oh,
I
I
had a
already have
strong-
a register.
I had a strong reputation of breaking a deal in EU4, but I broke many deals in EU4. I just made sure that when I broke a deal, it was to kill someone, and then made sure they never talked about it again.
Nobody remembers what I did to KB though, which is great.
Like when I played Gujarat, there was that one dude on fucking Sind or whatever, and I was like, "Yeah, come on in, bro. You can siege down this AI after I'm done," and then I vassalized it and killed him.
You're an animal.
And then you call all the AI. He just fucking died.
What is
Okay.
free subjects or serfdom?
Free subjects.
Yeah, because of
Really
population
depends.
speed.
Free subjects will be better next patch if you're deciding which one to go right now.
What is going to be better? Free subjects?
Free subjects. I'm not saying it will
I'm a
be
serfdom
better.
enjoyer.
I'm not saying it will be better than serfdom. I'm saying it will be better than it is right now.
Well,
It depends on how urbanized you are.
Another tall castle, you
I
fucking
think
up.
autonomous villages is pretty good then.
Autonomous villages? Well, it decentralizes you for free subjects, yes.
Yeah.
Like, I wouldn't be able to use it.
You guys need to send me money now. Otherwise, I will not take Order of the Dragon. All I'm saying.
There's like 1 billion different chivalric orders.
This one is the best one.
You're not special.
They're all the exact same.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure the
This
dragon
one gives
is
you admin.
administrative.
They're not. Yeah, there's one with admin.
It's quite literally the best one. Somebody send me some money.
You're the best one.
Yeah, if I send, what if I send you money, huh?
Yeah. Can I have 10,000 ducats? I'll let you kill book.
Yeah, okay.
It's 1,600 ducats to get Order of the Dragon. Like, I feel like I just
Wait, what? Greece is fine. Or at least the parts of Greece. that I know.
Well, you know,
Don't worry
the
about
part that Bulgaria
Bul-
owns.
Bulgaria's making it core territory.
Yeah?
Bulgaria's converting them to.
I mean, at this
Bulgarian.
point, there's not much. I can't really do anything because, you know, Sven is gonna defend him to the death.
True. I think
you
Hildred
called
might be
Mamluks.
dead.
I probably would have let you 1-1, but you called Mamluks, so I was like,
I mean,
yeah,
I
so
was
they-
not really helping him. I only sent my vassals.
Yeah, also,
yeah, but your vassals is like, how many troops?
And they are tier 1 troops. They are not important right now in this competition.
But you did send your vassals. You did join the war. That's why I clicked accept the call to war.
oh, I got balance the budget. Let's fucking go.
All I'm saying.
Okay, let's save up for another
I like
city
Hero,
then.
She's cute.
Aw, thanks.
Kill him.
The Ottomans lose. It was Hungary, Bulgaria working together, and the Mamluks didn't even pitch their army because they didn't even have an army, which is odd.
It's not good. It's really good though.
Can you guys like start buying my furs? I have
No.
a plus 18 difference between produced.
Unfortunately,
Diplomatic reputation. Okay, how much does that do to my ability to get voted? Apparently nothing. Apparently, I only got it so they would try to vote for me. I wanted to value it a bit more.
Players that were AI's kind of bad.
The diplomatic reputation.
It's 500% output building.
Is that it?
Oh, I'm building my pound canals.
That's not good. Huh.
Imagine having tech.
No one's gonna kick Sicily out, at least not for a while.
Building maintenance is pretty expensive.
I have 43.
Yeah, I mean, I'm on 22 right now, but it's getting really bad.
I'm paying 23 for armors.
Yeah, actually, I'm paying about the same.
There are no firearms at this market.
Let's get more books.
You can buy Hungarian ones.
My
They're very good.
Genoese one?
Books are very cheap, right?
Hungarian is better.
Yeah, only 35 gold.
must
I'm
agree
gonna
with
assume we
Hungarian
finally got the
cheap,
masonry.
perks.
No, we didn't get masonry
Makes it better.
cheap? What?
Proven in battle.
Cute, you know, cool. Yeah, exactly.
Bro, I got so much masonry. Where's it all going? That's weird.
It's fucking big diminishing.
Huh. Okay, let's save up then to get land shut into a city.
It's funny that if I tax my peasants harder, they rebel slower. It's like,
I can't see their total pop growth, can I?
My lord, we're starving. Please, think of our children.
Okay, grow up. Come on, man. Just grow up.
Cringe.
yeah, I lowered your taxes. Get over it.
Hmm. Yeah, I think Sicily holds on to Greece for the foreseeable future. There's not much that's going to
My
happen.
stupid son
So is
keeps
it
asking
Tunis
for
that left? No, Tunis
Like, don't
didn't
you know that's not what we're
leave.
trying to do here?
Who died? Well, wait, I can just check the player map mode. Okay, so who's on the player map mode? Nobody died. So what did hehe lose? Ah, okay, they just force-fed Württemberg northerly. Hmm. Brigands. Brigands. Bureaucracy. I should already be max prosperity. I'll have to get that next patch. But for now, we're totally fine. Wish I could get more land push. Can I perhaps... No. Okay. So there's nothing I can do. Yeah, I just will never beat Bohemia to the throne.
Take what you do best and create a website that's worthy of it. With AI website creation from Wix, every click is an opportunity to shape your brand, fine-tune your design, generate content in seconds, and showcase what you love so others will love it too. It's your business, your website. You do it yourself on Wix.
Introducing Smart Search from Homes.com, a new way to search the way you speak. Built for every search, from basic to voyeuristic. Whatever you're looking for, find it with Smart Search.
It's gonna be more control. Well, we will.
I want to make roads.
This
So the way roads
roads
work,
building cities.
you just make a road in every province, basically. Okay.
Yes.
Yeah.
Kind of
Ha!
confusing,
Ha!
doesn't really-
What? Okay.
If you're naval, you should check
Huh.
where like the closest source is, because most
You should
of
still
most
probably
of
make roads,
Naples-
though.
Yeah, none of this.
As Naples, I check like the inland ones, and then I build a road from the coastal tile that it propagates from.
You need 100
yes,
spy
that's what you
network
mean.
to
Yeah,
kill
you
a
definitely
king
should do
now,
that.
huh?
It
I've
changes
also
the pro a
noticed.
bit.
I've also noticed that if you build roads, if you just like try and click one far away, it'll just go off of roads you're currently based on, and not actually what's the most.
Yeah, to be fair, he did just kill people.
Go off
You
cost.
Like,
can set it.
memes aside, he
Where's that?
he didn't get like Africa off
like at
default.
the
He
top left where you
ran
have the
through and
different
murdered
options you can
everybody
build, under
as
that
quick
there's
as he
four columns.
could.
Oh, thank you.
Well, if I'm not gonna be doing anything, let's just try to do that. And I guess we could just improve relations with the Silesians, I suppose. But there's not really much
What
to
was I?
do
What was it
that.
blocked from building stuff in Morocco? I wasn't gonna do it anyway.
Okay, but Portugal is starting to get annoying.
Whoa.
You still might want to consider building just one big road through your country, even if you're naval, just so for the movement speed.
Any Sengoku Jedis in the chat?
It gives other province bonuses too.
Masonry.
Like, I think
Why
it's
is masonry so
25%
expensive?
Dev.
Doesn't even
The
make
main
sense.
thing it gives is
I
marketplaces.
just keep getting more
What is
masonry.
it? Marketplaces access.
I'm like not even building anything.
It only moves through
The
land.
fuck? Okay, so we're doing way more trading now.
Did you see
What
that?
should be.
It's not effective.
Yeah.
See what?
I'm not sure.
And how much income is that making me?
I think
A decent chunk.
You want me to employ some of your people in Napoli?
Napoli.
Oh, building stuff with me, sure, whatever.
The great dog building.
I mean, I want, if you don't want me to. I don't know if I even care about it. I was did it to see if you would notice.
Okay.
I really don't care. I already have 23. There.
So, there's our cities. Milk is now a city. The city of milk.
It does not affect me in the least since all of
Say
my
it.
trades
Milk,
go
milk,
direct
milk, milk,
It's not
milk.
really a benefit since.
Hey!
But
If
yeah,
you thought
it's actually a
Bohemia was weak, now you don't have to worry.
Now he has the gigabucks.
You're gonna love this, trust
Oh, did Hussite Wars proc?
Yes.
No, not quite yet.
Hussite just spawned.
Yeah, so now he starts getting buffed.
Pops in Bohemia suddenly deciding that they love Jan Hus. Instantly, the whole country is Hussite. What the fuck? Look at that. Everyone's
I mean,
on
he knew the
board.
truth though. Like, what do you mean? He's obviously right about everything.
Jan Hus knew the truth.
Okay, most of the country is converted.
It gets
good, good, good.
Reformation. Honestly, you're like 25 years late to the party. I figured out that the Pope in Rome was an asshole that so long ago. Like, the Lollards are the leaders of the Reformation.
At the ripe age of 55, I have my first son. Welcome, Crown Prince Muhammad.
Why did you go
You're like the Mick
Lord?
Jagger of rulers.
Because of the literacy, I guess?
Guffuck, does Bohemia get an event to go Hussites, or does he have to do it manually?
No, he gets an event.
He gets an event.
Yeah, it's like, yeah, there's literally no reason to stay Catholic. He gets like he literally gets 1,000 gold like every couple of months.
There's no reason for anyone to stay Catholic because it's one of the most horrifically bad religions in the world.
Bro.
Alright, prod.
Nah, Catharism is kind of worse though.
I guess, but like we're really dredging the barrel here.
He's reached 7,600 infantry with 3,000 cavalry.
Great.
I have 3,000 cavalry. Yeah.
He has 7,000
You only
infantry.
have, and then you only have
I have
8,000.
3,000 infantry.
I bet you make like half of his income too.
No, unironically, the big thing is going to be he's going to start clicking a button and getting 1,000 gold every couple of months. It's really broken. It's like actually kind of not gonna say game-breakingly broken, but what the fuck levels of what the fuck.
Broken.
So you're saying it is actually broken.
Kinda, yeah. It's a bit strong.
Just balkanize the tag, make it like 3 countries.
Am I blind or?
You
or
could
is it
also
broken?
instead.
Just don't slap Bohemia next game, then slap Bavaria and Saxony. Brandenburg fixed.
The Monastery of Milk.
Yeah, you could
Milk.
I mean, I think that some mods just need to be tuned like HRE Emperor and stuff.
There we go.
It's so tragic that there's literally nothing we can do to mod the game to fix this. We have no choice.
Yeah,
it's true.
Guys,
Am I blind
deal
or
with
where
it.
did the button go that lets you move your troops to the flanks?
Milk.
It's
The formation. Go to formation.
Bro, why is all my masonry? Where's all the masonry? I'm getting so much masonry.
It's at the very bottom.
And it's just, where's it all going?
Searching for it, yeah.
It's called like
Picking up
upgrade. It's a
arrow.
big green arrow.
There are no regiment in this army that can be upgraded. What?
Milk is literally milk in Norwegian. Yeah, it's a great state of milk. Say it, chat. Milk, milk, milk. The city of milk.
Oh yeah, okay. This is the bit. This is not the. Yeah. Yeah. These are the back Mamluks that only have 50 troops instead of 200.
Click on the army,
click.
right?
Yes.
And then action. Besides actions is formation.
Milk. Oh, there. Yeah, that's hard to see. I remembered I had found it before, but I couldn't find it now.
A new market in Smolensk. Look at the markets on the map, chat. Boy, there's a lot of them. Yes, sir. Hmm.
Oh my god, my ruler's distant cousin died. Anyway.
No. I mean, your potato child is fine.
Okay, let's get you a fortress church.
John looks completely normal.
So that it's just that tiny bit harder to try to sprint Linz.
On the orc! Oh my god!
So, you're okay with player vessels because Neo just took all of North Africa?
That was
You are- you are a very slow
Yeah.
poke. Yes, that happened forever ago.
Hour
There's no
ago.
rule against it. They don't have to be loyal though.
They better be fucking loyal.
Slotted, they did.
Yeah, I mean, if they know it's good for them, obviously they will respect Muhammad's prophet. But I mean, they don't have to, you know.
Yeah, I mean, Mio's even supporting loyalists in them.
Yeah, because I want the tax.
Did you hear that? North Africa, you should break free. You can't.
No,
actually
I'm
fight
sending him
them.
the subsidies. I'm sending the
Yeah, I mean
subsidies.
they're sending
On
the
it-
money, so it's not
Yeah.
a big deal.
I'm just here, moisturized, unbothered.
Oh right, my infantry is actually shittier than his infantry because he's got the Wagenberg.
Anyone?
Right.
Is that something I'd be fine with?
Why can't you share maps right now?
You can only share maps to your vassals.
Yeah.
That's weird.
And to get maps, you have to spy network still.
The map
That's
sharing
the
is
only way
really
to
dumb right now, yeah.
It says I can't share maps with Castile because I'm subject.
No, you need to be a
I
subject.
need so much troops.
You need to be a
So-
subject to share maps.
Wait, I can get the invasion CV with a spy network.
Whoa! Tunis just stole
Yeah.
maps of Finland from me.
What the fuck?
So Finland.
I wanted to try it out.
New market in Florence. Oh, he finally got his market.
Son,
Looking kinda sus.
Okay, let's continue to build you up.
Yeah,
and
that's
sus.
let's continue to build that food as
I
well.
only released him because of the name.
Do do
What if you just convert
do.
into Christianity instead?
Do do
Coffee,
do
look at
do
my weather situation. You will be amused.
do 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 do
Hey, can you
do.
import Lollardy to Italy?
It's so bad, chat.
I mean,
The second this motherfucker dies, it is fucking over. I tried my best, chat.
Pay you five gold to convert Corsica. How about that?
It's a little, I don't know. I'm not feeling
Yo,
incentivized.
I did my best. I tried my hardest, chat. I can't keep up with Bohemia.
Okay, but what if you
And
got-
now he's got unlimited money events
I
flushing
don't
through
want
him.
that. I do not want that.
Okay.
That is
What's
a
wrong
straight
with
up exposed war goal that I have no way to protect. No, thank you.
Yeah.
Just have 200 heavy ships. It'll
Yeah,
be fine.
they shouldn't even navy there. Like, what do you mean?
Yeah,
Good.
you need the Mediterranean Navy.
The British Navy is busy protecting the home isles.
Wiener Neustadt will become a town for 900 gold. No, thank you. No, thank you.
My sea lion fleet. I have 6 sailors.
The Lithuanian Navy seems to be a bunch of peasant pirates.
Okay, so if we're looking westward,
I'm not assuming anyone is coming, but I mean, I'd rather not be caught with my pants down. So
we don't really have anything we can do.
So we're a build.
I could try to get a castle, but did I get every bridge I could? Yeah, for the most part. I mean, bridges that would matter at any rate.
Nah, but how are you getting meritocracy before Renaissance in Arabia? This is driving me up the wall.
It's my
have
plan so I
institutions
can...
still not arrived in Asia yet?
No.
Oh my
God, I have blocked them.
Not even.
I could try to get anatomy.
My hero.
I could try to get anatomy. So
Renaissance is only 50% in Mecca, so give it like 30 more years.
Okay.
Guys.
I could share knowledge with Mecca.
Okay, here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna go down to Renaissance Court. At which point...
Can't you pull trades? Isn't Mecca your market?
Oh, no, it's alright. Poundlock Canals. Okay, after that, we need to sprint and actually upgrade our levies and shit.
What are you doing?
Mamluks
This
is
is on
trolling the
purpose.
We need
entirety
someone to
of the
like
rest
get
of the
into Mecca and just import a bunch of stuff.
world. Mamluks, give me Mecca.
No.
Please.
No.
Prosperity recovery and initiative.
The Koreans will pay you.
The Koreans will pay the Indonesians, will pay the Indians, will pay me, they will pay you.
I want the spices.
Where are we pushing our dudes to?
By the end, the Korean money
We can't trade the spices until we get the trade range.
Exactly.
From
Actually, in retrospect, that's stupid.
Fine.
No, Kavian, you have to stop them. They're free. They're free gaming. This is the only way to
we
stop
won't
them.
even get it in time to actually get
We need to move to Reed so we can put a Poundlock Canal there and get more control.
This is so stupid. Mamluk should not be able to cuck all of Asia.
But what is the best party?
You're right. The institutions probably shouldn't even be reaching you to begin with at that speed.
Not really, considering actually Korea had a printing press before Europe. So really, some of these institutions.
How much
and
money do you guys make over there in Asia right now? What's the
The
profit?
printing press institution does
profit 6 ducats.
The printing press
what's
institution doesn't mean that you have a machine that can make books. It's the general literacy and selling of newspapers to people. Or, well, in this case, of Bibles.
But even then, explain
Like
why
they have the
professional
printing
armies
press
could
over there,
only
but they just
exist in
use it
Europe.
to keep printing the same Confucian text 8,000 times.
Yes.
So it's not real.
90% of the printing presses in Europe were used to print Bibles at the start.
Yes. But those were for the people.
Yeah, it was to translate them.
Okay, but explain why professional armies. That there's no Asians knew what professional armies were.
Okay, so professional armies isn't actually saying, like, you have an army that you pay. It's more like the institution of, like, an actual army corps.
Which existed in Asia for longer
It did,
than
but
Europe.
like the real answer is that you have so many pops and so much money that you have no business getting good tech on top of that. And if you don't
I'm
have
not
good
even asking
money,
for good
then
tech. I'm asking for tech in general. I'm about to run out of things.
I'm getting fucking punished for the people around me winning.
this is probably around the time when something should show up. But like before this,
It is
I don't think so.
The real
No, I think...
can't get a dock.
I think it would...
Like, you can't get a dock in Asia till age 3 because institutions
Wait,
are smart.
is that the Korea player complaining about his tech?
Yes.
You
Well, I'm
took
complaining
all
that
my
Mamluks need
land.
to-
Now
to-
I'm
need
gonna
to cuck
starve.
The-
I only have
the
2
Mamluks
million
player-
people.
Have some institutions.
I want you to
Okay.
I actually I'm losing money by owning all this land. I don't actually get any money back.
Then
I
release
can't
it, man.
integrate any of this.
I'm just making fun of you. Don't worry.
And actually, and then because of the stupid patch, we're on my trade, even though I'm making hundreds of ducats, actually is costing me more money than I make back.
That patch is not out.
Yeah, I was gonna say that's not this patch, is it?
No, the next patch, I would be making so much more money.
Mr. One Shot has left the game.
My
Mr. One
economic
Shot
base
has
is
left the game.
2,000,
You
even
can
though my tax
join.
base is only
Shut
1,000.
up 1 second, Classy. You can rejoin in 3 minutes, which is the half an hour. Okay, you can keep.
Okay. Why am I screaming? I'm not screaming. What the hell are you talking about?
That's why you set your AI settings.
Yeah, true.
Yeah,
Don't worry about the side effects. It's fine.
There's no side effects.
It adds.
I deny them.
RNG to your game.
If your AI is doing something, you probably were playing badly to begin with.
Me when a random explorer pillages the treasury for an expedition to East Africa or something.
Nah, I'm more scared of going in with like -30 stab because they revoke a privilege or something.
Okay, fiber crops.
Actually.
Here's my question. Fiber crops.
Rank Nation with a disaster ongoing, it would be so funny right now to have negative.
I think VN can do fiber crops. No, wait, they already have fiber crops. Okay, Chad, we need to check. Are my fiber crops good?
Turns out
Yeah, we're still good on that.
all of your coastal trade.
Okay, so I'm trying to build up my army. I'm trying to build up my army to be able to match Bohemia.
As hell.
Or at the very least, defend myself against Bohemia.
We are about to finish researching docks, and then we're back on it.
Okay.
Silent. That's my cousin. You're asking me to marry my guy with.
Yep.
Okay, what's wrong?
Oh, wow.
Sounds good to me.
Who else has?
All we had to do was talk about it, and Opus Clip does the rest, and then you just schedule it from right here.
Wow, I pay $30 every month just for a scheduler.
Well, right now Opus Clip is just $14.50 for the Pro plan.
At Hawaiian Telcom, we're here for you, helping dreams become reality.
Enjoy. Have a good day.
With friendly, reliable service that goes above and beyond, putting Hawaii at the forefront to be the first fully fiber-enabled state in the country, because a brighter world is possible with Optics from Hawaiian Telcom. This holiday season, get up to a $200 gift card when you switch to Optics.
Oh boy, what's the tax base different here? Oh, 400. That's bigger than the people to his left. Much bigger. He's got 400 already. Bro, I got 550.
Okay, so I just clicked the join button, right?
Oh no.
And it works exactly the same. Okay.
We will.
Oh no! Oh no! Oh no! No, it's actually quite bad though.
Thanks.
Show unity of faith. Oh, it does take money. Ugh, but it pushes me to max spiritualist, which makes everybody satisfied with me the entire game. Wait. Huh.
Okay, you wanted Hildrick from Georgia.
No, that does increase my spiritualist,
Yeah.
right? Yeah, because now we're at 70.
Province of Kano,
Okay,
right?
so we are buffed the entire game. We get more tolerance. Okay. That increases pop satisfaction. So it's not. Let me try one time. So that is not a bad thing. Words.
I miss Hildrick. Think about him sometimes.
Okay, remember to pause at the end of the month.
Oh yeah,
Cool.
sorry.
Honestly, I miss Hildrick. Whatever happened to
You
him?
haven't, by the way, you haven't sent the hot join.
There he was, doomering.
I'm joining. I'm in the join screen.
Yeah.
Waiting for host response. Ah, there it is. Took a while.
Let's get some
Yeah, okay.
fiber
I
crops
just
in
got the-
Eggenfelden.
yeah.
Is that Eggland? Please tell me it's not that lame. Isn't like just Eggland.
I'm migrating. My love, my puppets are spread out everywhere. No.
Please tell me the actual name of that is just Eggland. I would be so happy, Chad. Just Eggland. Why is it not Eggland? If it
Okay,
isn't Eggland, why is it not
we
Eggland?
are going to
Have you guys ever thought about
join-
that? I might get some water.
Butcher.
The House of Empire has 0 ships.
Kill him.
Yeah, 0 ships with all 3 of my coastal tiles.
Sounds like an easy. No, 4. You have some random islands off the west.
I do have a random island.
Oh boy.
Yeah, fuck now.
So, players are joining.
It really says a vassal. I'm gonna schedule it.
That's weird. I guess I just look around.
Kingdom of
Where's the
Goryeo,
Bulgarian?
60 million pops and 926 tax base.
Yeah, what was the CB used?
They're gonna have some religious turmoil at the very least.
I became man.
That'll keep them down for a bit.
And also,
but that's about it.
When I make Chinese vassals, the warlords instantly declare red turban on me. Okay.
The guy with 330k levies can't get professional army.
Or
Sounds like a legit skill issue.
Why would you need a professional army if you can just
I just
raise...
disagree with the concept that the institutions should all be spawning in Europe in the 1400s, as though Europe had better technology than.
Yeah, at least you have meritocracy, alright.
Sounds like you're jealous.
Yeah, we don't get fucking meritocracy, buddy.
I think the problem is
Meritocracy
that
is
the
pretty
game isn't really
fascinating.
set up so that
No, okay, but here
falls off later in the game, because the way that the game currently works is there's nothing that actually prevents them from falling off other than having no institutions. So they would need to actually like add a mechanic that more accurately represents that. Or they just have to not have institutions.
The institutions are those mechanics. Honestly, I don't understand the whole conversation because it's not like Asia's not weak. No one's like playing Asia right now. Like you might say it's unfun, but are you saying like it's weak?
Well, yes, considering how professional armies work. If I actually fought Europeans, I would probably get slapped, even if I had a ton of levies.
I don't know. 300k levies is kind of...
Shush. Everybody shut up. We are going to get out of the box. If anybody is still in the box, talk now. Okay, I take it that everybody is in the game. You can start touching stuff now.
I'm touching myself.
Oh my god, I still have stability. No way. He did tax.
By the way, it is actually very hard for Europeans to fight in Asia because you need like to set up food and supply lines and things like that. So like, sure you can say that European professional armies will beat Asians, but Europeans are actually going to have to get over there somehow, which is hard.
Yeah, I don't understand the complaint at all because it boils down to: are you saying that they're weak?
Europeans arrive before professional army spreads to Asia.
That too.
Well, I mean, by then, the pike and shot will spawn. By the time I start getting professional armies. I'm also dead strong because I'm unopposed. Nobody, like, both players near me are gone, so I have no, no actual players. If there's a player in China, I want to be able to take over 90% of China.
Yeah, this is like a thing. It's
I mean, that's like
Asia is
Bohemia without
mega
an Austria.
undersorted right now.
Like Bohemia without a Poland or Austria next to them. It's like, well, yeah, they're going to go crazy.
How do we slot people in Asia? Like you put one guy in China, and then like we all just agree. We just agree. Like the Chinese player is like, no man, I won't kill everybody. We're like, make a promise. Make a promise.
You could definitely, with the warring states, you could definitely just slot multiple people in China, so at least would slow it down.
Do you want?
Probably
the
5
issue with
tags
vanilla,
on top four.
the issue with vanilla is you can't co-op yuan to do warring states. Like there's nothing we could have done that could have been done for this game to slot China.
I think
You literally just make Asia like no players. Like nothing east of Persia.
Just don't slot it until like session 3 or 4.
Yeah, really just don't slot Asia.
Well, at that point, you should just slot China when it explodes.
Yes.
Yeah, that's what we're saying.
No, okay, but China doesn't explode in session 3 or 4. It explodes in session 1. If it wasn't for the fact that the thing was bugged.
Okay, so the issue is, the Europeans don't want to sit here, fight each other, like have to fight tooth and nail to eventually mid-game China gets revealed and the Chinese player is stronger than the strongest European player as he's just sitting there like, oh man, like sweating profusely, like this was really hard to pull off. I had to beat 3, 4 AI down.
Well,
True.
sorry. If we're only playing 25 years a session, China doesn't pop till session 2. Because Red Turban happens 1360, so China's not.
No, it happens 1350. We popped at 1360.
Erding.
Bohemia. It wasn't going to pop. But, I mean,
why is the air to
right at the edge? But if there's multiple, the point is if there's multiple people here, then you can't just conquer everything. There'd be a massive brawl.
Like no one's saying don't start China, but you can't right now. Like the game.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay. So the problem is
this sucks.
It's just we can't. We can't, and like spending 30 players to make a fun Chinese game just means Europe is no shittier, and Europe is just more interesting.
Like our 5 players just sitting on standby. Maybe session 1 China pops because we go fast. Hey, all of you, come on! Or like.
Sweden. Just so you know, we're going to enter a union.
Oh,
We're
adding more, boys.
Oh, I hope this doesn't screw over Norway.
Oh, I will.
I
think.
They'll join the union
Maybe.
as well.
Will they?
Yes.
Yeah, it means he never gets to integrate Norway.
Because our heir is the heir of Sweden. Or Sweden's heir's child is our heir. I'm not sure why, but...
Wait, why is it like... That's weird. It's like migration to Reed, but then Reed's over here, but it's showing it here. Okay, so building. Let's look at, once again, let's look at Bohemia. I mean, I have more infantry, but he's got 3,000 cav, which in reality, that's 6,000. So that's 13,000. I don't have 13,000 troops, chat.
I don't think you can do that.
I don't have
PU members.
I don't have 13,000 troops, chat.
You can ask them to become fiefdoms, I mean.
I'm reaching my limit here, chat. There's only so much I can do, man.
Accept that. They accepted if I became their vassal, though. So, there we go.
Yeah, just do it that way.
Problem solved.
Just become their vassal. Peak.
I think like there's I can't. Why is wine only worth 2 gold? By the way, how would I so people can afford it? I'm reaching the limit as to what I can possibly do.
Is Bohemia just not in voice? Is he just playing?
Yeah, he literally just usually chills down in his own chat for some reason. It's a little weird, but
that's crazy.
What did you do to poor Anders?
I mean, he's basically playing. He's playing single player. We just get to watch Bohemia. We need to observe.
Diplomats, you can ask me for the locations because otherwise we are going to live here for a while.
How do I...
In my country, I buy location and you can just select them. And that way, you can.
Dude, my king's getting crazy at 57. You just had like 3 kids in a row.
4 or 5 cities. Okay, by the way, you can actually see the unlimited Bohemian works going because he's turning multiple locations into cities at a time now.
That's crazy.
I would also be building cities if I had the fucking population in them.
I have to do migration edict.
When migration edict is shit, yeah. Like 300 people.
Oh, I can make a town. To build some more money.
Anders is like e-dating, that's why he's not in Discord, I don't know.
Let's get more
I've been there
dives.
flirting with him. He's very handsome.
No, you guys can do glass, but I'm gonna assume we don't need that much glass. I'll just do the 1.
Where do I get access to the government?
That's only about
like admiral elections.
Who's not building anything? Well, these people are west. No, actually, everyone's building. All my RGOs are pretty much full.
I don't know. I am trying to get the slaves to go into my Mamluk barracks, but they go to the wheat fields.
Anything?
Maybe you have to subsidize the
Are you guys in infrastructure? Are you guys on infrastructure then most profitable?
No, I am on equality.
Or if you put it on your infrastructure first.
Well, no, because I think, I mean, we slot everybody at this point, but yeah, I mean, reasonably, if you want to have a fair game, you would just not slot Bohemia, is my opinion.
I'm just sending my slaves to England.
I don't even know if I'm getting them. Like,
Yeah, I've checked you. You have slaves on your market.
Good job, Tornado. How do you feel about slaving?
1404. We can start the game in 40 years. Let's go.
Hell yeah, brother.
Yeah. I don't have any foreign pops, so I don't really know where they would be getting employed or what they're doing.
I don't think the slaves are actually appearing. I think they only appear if there's somewhere where you can employ them.
Well, I mean, presumably they could be laborers, but they're not filling that. So.
No, but you're Catholic, so you can't have slaves. For the slaves to
I
appear.
think you just have them on the market.
I'm not Catholic, first off.
Let's continue to build up their silver mines for them.
Yeah, it's all
well, so the particular flag is it says slaves working. No, it says slaves working with raw materials. This allows us to use slaves for RGO in addition to laborers. So is that saying that to work with RGO?
I think I built Burghausen too much. We should just have a line of cities.
That flag allows you
into
to work with
Bavaria.
RGO in addition.
There's not much else we can do.
Laborers, which is the default.
Well,
because that's really ambiguous wording.
It enables.
I have no idea why he's just stubbornly refusing to integrate Moravia. It's actually so weird to me. He's got 400,000 correct culture.
Sunni England is what I should be doing.
And he's just like, no, I will not integrate those.
Slaves will you'll take the slaves, and then the slaves will promote up into.
I'm just sitting here like, why?
What happened to me on Spain? On Spain, I imported Moroccan slaves, and they would immediately promote to peasants. So it was like, whatever.
That's the worst.
No problem, buddy.
Like, I feel like he overvalues. Because, like, look at his proximity.
You could also convert to removing.
Bro, he'd have all of Moravia at like 50%. It's so weird to me. He's just like. It's like he's just intentionally playing wrong for some reason.
You have slaves.
I don't get it.
Though most of them have been promoting to peasants. So.
By the way, I just wanted to point out that
Counting house.
Korea has made it to the Rat Islands, which are canonically in Alaska.
Hey, I got a funny buck.
Korea does not exist. I don't know what you're talking about.
This
There's
is
no
a
Korea.
real thing, by the way. They're called the Rat Islands. It's where the Black Death comes from.
I broke at Earth.
Wait,
It's also where we send people who don't show up.
I really think I really think Fofi should have a menu to be able to mess up with countries, because I feel he's very bored.
No.
Now you get malaria. Now you get that death.
It's like that Age of Mythology thing we put.
Hey, 10 towards centralization.
Events.
Centralized, baby.
Disaster.
The only thing that's holding me on is I have 100 admin ruler. The second Philippe dies, it's not great for the HRE.
True, I did.
I spent 1,000 ducats on fucking Mason.
I agree. We send the liars to the Rat Islands.
Let's look at the literacy.
That's a lot of stones.
But aren't all the rats already from the Rat Islands?
Yeah, we gotta send them back to where they
With
came
the
from.
lagers and the rats next to each other?
The laggers are rats.
What?
I mean, we could just start spamming universities everywhere.
Yeah, I just trying to sell you the provinces.
With this colony, though, I think he's the first one to colonize the New World, right? Yeah, pretty OP.
But he has no institutions, Fofi. How is he going to play? My here wants to embrace Ruthenian culture.
He's just gonna wrap around to Europe the long way and get the institution.
Europe the long way.
Okay,
I'm assuming most of you haven't played in Asia. It's just really boring to wait on institutions to spread.
They would have spread
create your own institutions.
If people
and the fact it works the opposite which way it should, in terms of I get stronger as the game goes on because I eventually have trade range to reach Europe immediately and just immediately suck the institution out.
Yeah, but
You
you
would-
start thinking that you're
instead
so
of falling
strong
off,
that
I
you
just
don't
gain
need those
power
four
as the
nudges.
ages go on.
Can't you just snake through Great Yuan into Golden Horde and then to Muscovy?
I don't know,
Herding
I would have to create like a trade
Moldorf?
loop
Bro, these
all the way down,
names.
I mean,
Moldorf.
I already have
and
like
by,
a
by
whole
that time
going
it would
to
be
fucking
I
shithole
would get it
Asia, like
naturally.
Moldorf.
as well.
Well, the Balkans question did not get answered this session. Let's
The year
see.
2028, the meta has evolved. The POV, your Muscovy, it's 1384. You see something on the edge of the Golden Horde, you know you're already dead. It's Korea. He's coming for you. He wants your institutions. He's going to eat you alive.
Can we talk about, by the way, how Korea is very mad at the institutions and Muscovy still doesn't have them?
True.
I would say that would be
I do have
Muscovy,
one.
not
I
important.
do have a professional army. The others one will take some time.
I'm more frustrated that it's the fact that like I played an AI game. I would have professional armies by now in an AI game. It's the fact that the Mamluks were so slow in a player game that is what's causing institutions to be delayed.
Can we talk about they don't spread well enough by seas, and Portugal also has to wait a long time.
Mamluk's is
for
busy
the,
fighting his sixth civil
innovation.
war. Give him a break.
You guys don't see my Rivel screen, but I do.
Well, that's not the only reason. There's a full trade. You should have every player actively trading for and away institutions to link it out to the colonies. That's why it's so slow.
When I get meritocracy, you will get professional armies.
I think you'll get meritocracy first.
Okay, deal.
Okay, Lindsburger.
India doesn't have
Sponsor a university. Oh, that one's quite good though.
Yeah, they stinky.
Sponsor a university is super good at that innovative push.
I mean, if y'all want to argue that the institution system is perfect and there's no flaws, then sure.
That's the best.
It serves a purpose.
Okay, let's push innovative.
People making 1 billion.
Okay, wow, that's really funny, Sicily. Wow, you're so fucking funny. Wow, fuck
What
you.
did he do?
Well, he
I
started
built
building
trading posts.
trading posts all over our fucking coast. Wow, that's really fucking funny.
I mean,
Fuck you.
it wasn't targeting you or anything. I just built every single trade post I
Oh,
could.
wow.
Holy shit, what the
Oh,
fuck?
wow, that's-
Tornado, I can't even build in you. These trade posts only work on other continents.
I would rather be safer than sorry.
Oh, thank you for reminding me they exist, Simon.
Okay, so we're gonna push more into innovative here.
So many. Oh my god.
So we need more. No, look at Anatolia. That's the real shit.
Oh, I didn't even see that. Yeah, there's a lot in Anatolia.
Oh, my fucking.
Autism.
You know.
Wow, it's so funny.
I don't know why you guys hate them so much.
Because they take your building slots to do nothing.
He knows
Yeah.
why.
I mean, these trade posts, you can only build one of them.
Okay,
Doesn't matter.
still, fuck you.
Declare war on him. Kill him. Deck on him.
Kill him.
You know that what's also annoying? They use your lumber and masonry, so they make your buildings more expensive.
Yeah.
Okay, Tanis, I am blocked.
Hey, we got support.
More in my country.
Where are you?
I can't even build it.
Mamluks.
Oh, you finally noticed that I'm making so much money in Alexandria.
No, I already knew.
Thank you for not being mad at it before, though. I need the money. I'm so poor.
You are going too much. You are doing too much.
Okay, well, we get some good innovative push on this, at least. We get a free, well, half off university.
do
That
not
really
declare war on
doesn't
my vassal,
help at
buddy.
all. But okay.
Poor Canadian, please.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Don't declare war on my vassal, buddy.
I'm so broke. I need them.
Wait, is this was that a threat? Are you threatening me?
Yeah, it was.
Okay.
I'm not afraid of you, buddy.
So, Hausa Empire is not threatening the Mamluk Sultanate.
You'll run out of food.
So,
Well done there. I just had to beat Tanis.
I can't even see Hausa. I don't even know what a Hausa Empire is, man. Okay.
Don't hurt my little trading building, please. I'm so poor.
He's using
Look at my
his
country.
innocent vassal as a human shield.
So all right, you have to go through my vassal, buddy. You want to do that? Dude, this is like plays now. He's like, all right, you want to beat his ass? You can.
But look at my country. It's already like balkanized, please. I've already got slaughtered.
That sounds like a you problem, honestly.
Tunis won't be afraid of you. I'm afraid of him. Tunis will stand forever.
Like, please no.
I am busy doing things right now. Okay?
I just unlocked the galley, and I'm about to unlock the cog. Watch out.
That's like, get cooked.
Okay, I'm actually gonna take the Bavarian Forest here. I'm gonna finish this off.
Bark torture.
Yes.
Hog and bark torture, indeed.
Oh my fucking god, this trading post. It's so annoying to see them.
We don't have a diplomat.
Fine.
Oh.
You'll have trade advantage over him anyways. You'll get the prion trades.
Ah, it's still fucking annoying. I hate them.
Kill him.
I am
Eastern
here to
Upper
proudly
Swansea.
announce the end of Scotland as an independent entity.
Great, I just lost my rival.
Stuff.
Good.
Isn't that Lithian though? I'm sorry.
I said
There's no
independent.
difference. There's no difference though.
Damn.
I do need my diplomat
Well,
back.
Pales?
best.
Building spy
Wales,
networks
what's that?
is too...
Why do you have Pale
Mm.
and Wales?
No, you can't destroy them. That's what
Wales?
makes them so frustrating for people.
Get rid of one.
Kendrick, you should probably try to. You should probably buy the last location. Of me.
Egg felon.
If you are blocked from building, it's not so you can keep building.
Wait, what happened?
There.
You are working on Gaza.
Amsterdam. Is that them? Armstetten.
Oh.
Milk.
Yeah, I guess it has to be
Kremlin.
a Yeah, I'll
Oh, it's over.
It has to be like a.
Oh,
an
no.
agreement, 'cause the
My
game
king
codes
died.
Don't actually stop you from building.
Well, I mean, obviously it says prevents building in our country, so I think that
doesn't
should
stop.
stop it. But it
Yeah,
doesn't.
no, but I mean,
But it does-
the game mechanic itself doesn't stop it. So I had a bunch queued up, and he pressed block building. I could just build more. I could do whatever
That's what
I
we're
want.
saying. It isn't working as designed, so you just have to stop
Yeah.
manually.
Yeah.
Silent, I blocked building.
Books are now too expensive.
Who are
Stop
you?
now.
I'm not even building anything.
Stop it, my vassal. I command you.
Your
kill him
vassal
again.
didn't block me.
Can they
Okay.
block you?
The Austrian Golden Age is over. It's all
I'm not
downhill
sure
from
if-
here.
Yeah, I'm not sure if it is supposed to block for the vassals either, so I
Bow
don't know.
down.
Yeah, I don't think it's supposed to block.
Order of the Dragon.
Masonry.
Oh, it gives me admin. Hey, well, 74. That's not too bad. It's not too good. It's not too bad.
Check on them, bro. He's stealing your people. He's stealing your trade. That's an act of war.
Okay, who's got a daughter that wants to get the Habsburg in them? France.
Actually, Gustav, do you want to
send it
join
if
the
you-
union?
if it exists.
The
I got a
Giga.
CP on you.
The Giga Union.
I mean,
But
it's
I
too good
would-
to leave right now.
I would
wanna
lose.
leave otherwise.
I would lose my Habsburgs.
Look
You
at
get
the
the
air, it's
job kit.
fucking...
No, but I would lose my Habsburgs.
Oh wait, that's why Poland left.
He's a prodigy.
The AI set
You
it
get
to
the Giga King.
semi-salic law.
Wait, our queen has proximity cost as a trait.
Actually, that's why we're so strong then. That's probably why we're so cracked right now. Like, my control.
Dynastic capital. No. Okay, at the very least we're doing okay. Is France here?
No.
Yep, I said you could send it.
Yeah, I just need to get diplomats. Do, do, do. Do, do, do. Do, do, do. Do, do, do. Do, do. Do, do, do. Do, do, do. Do, do, do. Do, do, do. Yep, I mean it's like Victoria, the diplomats.
Yeah, I got the notification. I was like, shit, who is it?
Oh
this
wait,
time?
I shouldn't be doing that
Okay.
anymore.
It's just a random AI. Thank God.
I'm like, not again.
Why are we 3-speed?
To make you say, why are we free speed? Most likely.
Good.
I think the game speed when wars start has to be. Everybody has to have that option. Because I have them off. So if you go to settings and remove the speed change when at war or when troops fight, please, or you will be executed.
Please.
We're getting our cultural influence and tradition up by building universities, but we also need to get books to make them cheaper, but we can't really...
Found guilty of crimes and anti-regime behavior.
Yes.
The tribunal finds you guilty and sentences you to be shot.
Salzburg is getting masonry in our
You should
market.
have not been a rebel.
Oh, what the
Completely
fuck?
avoidable.
My employment system changed itself.
Nice.
Do you have the auto build turned on?
No,
Lumber is doing
I had the
fine.
thing turned on.
Masonry is still in the
AI switched
negative.
over before I turned off the AI settings.
Owned.
No, it's like if you have the setting that automatically builds building for you.
Hey, quick
Okay.
question. How do I get people to go into my Janissary buildings? Because they don't go into my Janissary building.
Infrastructure first, get slaves.
I was gonna say, Janissaries were slaves. They
Yes.
generally didn't have a choice.
We have to keep raiding Georgia, Hildrick.
I guess so.
Well,
It's not like we want it.
Dude, our vassals have 85k together. Hold on. Wait a minute.
See, it's the North Africans that are the issue. We need to.
No, it's okay. Once Kabian builds his army.
What?
Any day now.
What did you say about me?
I mean, once you build your army.
There is a problem right now. In this version, the Reform Mamluks, which are the Tier 2 Mamluks, only have 50 troops instead of the 200. Which means the Reform Mamluks are worse than early Mamluks.
Yes, that bug. That should be fixed in the next patch.
That's fixed on the next week.
This is odd.
Is
I
that why
can't
you got stuck when you
propose
fought,
a royal marriage with France. Why? You're a third cousin. We can't marry third cousin?
I think I just
That doesn't
married
make. Wait, you're
What?
Austria.
Yeah, I'm Austria. This is... Why am I not allowed to do that?
The incestual dwarf
Here, I
nation.
proposed it.
Oh, okay, yeah. Third cousin's totally fine.
That's shockingly not incestuous for Austria.
Yeah, the reason is probably because they're not closely related enough for you.
True.
Like, you can't do that. They're your third cousin. Why? Isn't that far enough? No, it's not close enough.
Can we do like first? Or at least second? Come on.
Okay.
I've also been, I don't know if something's happened, but none of my rulers live past like 30. They become 30 and then I'm stuck in a regency for 15 years.
Well, I have a fucking 67-year-old queen.
67.
No!
Six.
So is my king. My king's also 67.
Shut up.
I don't want to.
Oh man, my wife just died. Time to marry a 17-year-old.
Hell yeah, brother.
One more war with Hormuz, I can finally finish the Timurid mechanics.
Okay, so I just have to ask, because I'm not really sure. I didn't want to bring it up, but why does Poland have 7% literacy?
Don't worry about it.
The
That's what I
average
was
is like
wondering too.
the average percent is like 10. That's like normal if you're a shithole, but like why is it 7 in Poland? What's going on over there?
You have a problem with Roscheszczeski?
I don't have a problem. I'm just curious.
I have a problem too. I'm on this nation.
Get me out! Get me out!
Get the OG player. I don't want this anymore.
Yo, Kabian.
Oh boy.
If I were to call Jihad on Two Sicilies, would you join?
No.
No.
You're fake. You're fake.
Thinks about it for a second. Nah.
I don't have a fleet to fight them, and I am going to be on the front lines. I don't want. My trade is more important.
It's for North Africa. It's for Tunis.
Like that's your problem.
You can't.
Why, why would Kabian fight me? We're friends.
They have like 200 galleys. Like I don't think you should do anything.
Do you want to reconquer Greece?
Everything looks the same.
We don't even have fucking
yeah.
docks yet.
Would you
I
join
don't
my?
ha- yeah, I
would you
don't
join
have
my
dogs.
jihad?
Yes, I would.
You would join my jihad? I don't think you would join my jihad. You're lying.
What the
Like, finally! I get to yell.
Yeah.
Guys, none of you have the galleys.
We don't
We
need
don't have
galleys.
docks yet.
We don't need
Ottoman,
galleys.
Ottomans doesn't need galleys for.
You
Greece.
motherfuckers are still on galleys?
You
Let's see here.
galleys?
Mediterranean galley. Let's see. Naples is
Galleys are
Mediterranean.
basically as good for light
Let's
trade.
see. Tornado, you're on a traditional galley.
Oh no, I'm not.
He has 52 heavy ships.
Why the fuck do you have 52 heavy ships? You can't even guard your coast. At that point, you're just trying to. You're not trying to keep your people in. You're trying to keep other people out.
It's called the wooden wall. Stay the
That
fuck
sounds
away
like
from me.
shit.
Tornado heard people say his levies were shit. He's like, more heavies.
Yeah, I'm sure he's fine with 55 heavy ships. Because I mean, if you look at France, he only has 75 heavy ships, so it's fine.
Those aren't good numbers.
75 heavies.
France has zero.
You
zero,
guys, wait, numbers are being made up here.
I just wanted to scare Tornado for 10 seconds.
Guys, guys,
I have literally been checking the situation, so I was like, what the fuck?
Tornado's like, you can't scare me. I check every 16 seconds how many heavies France has.
I've been checking you, Castile, like I've got tabs on all of you motherfuckers.
He's like,
What is it? You and the Dutch have a ton of ships, and I'm just sat here like, I have enough to give myself maritime presence.
Wait a minute.
I mean, this is for maritime presence as well. It's just might as well kill two birds with one stone.
Galleys are about as efficient as the light ships because they take fewer sailors.
Yeah.
Why do you guys never have temples?
I'll probably build a few galleys just for maritime presence, honestly, because they're so cheap. But the heavies are there to really defend the coast.
Okay.
Muscovy, do you want to join the Union? I'm just got a claim on you.
Wait, no,
My tag space is totally stagnated. Well, it looks like everybody's has.
Or who are you talking to?
But this is...
Eggenfelden.
Never mind. I mean,
don't worry, Sweden is joining
I'm gonna get used by Bohemia, or
Sweden is joining the Hungarian and Sicilian Union as well.
Did I build every marketplace in Linz? Let's just finish that off.
Thumbs up.
Let's get more marketplaces.
Yeah, my heirs are just getting permanently assassinated, so like, I'm never leaving this regency.
I don't think they're getting assassinated. I think they're just dying. Are they?
No, I just got a pop-up saying they got assassinated.
Who's assassinated?
By some random guy. I don't even know. He just fucking... One of these random...
How do we stop this? It's not seemingly anything we can do to stop this.
Chuck has killed your heir. What do you do?
It's like, tell him Gazook has killed my heir. Like, oh no.
3 speed.
He commands a mighty horde of over 3 horse archers and has claimed your throne.
Okay, Bohemia grows. Is he just stubbornly not integrating Moravia to like make himself look weaker or what? At this point, I don't even understand.
Why do artists go so much?
Oh my god. Raise those armies.
Okay.
We march north.
Oh, okay, so is that war? Is that it?
Raise the banners.
Okay.
What do you mean we're liberating North Africa from their Hausian oppressors?
Raise the banners.
Okay, so it is.
I repeat, I do not have dogs.
Raise the banners.
Let's see, Tuscany, 2 Sicilies, and Genoa fighting Tunis, Hausa.
Oh boy.
Wow, these people are. And then all the way down here is Morocco.
Gregor, you haven't balanced
Really?
your flanks.
Oh no.
Shit.
One of your flanks is completely empty.
Is there human playing Bohemia? Yes.
Yeah, that would
Yes.
explain a lot.
I need to fucking Ask on a Paradox forum why every ruler of Moscow becomes Novgorodian.
Scrugger, let's go down.
Superior culture.
No, it's shitty. It's worse.
Superior culture.
Wait, who is the war happening?
I'm getting invaded again. Tunis is this is the fourth or third invasion of North Africa, or fourth, I think.
Oh boy.
And I still don't have docks, by the way. Yay.
I mean, I won't be able to afford cavalry. We're just gonna go full infantry. In an ideal universe, in a perfect world, we managed to hold on.
Oh,
we managed to hold on until we get Landsknecht, upgrade all these bitches, and we're good to go.
Your ways. You don't have any forts.
I have like 1,300 heavy horsemen.
Maybe can we call a crusade on North Africa?
I mean, I had forts, but as you can see, they're now under the control of the Italians
I mean,
in the last war.
Some new forts, maybe could have
True,
been.
true, true.
Maybe Morocco could have helped you with that.
I guess the problem here is I think the land, there weren't that many. I guess I could have.
Did they just win? Oh no, they just destroyed Tunis. Oh no. Tunis got smashed.
Why does?
Let's look at this war casualties,
Why
Chad.
does it look like a fucking Islamic state?
No one's died yet, but they've smashed through Tunis's land.
Who?
That's not good.
My random rebel.
Good for the Italians, I guess.
The ISIS strike early, I guess.
Okay, but why does it look like the fucking flag?
It's historical, bro.
True. The funny shit, it's like not.
Oh, because I was in the middle. Hausa. He's gonna get obliterated in battle.
Okay, I'm raising 40,000 troops. We march north.
He's gonna get destroyed. What the fuck is this? Okay.
Oh,
Hell of an empress. Hell of an empress.
I'm taking a Orthodox patriarchy, and unlike Hildred, I'm gonna keep it.
The king of the north.
Nah, you need it for the 600 ducats, bro.
It was offering me 50 ducats. I almost got that actually.
Worth.
Dude, that's like 10 times the amount Hildred got.
I don't know if it's even worth it at that point. I mean, you should just not even like just blow it up, kill it, destroy it.
How do I put this in a nice way, Berbers? It's gonna be a little bit till I'm there. I gotta walk a little bit.
Don't worry, Tunis.
Okay, so also vassalized the North Italians, and now he's coming to defend. It looks like the fort of Tunis is all that exists.
I barely managed to raise my my levies, by the way, because they instantly blitz with the professional armies.
So that's not good.
They all have malaria.
Are they?
Yes. Historically accurate.
Yeah,
let's hope.
Yeah,
They don't really have disease resistance, so they're kind of exploding.
Fuck! I should have built forts. I'm so dumb.
Yeah, we just have to just wait a little bit, and they
Then
just.
it's gonna be slightly on fire. Don't do.
I guess I guess it actually doesn't matter because he can't get even that much war score since Halsa
Yeah, he has to
is so
beat me
fucking
out,
massive. So I could just we could just wait. We could just slowly wait, and then I could just again I have 62 stats.
Request officers from me. Both of you request officers.
Yeah, I'm not supporting dissonance abroad.
Time around.
2 years
Fuck that.
to build a city. Honestly.
Okay.
Imagine building an entire city in the Middle Ages in just 2 years.
I actually don't have the
Did I not have
don't
roads
have,
to
like,
there?
subject interactions, by the way. I don't know why with you.
That's weird.
Morocco, you should run away.
Yeah, I'm.
Morocco, just run away to like Morocco.
I shall run away too.
It's gonna take him a little bit to get war score.
Yeah, they have 3%.
3%. It's gonna be a little bit for the
Okay.
See, what is even the war goal? Oh, the Tunis
Okay.
war goal. Okay.
147,000, but they have no regulars over there.
Professional armies in the main.
Build forts, build forts.
Oh. Okay, why not?
I don't think there's anything left to build roads to.
About 90K
I mean, oh shit, there's coal?
Yeah, they're
There's
about
been coal here the whole time?
grinder. I don't think this guy
Okay.
even has any levies right now. They're just all super soldiers.
Yeah, I always try to select from the capital so it gives me the best route, or at least the most accurate route. I think if you select from the territory back to the capital, it doesn't really work so well.
Like the Tuscany's running away because he's getting malaria.
Wait,
he's trying to get
Tuscany's
back
in
on the
this
boat.
war?
Yeah.
What is Tuscany in this war for? The fuck? Oh my
The
god.
Italian League.
The Italian League. Oh my
This is good
god.
though, because I was never gonna get like there's no way we're gonna get war score on them.
Yeah, honestly, we can't hurt them on their, in the fucking Italy.
I have a 20k cav, so
Why did they call a crusade on you?
I don't know. They're assholes, I guess.
Wait, they called it crusade?
I think the,
Oh,
the papacy is disabled right now, like the actions, I'm pretty sure.
Okay, so this is obviously not good, Jed.
Organization, right? Or I don't see any.
Yeah,
I think it's disabled because of the schism.
he is
Oh, wait,
reaching
should we call it jihad on these people?
infinite
Did
money.
they already decked.
Call jihad. Oh, I can only choose.
Well, I've never checked the.
Lucky.
I mean, I just go from my capital. I think it just. I just consistently go from my capital. That's just.
You see the stack in
what I do.
northwest of my.
Except that they did. It's
There's
very
multiple
rare.
stacks forming.
Okay, should I go in?
No, just wait for me.
Okay, so let's see here. It's a bit hard to see, but Melk is a city. Kornuberg needs to be
Oh
a
my
city.
God, yeah, there's just
Yeah, I think we save up for Schonberg to make that a city then. Reed, I mean.
So I don't understand how the Genestrate buildings work because some of them get employed and some of them just don't.
It's because he built up his army.
What's your employment law?
And infrastructure first, then most profitable.
Is there enough workers? Or is there
It's slaves, so I don't know how to fix that because slaves are way simple.
There's only so much I can do
Oh, do you have
here.
to be employed by slaves?
Yeah, slaves only. Infrastructure first, then most profitable.
It might say in the requirements, some like in the green check mark, if you check in the buildings menu. There's like typically has a special requirement.
Austro-Bavaria. Hey man, I did what I could. Or I did what I could, Chad. There was only so much
It has to be in
we
the
could do.
town or city.
We tried our best.
So nothing matters, and then you're like, okay, well, fuck, and then you have to.
Yeah,
try
well,
to...
then they have to give their examples, and then they're tiny in comparison, and it at the very least makes them look stupid, or they have to admit, some mistakes were made, and then the idea is that of course there's a lot of mistakes being made, and the guy is at the very least inept, if not actually, a crazy.
Sure. Although I have to
criminal,
fight
but-
on the inept thing versus he's working against the whole deep state thing too, right? Like it's not that he's inept; it's that we can see that the entire deep state is trying to fight against him.
Yeah, but you basically make him wear a tinfoil hat at that point.
You're funny. Good one. Yeah, wouldn't want conservatives to come off as they already have, bro. Come on.
Yeah,
I know what you're saying, but like these
that's
guys
true,
are the most tinfoil-hatted fucking people in the fucking universe, right?
Yeah, that's true. That's true.
Like this guy
Cool,
on the
cool.
show just recently said that Pelosi was the one who set up the J6. Like these guys are, yeah.
By the way, did you and on another topic, did you get to watch the video about power law distributions in the end? I think it was all kind of downvoted, but
Maybe I don't think so. I don't remember.
Because I mean I sent it to you because it's actually related a lot to my research. But yeah, perhaps I can talk about that another day. And yeah, because it's really really beautiful in nature. We see these crazy multiple distributions. Everyone knows about the Gaussian distribution, right?
Oh yeah, of course.
But we see power law distributions all over nature as well. And there's a similar distribution called a Poisson distribution. And this is an explanation of why some really wild outlier events can occur. because the distribution, rather than it being concentrated around an average, it's got a long tail. And so, yeah, it's quite beautiful, like some of the examples. The example I think they gave in the video was forest fires. And so the size of the forest fire, and so it's a very small probability of a very large fire occurring, and with these distributions, and it's all over nature. And actually, they kind of group together in what's called universality classes. Sorry, and this basically shows that the underlying physics or the pattern of physics, the models, are the same in these apparently non-related cases. I mentioned this months to you before, like. You can see patterns of bird flocking and patterns of neural networks learning have a lot of similarities in their physics. So it kind of overlapped with that. That's kind of why I wanted to send the video, because I thought it explained it in nice terms. That's pretty graspable. But,
Okay.
Cool, yeah. Good luck with your preparation and good luck with the debate. Yeah.
I love you. Be careful.
He's gonna get
Take care,
owned.
man.
Shut the fuck up, loser. Bye. Okay.
He's horrible. We know this because of the way that hang on. We know from the way that J.K. Rowling was treated, right? They're doing the same stuff about the trans issue. She was given death threats. She was threatened with this, that, and the other. But a different thing happened this time. This time there was such a public outcry, including from many on the left, actually. To be fair to them, that this had crossed the line. We've got to stop doing this for stupid posts on social media. Hundreds of people on social media in the last 2 years in Britain have been arrested. It's completely ridiculous. Well, let me finish. So actually, the police not only said we're not going to prosecute him, but we're not going to prosecute anybody for this kind of offence going forward. That's a big win. So a repudiation of cancel.
All you've told me is the left has progressed in their position on free speech, but the right has regressed. That's all you've said.
I'm not here to defend the right's position. I think.
No, but I'm saying if you're going to write a book, it's trying to defend free speech. You should focus on where it's actually being attacked. But you wasted your time talking about this left boogeyman that does not exist. I agree with you. True. I love free speech. I am against all that stuff. I'm wearing the poppy today because of Remembrance Day, and we fought for free speech. And the right now is attacking it. And you have a huge platform, and you can take this time to actually defend free speech, but you're not.
I always defend free speech.
Okay, so then why don't you put more focus on the right then? So let me give you an example. You actually agree with you actually agree with my argument. On page 241 of your book, guys, I'll quote it again. You attack Bob Chapek because he denounced Ron DeSantis for putting in like anti-gay laws, to put it politely. But you said he should be attacking people like Xi Jinping because he does way more human rights violations. Yeah. But that applies here. Trump and the right do way more than left. You said that in your own book, but right now you're contradicting yourself again.
I think both sides are capable of rank hypocrisy.
Who's worse?
I actually think, on balance, over the last 5 years, the woke left have been more suppressive of free speech.
Really?
Yes.
Ask for examples again.
Okay. But you take like 15 minutes to give an example, maybe 14 minutes.
We can stop talking.
That's true.
All right.
No!
That was good.
That was good, though.
I like
You
it.
wrecked him. This guy wrecked him. Apparently, this guy's in chat. He's a DJ. Good job. You wrecked him.
Hello. Good to see you.
My name's Dash. Peer standing off against the liberals. This is really something.
Well, I am a liberal.
Your thoughts and beliefs
Oh
in
my
private,
God.
I would assume more line with ours, but I understand getting,
No.
I understand getting that
No,
bag.
well,
So
I don't know.
I'll save you the trouble. I'll do it for you.
Okay.
Here's Morgan's new book. Woke is Dead. It's out now. It's great.
Thank you.
I also read it.
That's
cover to
great.
cover.
Thank you very
I wanted
much.
to take that off your shoulders.
Thank you.
But let's get into
Did
it.
you
So I'm
read
just
his
curious. Someone who doesn't have any kind of a relationship with accountability, would you agree that everything comes across to them as cancel culture?
No, I don't believe that speech comes without accountability.
Okay.
But I do believe we had a frenzied atmosphere in the last few years, driven predominantly by the woke left, of cancelling anybody that didn't sign up to their worldview, which I thought was very insidious. I called it out while it was happening. I've called it out since. I've now written a book about it all, saying we cannot go back there. It doesn't mean that the right aren't capable of doing similar stuff and being hypocrites. They are. But it also means that if you look at it in totality, I think this cancel culture mentality has been really damaging. And I think the war on free speech has been really damaging.
Okay, well, let's put this on a spectrum, because I think we use this term cancel culture and everybody's been canceled by the left. I don't have any actual evidence of what you're talking about. So let's say accountability is on this side, which is you facing consequences
I'll give an
for your
example. Let me give
actions.
an example.
And on this side of the spectrum, it is facing consequences for something that is not justified.
Let me give an example.
So now let's start to place
Okay.
it in that spectrum.
Let me give you a
okay?
specific example.
Because the people you carry water for on the right tend to be over here,
I don't
where they
carry-
don't take
I don't
accountability for
carry
anything
water.
and instead feel like they're being
Wait a minute,
canceled.
wait a minute.
Although it's just
Do you ever watch my
consequences for
show?
your basic
Do
actions.
you ever watch my show?
I do.
And you really think I carry water for the right?
Absolutely.
Really?
Yes. There's a statistic that you defend Republicans more than anybody else.
No, I don't. I just attack the woke left more than anybody else.
Okay.
But it's friendly fire. I come at you as one of your own. Okay. Only I didn't go mad.
Appreciate you admitting
Only I
that.
didn't go mad. Right? I didn't go mad woke bonkers. I stayed old-fashioned liberal with liberal values, wanting free speech at the cornerstone of it. Let me give an example.
Piers, I read your book. That's not the case.
Let me give
you
an-
spent most of the book
if
with
you
Trump's
read-
cock in your
if
mouth.
you read sorry?
You spent most of the book with Trump sucking him off.
No, I didn't.
Yes, the
No, I
prologue
didn't.
was the Dawn Rises, D-O-N.
The
Dawn.
prologue, actually, if you
Oh,
read
no.
it, I don't think you did.
I
You
did.
just revealed you probably haven't. The prologue actually starts with two conversations I have with him. One positive and one extremely negative,
Yes.
which ends up with him saying, Piers Morgan's so dead, he's catching flies.
Right.
I'm not sure you've read the book, have you?
I have read the
Then
book.
you wouldn't say that I bleep.
No, because that was
having
you
read the
meeting him at
prologue.
Mar-a-Lago trying to win favor back
Not trying to
because
win
he was
favour, doing
becoming
an
the
interview.
presumptive nominee, so
Doing
you
an
needed to
interview.
get back onto his side.
Yes, but look.
After spending years being a critic of his, then you needed to win favor back.
I've
when he
never
was
been.
getting
I've never
into
spent
power.
years as a critic of Trump. I've known Donald Trump nearly 20 years. He's been a politician for the last 10 years of that period. In that time, for example, I used to write columns for the Daily Mail in America. I calculated after his first term in office, I wrote about 120 columns about Trump. You can go and check it. And about half were negative and half were positive. I do think in Trump's first term, if people had been fairer to give him credit where he deserved it and criticized him when he deserved it, everyone would have been a lot better off. I feel it now. The Trump derangement syndrome is a real thing, and it's
I
honestly.
wear that badge proudly.
I know, but it's kind of pathetic. It's like when I hear people say he's a new Hitler. Really? Hitler murdered 12 million people, including 6 million Jews in the Holocaust. You think Donald Trump is the new Hitler? You're a fucking idiot.
Okay,
Right,
if we're going to talk about hyperbole. Here we have focused half of the discussion today on trans issues, but we're not going to talk about things like, I don't know, Trump is in the Epstein files and he's using the government to cover it up. Should we talk about that? Sure. That affects a lot of people. How about him denying the 2020 election and eroding the public's trust in our institutions and processes? That affects everybody. So let's try not deflecting to the trans athletes conversation.
You've just brought up 2 more issues. I'm happy to talk about
We'll see if you deflect. Go on.
Well, go on. You want to ask me about them? Go on.
Okay, well, I'm saying let's focus on the issues that affect lots of people, not deflect into the culture war, issues that affect very few people in the grand scheme.
Well, let's be clear. The number of people directly affected by the Epstein scandal is probably 2,000.
The president of the United States covering up a pedophilia scandal affects everybody.
If that's what he's doing.
Common sense. You're a champion of common sense.
Well, I can tell you that I've spoken to Virginia Giuffre's lawyer multiple times, David Boyce. He's seen the files. He does not believe there's anything against Trump in those files. Well, okay.
What happened to common sense, Pierce?
Well, I shall prefer to stick to facts.
Wow.
Hello. Nice to meet you. What's your name?
My name's Z.
Z.
Yeah.
Z.
Yes.
He doesn't know what that means.
Yeah.
That's
Yeah,
all.
I know.
And you're sitting with each other.
Okay, so
That's not your pronoun. That's your name.
It's my name.
Okay.
My pronouns are she, her.
Oh, great.
So I think I tend to agree with you mostly on the cancel culture stuff. In fact, like I was canceled back
Is
in
that
April
Z?
from this guy behind
Yep.
me.
Really?
Yeah, and so
Wow.
over some woke stuff. Okay.
Are you serious?
I'm serious. Yeah.
What did he do to you?
Well, it was
I knew
about
this about him.
it was about microaggression. So, but my point is that I think that the far left tend to do this to shrink the Democratic tent so that they don't have to take responsibility in winning elections.
Yeah, I agree.
And I do think that that's a very small portion of the far left.
Except they're now winning power. This is what Mamdani
They are, right, which is a good
my
thing.
God.
Well, first of all, I don't think Mamdani is considered the far left. Parker and Mamdani are not in the same category to me because he believes in electoral power, right? But my point is that you still are stumping for Republicans as if Republicans.
I don't stump for anybody.
Well, Pierce, I've watched your show a lot.
Then you would know I don't stump for anybody.
Okay, but you just made the defense in this argument with I think the guy before this last guy, where you said that you think Republicans are better on free speech than the woke
I've been in
left.
the last 2 years, yes.
Right. Well, and I totally disagree with you. Can we use Charlie Kirk as an example?
Yes.
Do you think that Charlie Kirk stood for free speech?
Absolutely.
You do?
Oh my God.
Really? How? Tell me about that.
Charlie Kirk was the absolute personification of
Oh my
defending free speech.
God,
So,
really?
Let me
What?
explain why.
Okay.
Charlie Kirk had strong views about a lot of things, many of which you probably don't agree with, I'm guessing.
Yeah.
But Charlie Kirk, week after week, around America, would go onto university campuses knowing that most people there didn't agree with him, may have a preconceived view about him, maybe thought he was a fascist and all that.
Most people there didn't agree with him. He was going to his official events. What are you talking about? They were all people that agreed with him. What? What does he think he was doing? Maybe in the very beginning.
Things they called him, and he would sit there in his tent, sometimes outside as he was when he was appallingly assassinated, and he would say, "Prove me wrong." And people would line up and they come and have a debate like this, and he would listen to them respectfully. He'd challenge them.
No.
He'd argue with them.
That's not what happened.
Sorry, that's exactly what Charlie Kirk did.
Okay, as somebody that
And for that, he got a bullet in the neck.
Okay, as somebody that runs the counter organization to Charlie Kirk's turning point, that is not the point of what Charlie Kirk was doing. Charlie Kirk did not decide to debate high-profile debaters, people like Destiny or people on the left that would actually give
That's
him a
me.
real debate. In fact, he even denied debating Dean Withers. I was literally with
I know
him
that guy.
when he did that. Okay,
Okay.
so it's not like he was going in to have a real debate. He would go to
But he
these
did have a real debate.
No, he would go to these college campuses to debate kids that were very much underprepared, so that he could clip them and then raise money for Turning Point to go
True.
out there and then register voters.
Then-
Okay,
then don't
and I
debate
think
him.
that that's and I
True,
think that that's
true,
brilliant. Okay, that's
true.
why I'm trying to replicate it.
True.
But you cannot say that he was there for free speech because that's not really free
But
speech,
Charlie-
especially
but Charlie Kirk-
hold on, especially when Charlie Kirk went and tried to deny. He denied us from going into his events just because we were Democrats.
True.
He canceled our permits, even though we had permits that we paid.
But you
for.
wouldn't argue,
That's not
all
free
right,
speech.
But you wouldn't argue that he would regularly, and I mean almost on a daily basis, debate with people who he didn't agree with.
Oh,
No.
College students, unprepared college
But let me
students. Do
throw
you
it
think
back
that's
at
real
you.
debate?
Let me throw back at you something. Which I'm interested in your response.
Make
to
him
this.
answer.
He went to the Oxford Union in April, May this year.
Yeah, he did.
And he debated a guy.
The top tier college students. Oh, the top tier college. Okay.
During the appearance, in response to this.
Yeah.
He went to the Oxford Union in April, May this year.
Yeah, he did.
And he debated a guy during the appearance there who then became the president-elect of the Oxford Union, who, when Charlie Kirk was murdered, reacted by posting LOL, laughing out loud, and then he said, "Charlie Kirk just got shot, let's effing go!" Exclamation mark, exclamation mark.
Yeah,
he,
that's
he celebrated the murder of Charlie Kirk, who was killed, let's be clear, because he had views that the person who killed him didn't agree with.
Yeah.
That person
Wow. How
continued to
reductive.
want to be president-elect of a debating society. Do you agree that it's not a question of free speech or cancel culture, that he was incompatible with the position of being president of a debating society if you celebrate someone's murder with their speech?
Yeah, I agree with that.
So that's
100%.
good.
We can agree
Because
on that.
I
think
watched,
it's
I
supposed
watched
to.
the way a lot of the woke left celebrated, posting.
The
And these were
woke
teachers,
left.
nurses, doctors, professors, posting videos of themselves, glorifying, celebrating the murder of Charlie Kirk. It was one of the most disgusting things I have ever seen.
Do you think that they should be fired for that?
Yeah, absolutely, they should be fired for that.
What? Wait, so you can't tell a joke about a guy dying? You can't. So if you celebrate somebody's murder, what? Wait, if that's not freedom of speech, I'm sorry. Is he? He's not on like the level
He's a
one.
boner.
He's not on the level one train of like it's freedom of speech as long as it doesn't offend me, right? That's like the libertarian wet dream to debate against. Like, oh, so you just don't like freedom of speech when somebody's being mean? Isn't that what freedom of speech is designed to protect? How can you have that position? That's the weakest, the most loserist fucking position in the world. Sorry. Okay, hold on, wait. I need to hug this real fast. What do you want?
Hey, I just want to make sure we're semi-aligned for the debate at 3. What's your overall argument?
It's in 33 minutes, right?
It sure is.
What's my thing? Fuck Trump, and it's all Trump's fault because this motherfucker is cucked AF.
Got him. Okay.
He also wants to talk about Melania being hot.
All right.
What's my wait? What was the prompt again?
Oh, the prompt is the shooting is Trump's fault, and here I'll just give my thing, and maybe you can speak right after that. Well,
Yeah, the shooting. Okay, the shooting is absolutely Trump's fault. I would say that Trump has engaged in a pattern of behavior where he is needlessly. He's doing a few things. He's inflaming the population by making the military and ICE and everybody like an enemy of the people. So he does this by stealing the National Guard from states, by forcibly sending ICE into these other places where the people clearly don't want them, and he's doing it all without collaboration of the local governments. So he's doing one, that's like an inflammatory, antagonistic thing. And then the second thing is just having people there for quote unquote law enforcement who aren't even able to do law enforcement, who aren't able to make arrests or whatever, is just needlessly antagonistic. And then 3, every single time a negative or violent event has happened in the United States, Donald Trump always uses it as an opportunity to grab more executive power. So there were cringe protesters that did cringe stuff about the Gaza-Israel shit or whatever, but Donald Trump, he used that to start deporting visa holders or whatever for being anti-fucking Israel. Or he used it to attack college campuses even more. Or now that you saw he deployed even more National Guard to DC as a result of these people dying, like everything he uses, he capitalized on for power. So those 2 people died because Trump wanted somebody to die, because Trump is praying that more federal officers, more soldiers die so that he can use it to continue to capitalize on his power. And he's not doing anything to protect those people or make it safer or to ease the temperature or overall climate in the United States relating to the antagonistic position that his troops are having against U.S. citizens. Yeah.
Okay, cool. Yeah, that doesn't really disalign with anything I'm saying. I just also, well, what I'm going to add is they, shouldn't have been there in the first place. He's violating posse comitatus. He's, using this now post hoc or to rationalize yet another Muslim-esque ban, which is going to just inflame people more. And I looked up a bunch of statements from the National Guard that is essentially saying, hey, when you asked us to deploy here, all of us raised concerns about how we don't need to be there and this is going to put us in danger. So obviously it's not his fault someone got shot, but he is getting people shot by putting them there needlessly. That's pretty much my argument. So cool. All right. Sounds like we won't be stumbling over each other. Do you know these guys at all as 2 lawyer people? I used to be like, oh no, I'm debating a lawyer, but every time it's a MAGA thing, I'm like, oh, you're just a total hack. So
that's every single lawyer that you will find that debates on that side. All of them. Don't just ignore the lawyer part and change it to law hobbyist because they know some terms and shit, but nothing they say will comport with anything having to do with an ordinary understanding of the law. So that's how all of it works. As soon as Trump or politics is turned on, they forget everything they've ever learned in their life relating to law, and they just become the biggest partisan hacks. They just have a slightly bigger vocabulary while doing it.
Sounds about right. Okay, cool.
Wait, that being said, who are we debating on this again?
Let me bring it up. It is, I think one of them you've talked to before.
Lauren De Laguna, I think.
No.
Thank you, Sam.
Go on. Here, I'm DMing to you. It's a good logic.
Oh boy. Okay.
Is that something I should?
He's a nice, friendly guy, but it's these are going to be the most partisan hack, defenses you've ever heard in your life. And then the other one is
Andrew Branca.
Have I debated this guy before?
Oh, he looks like Ron Swanson,
Oh,
but balding.
Jesus. Oh Jesus, that pinned tweet. Afghan
Trump
assassin
remigrate everyone?
smashes Overton window. Deport everybody.
Deport everybody. Holy shit. Okay.
Oh, Andy's blocked me on Twitter. Ooh, so this guy must already hate me. Nice. Whites are the ultimate minority. 1 hour ago. Oh boy.
Should be fun. All right, cool. Thanks, man. I'll see you in 20.
All right, have fun.
Or 30. Yeah, bye.
How are you? I'm Rob. Nice to meet you, Rob.
So I think we are conflating accountability with cancel culture. I am the mayor of my hometown, and if I came on here, Los Gatos, California, if I came on here and said a bunch of bigoted things, my voters would righteously vote me out. I would be out of a job. That's not cancel culture. That's just common sense and accountability. Can you tell me someone who has been permanently canceled? No. You're here today. People like Bill Cosby don't get gigs because he's a pervert, right?
I can tell you somebody. I can tell you 2 people where there was a global effort to cancel us, right? And one was me. And it came after the Oprah Winfrey Wine-a-thon, where Meghan and Harry trashed my royal family and trashed the monarchy in the most despicable, disingenuous manner.
People have told me that this is the defining moment for all of fucking Piers' life, that he hates the fucking royal family so much that it is just a defining thing. Jesus.
What'd they do to him?
I don't. He did some reporting that they didn't like, and so they fought with him. And apparently, he's just fucking had the biggest. Yeah, I don't know. All right.
Imaginable. 57,000 wokies bombarded the Ofcom television regulator. They weren't Good Morning Britain, the show I was doing, viewers. These were just woke left progressives who wanted me fired for disbelieving the claims about racism and mental health that were cited in that interview, which have never been substantiated and which I to this day do not believe. And I was told, you've got to apologize for this because the mob have come. You've got to apologize or lose your job. A job I was doing very successfully. Done it for 5 years, trebled the ratings. We just eclipsed the BBC as a #1 morning show. I was at the peak of my powers. But because I was exercising my right not to believe somebody who actually it turned out was spewing a lot of bullshit, I had to leave my job because I wasn't going to apologize. Now, let me give you the subjunct to that, which is far worse. Sharon Osbourne, my longtime friend, was hosting a show here called The Talk on CBS. She'd done it for 10 years. She loved that job. She was brilliant at that job. She defended me when asked about it. She didn't defend what I'd said. She just said, I'm here for my friend Piers, right? The black co-panelist, Cheryl Underwood, played the race card on the next episode of The Talk. She turned to Sharon on air and said, out of nowhere, this wasn't planned, why did you support someone who said racist things? I had never said anything racist about Meghan Markle. Sharon, obviously under attack, saying she'd been supporting a racist, and by definition must therefore be a racist, said,
bro, this is the woman at the football game or the sports game or whatever, where she's like, or no, the guy who's like explaining anything to his girlfriend. You know what I'm talking about? That meme?
Oh, yeah.
The song, okay.
She said that's racist. At which point Cheryl Underwood went on this ridiculous little. It's a point to it. Cheryl Underwood just said,
I don't think
it's not so much that he said racist things, it's kind of the way he said stuff. So Sharon said,
is this what you think people are talking about?
Wait, yes, I'm going to come to it. So Cheryl Underwood says this, and then she said, I'm not accusing you of being racist, Sharon. Sharon says, I think that ship has sailed. Here's what happened to Sharon. For a job she loved. She was bombarded with death threats, online mayhem, vilified, shamed. People saying, fire her. Wait a minute, let me finish.
I think that's bad.
Let me finish. Fire her. Death threats as well.
I think that's bad.
She eventually issued a groveling, sobbing apology. It still wasn't enough. She got fired from that job. For what? For absolutely nothing. For the next year, she had the worst year of her life.
I don't think that's what people talk about when you're talking about cancel culture.
Wait, you're talking about cancel culture, saying like no one has ever
been
victim.
You're talking about comedians who make a racist joke and somebody doesn't want to listen to them anymore.
What about Sharon Osbourne?
I don't know much about that. That sounds bad. No, that sounds bad. That sounds bad.
Oh, we did that. I don't know.
Why did I have to leave my job for disbelieving Meghan Markle?
No, we can't.
I don't know.
I cancel culture.
Yeah.
Oh my god! And then he gets. Oh my god! Come on, guys. They
didn't get to say anything.
They cocked him.
Amanda, nice to meet you.
So cancel culture. I'm trying to understand. Is it that you believe it's something that's not necessary within society to hold people accountable? Is it?
No, I do think accountability is very important. And individual companies are perfectly entitled to operate their own policies. What I'm talking about is where the woke mob, through social media, would pile pressure. And it's not exclusive to them. I've seen it happen with the right as well. Would pile pressure on companies, on institutions to fire people, often for what, in my opinion, were things that might be offensive to people or whatever, but they're not at the bar where they should lose their livelihoods.
Well, I do understand. I mean, there's a line when it comes to cancel culture where there are things that are taken too far, where people do lose their jobs for certain things that some people may find offensive or some people might not find offensive.
I mean, free speech, you know, the whole point of free speech is not about you and I agreeing.
Exactly.
It's about our ability to listen to each other and maybe you even saying hateful things to me. If they don't cross the bar of criminality, you're allowed to do that. And I should just suck it up. I don't have to like it, but I have to tolerate the fact in a free democratic society like the United States with the First Amendment, you're entitled to do that.
And see, that's where I disagree. I don't feel that it has to reach a bar of criminality in order for it to be something that someone has to be held accountable for. Though we have free speech, there does have to be lines drawn because there are things that are inappropriate regardless. You know, as you said when you were discussing books that are banned or certain things, the remarks you made about Meghan Markle, I don't agree that's something that you should be fired for, but I do see why there are people, and you need to look outside of your own perspective, there are people who felt that you needed to be canceled for such an instance.
Why?
Black women, especially around the world in the global West, they're oftentimes not listened to, and their problems, their pain, their mental health are oftentimes disregarded or undermined.
Race
and so
card.
that's also been a problem in gynecology.
She doesn't know Piers is a black lesbian right now.
I believe Meghan Markle.
Really?
Why wouldn't I believe?
Let me give an example of why you probably shouldn't. So she said in that interview that she and Harry were married secretly by the Archbishop of Canterbury 3 days before the public wedding. Had that been true, the Archbishop of Canterbury would have committed a crime and would have gone to prison.
Yes.
Did you ever see him go to prison?
No, I did not.
Did that make you think that maybe that never happened?
Honestly, no, it did not make me think that it's something that did not occur. I want to answer your question.
They said in that interview that senior members of the royal family, who we now know, through a leaked copy of the book where the names appeared, were supposedly then Prince Charles, now King Charles, and Catherine, William's wife, made comments that they were concerned about the potential skin colour of the unborn baby.
Yes.
Do you believe on balance that that's likely to have happened?
Absolutely.
Really?
Absolutely. Coming from the British institution, that's something that has been, you know, for centuries trying to maintain the purity of the blood. You know, something that has been within British aristocracy.
No,
I'm not saying.
What are you suggesting?
Something being white, if you're purposely trying to preserve it, it is something that you are doing.
We're not purposely trying to preserve it.
The way they interbred for years, I have studied English aristocracy for many years.
You think the royal family have been deliberately trying to stay white?
What I will say is that conservatism oftentimes does have to tie with the purity of whiteness and white culture. And so there are a large majority of conservatives who do see whiteness as the main basis of being a conservative, of something that's very important, that they need to preserve. And it's why a lot of times they exclude minorities and why they feel as though things such as wokeness are poor, they shouldn't be included, because it's giving that pathway.
What should worry you more is that having set off this absolute inferno about the royal family being a bunch of callous racists, where's it?
I don't-
Well, Harry then wrote a book. Do you remember the book Spare?
Yes, I have it. I read it.
420 odd pages of his life story. Do you know the two things that didn't appear in that book? The racism allegations against his family about the skin color of their unborn child, and the fact that the Buckingham Palace officials apparently told Meghan Markle she couldn't get help for her suicidal thoughts. Those two things never got repeated, never appeared in their documentary, never appeared in the book. They just vanished.
It did appear in the documentary. I did watch the
When
documentary.
Harry was asked about it recently, he said, "Oh no, it was the media that put a racist tone on this. I never meant to say my family were racist." Oh yes, you did. We all watched what you guys said.
What is this?
It's okay.
That's great.
Thank
Bullshit.
you.
Okay. Wow. Pierce just getting his yap fest on.
Who voted him out? Oh, yeah.
Shane.
Good to see you, Shane.
Nice to meet you. I want to take it back all the way to your original claim, and you said a lot of examples. I don't think you provided a single example of how cancel culture is a violation of free speech.
Okay, give you one. 2 weeks before the election where Biden won, the New York Post got an exclusive story about Hunter
Oh my
Biden's laptop.
God.
It was
Fantastic.
okay.
Biden.
People can laugh. Actually, contained incredibly damaging information, which may have led to serious charges against a lot of the Biden family.
No.
We'll never know
No.
because they've all been pardoned. But this story.
What? Now we'll never know because they've all been pardoned? What do you mean? They did all the investigating for years on this, Congress. They found nothing. Oh my
was
God.
suppressed by the left in the most disgraceful manner imaginable.
By the left?
at the time being all the tech giants.
Whoa,
who were all,
define suppressed.
They literally banned the New York Post account from their platforms.
Okay.
Until they took down the front page exclusive.
Free speech isn't protected on what platform you can speak on.
No,
These are private
you asked me
companies.
for an example of cancel culture.
I asked you for an example of violation of
They
free
literally-
speech, which
well,
is
that is a violation of free speech.
which is a promise that the government will not come in and arrest you for anything you say.
Hang on,
you
hang
are
on,
not
Shane,
entitled
Shane,
to
Shane,
viewers
Shane,
on your show
Shane.
just because people agree.
I agree. Shane, let me make my point. You asked me for an example of where free speech had been suppressed.
Violated.
A major, violated.
Not suppressed, violated.
Violated. A major national American newspaper of 100 plus years standing, the New York Post, had its account taken down on social media.
Okay, did anyone get arrested?
Because they were exposing a true story about the son of the man who would be president and became president in a way that was directly intended to benefit Joe Biden and hinder Donald Trump's chances of winning that election.
And I don't agree with that suppression.
So that's what I mean.
But
That's an example.
was anyone arrested?
What do you mean arrested?
Was any
What do you
free
mean
speech
arrested? What do you
violated
mean,
that
what do you
the
mean
government
arrested?
stepped in and arrested
Well, I
someone?
just told you the story, Graham. He was arrested.
At the Heathrow Airport?
Yeah.
In the UK?
Yeah.
You don't have free speech in the UK.
Well, that's part of the problem. I agree.
That sounds like a UK problem, not a US problem.
The US has a big problem.
So what
Got
it
him,
has a
got
problem,
him,
but
got him,
where has
got
free
him.
speech been violated?
I'm just
because of
giving you-
cancel-
just giving
No,
you
you gave me
example.
one at Heathrow Airport.
I'll give you the New York
Where-
Post
who
example.
has been arrested?
No one.
As a result of cancel culture, because
this
someone
guy.
has said something that was
Ooh,
either
this
bigotry,
guy's fucking
racist,
getting 'em.
sexist, whatever it is, and people are not entitled to have viewers based on their opinions.
I'm not saying they are.
If people disagree with you, they can say, "Oh, we're not going to watch you anymore." They're
Yes.
going to go out on social media and say, "Hey,
100
everybody, let's stop watching this person because he came out as racist."
100%.
Okay, and that's not a violation of free speech.
No, Sharon Osbourne was fired, as I just told you.
Also, not a violation of free speech.
Of course it was.
49 states are at will employing states. Companies can fire you for any reason that is
Yes.
not related to discrimination.
I agree. This is
Got him.
already said, I think you're
Got
misunderstanding.
him.
I've
Got
already-
him. You're misunderstanding me.
I've already said that companies are
You kinda
perfectly
got him.
entitled to do what they like. They're
Oh.
private businesses, right? So CBS was perfectly entitled to do it. But was it a violation of Sharon's free speech rights, what they did? Yes.
No, not a violation. It was suppression. It was. I don't agree with it.
What's the difference?
I think the people. She didn't get arrested for what she said.
Well, violation doesn't mean you get arrested.
Yes, being violated of your free speech, being able to not.
I can violate you without it involving arresting
Is
you.
that what you see when you look at me? You wanna violate me? No, that is what we have in our Constitution that is protected. You can say and do whatever
You
you
have
want.
better
but your-
protections here than we do in the UK.
I agree, but your speech is protected. You can be as hateful, as angry, as misogynistic as you want to be, and people can hate you for that.
Yeah.
Consequences. You do not have a right to be on a platform and get to say whatever you want.
Sure.
You can.
But if I say,
you can, but
if I
people
say,
don't have to watch
if I
you.
say right now on camera, I think you should be shot dead, that is actually a criminal offence.
No,
And I would be arrested.
If you said you wanted to shoot me dead, or you're encouraging people to shoot me dead, that is not protected free speech. That is a threat.
Correct. It's a crime.
You saying I should be shot dead is
So my
free
point- my
speech,
point being,
and
not
that
all-
makes you look like a terrible person.
Right, not all, yeah, I agree.
And you're not going to be arrested for that.
I've already made the point that hateful speech has to be tolerated in a free democratic
I
society.
agree.
Right, where it passes the bar of criminality, then obviously the law enforcement take over, and that's how it should be. The problem comes, and it's been more of a problem in my country than here. I agree, but I do think in terms of suppressing free speech, what was going on with things like the New York Post story being suppressed was
That's not-
absolutely disgraceful.
I agree. We're not disagreeing on that. Your claim was a
Let's end on the point of
attack on free
agreement. We end up agreeing.
Okay. That's his 5 questions. Okay, last question for Timmy Boy. The reddest states are governed worse than the bluest cities. Ooh-wee. Uh-oh. Let's fucking
The last
go.
claim is that the reddest states are governed worse than the bluest cities.
Let's fucking go. Let's go.
What up, man?
Let's
Good to see
go.
you.
So obviously, in order for us to understand your claim, I would love to understand why you say that. What specifically about red states makes them govern worse than
Yeah, sure.
cities?
Yeah, because the only thing I even fucking know anything at all about is crime.
Well, I think that there are kind of two ways to look at that. One is just in a technocratic sense, like the outcomes are worse, right? Poverty rates are higher.
True,
Violent
true.
crime
Education,
is higher.
true,
Divorce rates are
yeah,
higher.
true, true,
Economic
true,
dynamism and opportunities
true.
lower. School
Where are you getting
scores are
that,
lower.
violent crime is higher.
Per capita.
Per capita, the highest violent
got him.
crime state, red state,
wasn't
states
ready
are
for the
almost all red states except New Mexico. I think
Oh, he wasn't ready for the per capita argument? But what about Chirac? But what about absolute number of murders in some of these? Wasn't ready for the per capita argument.
Alaska, Louisiana, Mississippi. Those are the highest violent states when it comes to violent crime. Yeah.
So the blue cities
that guy in the back is like, no, he can't. Oh, it can't be right.
Those are the highest
Where are they?
violent
Look at him.
states when it comes to violent crime. Yeah.
Look at that guy. No, it can't be. Oh no. Oh.
So the blue cities that have overwhelmingly more regulation on guns, they have more gun violence. Why do you think that is?
Well, I mean, I don't think that's exactly true. There are some cities that have really high.
That's not true.
Well, there's some cities that have a lot of gun violence.
Notice how I'm so curious if people are aware they do this. Do you see the dialogue tree? Right. He asked that first question with he didn't give a fuck. What do you mean when you say they're governed better? No matter what Tim said there, he was going to say, well, what about the fact that the cities with the most gun restrictions are the ones with the most gun crime? Chicago, Illinois has some of the toughest gun restrictions in the country, and they have some of the most violent gun crime, so it seems like liberals not working, right? Like, he was going to always ask that next question.
It's like Chicago, and a lot of the guns are coming in from...
They have some of the strictest gun regulations in the...
Yeah, but again, you have more violent crime.
What do I say? I live and breathe these NPCs, okay? I know the NPC programming, okay? I live and breathe it. I say they're the most predictable motherfuckers in the universe, okay?
In places like Tennessee than you do in places like Massachusetts and New York.
That's true. No, not even New York. Let's take Chicago and New York, who have some of the strictest gun violence. Chicago's a horrific example.
A lot of those guns are coming in from Indiana, yeah.
Okay, and how are they coming in?
People are trafficking them from Indiana, and they should be stopped.
Trafficking them? Okay, so they're coming in illegally.
I don't know why you're whispering it.
Well, they're coming in illegally,
okay.
right?
Yeah, sure.
But they have the regulations to crack down on the guns. So you're telling me that regulation doesn't work?
Well, no, regulation certainly does work in...
Wait. So then, should we not have any immigration laws because the people are coming in illegally anyway? So we should make it so that we just accept it? Or like, what is this argument? What?
In certain cases, there are ways to
why
limit
doesn't it work in Chicago?
Yeah, but again,
because they have
it is
strict gun
working.
problems. They have strict gun
so
regulations.
you're trying to do the debate bro thing with me, like,
No,
but it just isn't working because the facts are not right. Like, the states that have the least gun violence are blue states. There's places like Vermont and Massachusetts. I'm sorry. The gun violence. I'm just sorry. You know why? Here's why. Because the gun violence, like you hear about, like the.
We have one out. There's still one out. Okay, you need to channel your inner gamer. You need to look down at the letter N on your keyboard. Okay, that's your one out. Okay. Well, you're going to say Massachusetts is less violent than the blue... What about the black people? Let's do black people. You have one out. You can do it. You can do it. You can do it.
Crime, gun violence, and there certainly is some of that, particularly in Chicago, where it's really bad. But there is a ton of gun violence that's happening across rural America related to domestic violence. And having guns in your home just leads to suicides, leads to wives being menaced and killed, and like that is happening all over the country.
But there's a lot of other factors that go into the fact. For example, in the rural areas, they're going to have less deterrence from the community. Not everybody lives together, so they don't have the threat of their neighbors shooting at a robber, for example. They have less law enforcement, the time that it takes for law.
What are we talking? Is this like XCOM, like covering fire on my neighbors are on Overwatch, so I can't be robbed right now? What? This is the most convoluted. I've never in my life heard this particular thing brought up. Did he fanfic this argument? Like, well,
he's in a neighborhood watch.
In rural communities, you're more predisposed to being robbed because your neighbors aren't covering your property with their own sniper fire. What?
Enforcement don't have the threat of their neighbors shooting at a robber, for example. They have less law enforcement, the time that it takes for law enforcement to get to these crimes that would be happening, like, for example, all of the things that you're mentioning, is a lot higher than it would be in blue cities. But that still doesn't take away from the fact that you even agreed Chicago has the highest gun regulation in the country, and they have the most amount of gun violence. How does that work? And
again, because we live in a free country, and Chicago's not like a fortified environment where nobody can come in and out. But I guess my point is that I think that Chicago's governed awfully. Actually, the mayor of Chicago is terrible. But my point is that there's a lot of conversation about that. That the mayor of Chicago is terrible. Like a lot of this is in the news. People talk about it all the time. There's not a lot of conversation about the fact that in West Virginia, in Tennessee, in Louisiana, in Mississippi, there is greater violent crime than there is in Chicago. It's just not as in condensed area. People don't talk about it, and they're not doing anything to solve it. And the governors in those states are actually making it worse, exacerbating the problem.
You make this claim that on average, the blue cities are governed worse than red states. When we talk about Chicago, which happens to be one of the biggest country, or one of the biggest cities in the country, the most populous, they have the strictest gun regulations. It's like, oh well, we can't talk about that. We have to talk about the rural red states.
I'm happy to talk about it. I'm just saying, I think that Chicago, objectively, Chicago is governed not well, and I think that they should be governed better.
What do you think?
But objectively, it's governed better than West Virginia.
What do you think?
Like if you live, Los Angeles is objectively governed better than West Virginia, Oklahoma on every score. Where would you want to send your kids to school?
What policy differences?
Sure. Again, education, access to healthcare, services, transportation, poverty levels. Poverty levels are way higher.
The affordability is also higher in those states as well.
Good statement.
Yeah.
Hey, it's Noel again.
Yes,
Good to see you. What's
good
up?
to see you again. So I know a lot of things were mentioned, and just to kind of level the playing field and find common ground.
Okay.
You mentioned, kids dying because of school shootings. I'm with you there. My heart breaks every time I hear something. I want something done about that.
Like,
same when we look at.
I wish we had teachers with guns, then we could protect the kids. Or
Immigration,
kids with
human
guns.
trafficking, kids being trafficked at the border by the cartel.
True.
Horrible. So
Horrible.
all of the violence against children, I want something done by that, and I think it's horrible. That being said, and I think we can agree on that.
Trump
when
is
we look
doing
at blue
more.
cities, they have some of the most extreme abortion policies.
Oh
For
my
example,
g-
Cesar
never mind. It was even
Santangelo
more
in Washington,
retarded.
D.C. There were justice for the 5, and they still haven't received justice, but they were 5 babies that were aborted at the 3rd trimester. And so we see these cases.
By the way, that Justice for the 5 story, I read this in case Lila would bring that up. This story is crazy and it's bullshit. A bunch of anti-abortion activists basically invade, I think, this Planned Parenthood. I don't even know if it was just a single time or it was over the course of some time. And at some point, somebody makes a phone call saying hey, there's some anti-abortion advocates who have a bunch of fucking baby parts in their fucking house. You want to go check that out? And their claim is that all these baby parts belong to 3rd trimester babies that were illegally aborted in some Planned Parenthood. There's no evidence of that whatsoever. They literally stole these corpses from, it was either from Planned Parenthood or something else. And they got, obviously, there was I don't know if they were all arrested or if there are charges levied against them, because you can't steal fucking baby corpses and shit for these places. And that's the DC-5. It's just the whole story is insanely fucking. Now you're making this up, bro. This whole story is crazy unhinged. They literally stole these corpses from. It was either from Planned Parenthood or something else, and they got obviously there was I don't know if there's an easy YouTube video about this, but. Steal fucking baby corpses and shit for these places. And that's the DC-5. It's just the whole story is DC-5 abortion. Here's the rigged version of this. I think this is just a report. Let's see what this is real quick.
All right, WSA 9 staying on top. Breaking news in Capitol Hill and the Eastern Market neighborhood. Listen to this. D.C. police confirmed that the medical examiner collected 5 fetuses from inside the home of an anti-abortion protester. Her name, Lauren Handy. Handy has just been indicted on a charge of invading and blocking access to a D.C. health clinic. Now, WSA 9 broke this story. We were outside the home. Remember this yesterday on 6th Street Southeast when police were carrying out that raid? Officers walked out carrying red biohazard bags and coolers. That's never a good sight. WSA 9's Bruce Lachey live there with more on some of the shocking revelations our team was able to uncover today. Bruce, good evening.
Yeah, Adam, I'm telling you what, kind of a bizarre, gruesome house of horrors here in a crowded D.C. neighborhood. D.C. police say they found those 5 fetuses right down here in this apartment, which is connected to that anti-abortion activist, Lauren Handy. Police say the investigation is ongoing, which leaves us with a ton of questions. Like, where did the human fetuses come from? Why did she keep them? And what was she planning to do with them? Police carried a cooler and several biohazard bags out of the home on Wednesday. Anti-abortion activist Lauren Handy, outside her home after her release on federal charges, told WUSA 9 people would freak out when they heard what police had found inside her home.
Abortion is the most painful type of murder. Dismembering a child alive with no anesthetic.
Handy was among 9 people indicted by a federal grand jury Wednesday for allegedly invading Washington Surgery Clinic on October 22nd, 2020.
If you die in the abortion procedure, you can wake up in a place you don't want to be.
The anti-abortion activists chained themselves to chairs in a waiting room. I'm Jonathan Darnell. And protester Jonathan Darnell of Arlington live streamed the whole thing to Facebook.
You would cry out in agony. Your mind would be twisted with pain if you could spend 1 minute in hell.
Handy, Darnell, and 7 others were charged under the 1994 Freedom of Access to Clinic Entrances Act, which had fallen into disuse under the Trump administration. Planned Parenthood of Metropolitan Washington CEO says she knows several of the people indicted.
They have protested at our facility on 4th Street here in the district many times and have been disruptive. They have harassed patients. They have obstructed patients. And no one should have to experience that intimidation for trying to access health care.
Now, Washington Surgery Clinic declined to comment when we called them, so we really don't know whether the fetuses came from there or from someplace else. D.C. police are leading the investigation into the fetuses, and they say it's really ongoing, so we don't know if or when or what kind of charges might be.
These people claim, the reason why it's called DC-5 is because they claim that all 5 of these fetuses were live baby abortions, baby. They're 3rd trimester, fully viable, 8.5 months they were aborted, but they provided no evidence of this. They don't have any death certificates. They don't have any medical information. These are just fetuses that this fucking weirdo anti-abortion activist has collected. And when people say about justice for the 5, what they're talking about is in DC, these 5 poor babies that were maliciously assassinated by these evil Planned Parenthood types. We need to have justice for them. It's an unhinged, crazy story. I was hoping Lila would bring this up, but she never did, so I don't know, my research mattered here.
Filed in connection with those fetuses. A guy with keys to the house came up to us just a little bit over an hour ago, and he said there is going to be a news conference on Tuesday, and it's going to be big. But I think beyond that, he refused to say anything at all. Adam?
All of this, Bruce, is just extremely bizarre. And do we know anything about Handy's assassinated by these evil Planned Parenthood type group being involved with human fetuses before?
Yeah, this is interesting. Right at the top of their website, there's a big picture they say shows human fetuses being improperly stored at the University of Washington, at a health center or a medical school at the University of Washington. Fetuses, baby parts, they say, stored in plastic bags, paper bags, in a freezer. But again, we don't know if that has anything to do with what's going on here.
Yeah, very strange. So many things still need to be unraveled here. Bruce Chandler, of course, in the Capitol Hill neighborhood.
Oh shit! He's about to fucking stab this dude. Okay, wait. We run this one.
Is happening in blue cities, and I think that's super problematic. Do you think that is?
I'm against third trimester abortions. I'm like quasi pro-life, I would say. I'm where a lot of people are in the country, which is in the middle on that issue. I think a lot of times it gets bifurcated into extremes. But now that Dobbs has been overturned, kind of like the dynamics has changed a lot in what the laws are in a lot of those cities. But I agree, and I think that the Kermit Gosnell thing, whatever in Philadelphia, horrible, a horrible story. Here's the problem though, is that again, on average, like the red states do a horrible job of protecting young people. You mentioned gun deaths, but it's also child poverty is higher in the red states. Infant mortality is much higher in the red states because they aren't funding healthcare to the same degree. And my view is, look, when I think about what I'm looking for in a governor, in somebody who's governing state or the country. I used to work for Jeb Bush. One of his lines was that he wants people to be able to live a life of purpose and meaning. And that's kind of what I judge everything by. I want people to have an opportunity to live a life of purpose and meaning. What does that mean? That means that when they're born, they get to stay born, right? And then it means when then they grow up and they go to school, then they have good schools where they have a chance to learn and do well. And then if they get out of school and they have like financial issues, like that there's a safety net so they at least have a chance to go out and find a job. Yeah. Like on that metric, like red states are doing terrible. Like infant mortality is high, the schools are terrible, and the safety net has holes in it. And I think that, I agree with you that there have been some extreme abortion laws in blue cities. I just don't think that matches up to this horrible way that red states are governing on that metric.
I agree that the education system is a mess, and I think we need to change that. I think homeschooling should be a more popular option, and people should have education choice. And unfortunately, we don't see that a lot in blue states. We see that in red states to allow more freedoms of education choice. But I do want to say, you mentioned that we should protect a life after the child is born. But so do you agree that we should protect a life before? Allow the child to be born? Because so you're pro-life then?
Again, I think that this is a complicated issue, right? Like, I definitely am not for third trimester elective abortions. Right? I think that there are exceptions, or the life of the mother. I think that some of the red state laws are really terrible, bounty laws in some of these cases. I think it's a little different. The abortion isn't the issue. Like, we could probably sit here and debate the 6 week and 8 week. You know what I mean? Like, I think that there are different lines on there. But I guess my point is that I'm for that. Again, I think that people should have an opportunity to live a life of purpose and meaning. That means getting born, but that means staying born, right? You don't want infant mortality when they're death. You want to make sure they have good hospitals. And I just think they're failing on this front. I live in Louisiana. I live in New Orleans. We have school choice. I'm for school choice too, actually.
Awesome.
But like, they don't fund the schools. So it's like there are 3 really great schools. And so if you have great parents that work hard to get you on the list and make sure that you get the tests and you get to go to the good public schools, then you're great. If you have absentee parents or bad parents, then you end
I have to do my debate soon. I'll be back 1 sec. You can finish watching this. Hold on.
up in these crappy schools. And my point is, you can have school choice, but you also gotta invest to make sure kids have opportunities. They're doing that in blue cities.
You get a second Red Bull?
Sure, but we have to allow people to have that option. And we're seeing a lot of restrictions in blue cities towards school choice. And so people should be able to choose, because then they're not going to be able to even have.
I agree. I just think on balance, like if you want to send your kid to school and you're just like, would I go in San Francisco or would I send them to school in Shreveport? If you want to give them the best chance to succeed. I think pretty much everybody would say San Francisco. There'd be some weird woke stuff that they learned, but like they would get a good education, and like there is not that investment happening in red states.
But what we're seeing in blue states is we're seeing a lot of governors and we're seeing a lot of mayors be very adamantly pro-choice. Like they're not advocating for any sort of restrictions on abortion. I think that's super problematic, and I think we can agree on that. And so if you have governors and you have mayors who are saying it's okay to kill children, I don't really trust their judgment if they think murder's okay.
Yeah, again, and I think that there are differences of opinions on abortion.
Thanks so much.
Good job, thanks. We rolling. All right, here we go.
So I think when you look at blue cities and red states, one of the things you see a major difference in is like investment in terms of what private companies are investing in. You know, like New York City, San Francisco, you have a lot of these tech companies that are also hiring a lot of white-collar workers, right? Whereas some of these blue or red states you're talking about, Mississippi, Louisiana, used to be blue-collar states that are now blue-collar jobs have dissipated from and gone overseas because of, you know, free trade and stuff.
Let me object to that. Let me give you one example. Sure. So again, as I mentioned, I live in New Orleans. I was thinking about this as I was trying to come up with a good example. If you just go up the Mississippi River, right? So let's take out the coastal states, because I do agree they're kind of different in the kind of economy it is. If you just go up the river, you got New Orleans, Memphis, St. Louis. They're all in red states. And then you got Minneapolis, St. Paul, that's in a blue state at the top. Minneapolis, St. Paul is thriving. A lot of people want to move there. There's a lot of economic opportunity. There is a huge...
Also has a lot more private companies investing in...
Well, right, but why? It's because the governance there has been attractive. People want to move there. A lot of tampon access in Minneapolis. Thanks to
welcome joining us,
you can get a tampon. A lot of people want to go to Minneapolis. It's a liberal state that has been governed well, where the education is good, the healthcare is good. So no wonder companies want to go there because diverse communities are welcome. And then you go down the red states. St. Louis was once one of the biggest cities in the country. Memphis was once one of the biggest cities in the country. New Orleans, where I live, used to be very dynamic. They have hollowed out.
Right, and
people don't want to move there because they're governed like crap.
Okay, when you're talking about moving somewhere, where are you primarily going to move? For a job, right? Yes. And so, okay.
So it's the job of the states to try to attract the good jobs. The blue states have been doing it. Why?
So
it's not about geography. It's not like randomly. It's because of the coast or because of certain industries.
So I mean, Tennessee has had a lot of companies move there, tech companies, right? The thing is, I think it's a false equivalency here because, okay, so a lot of the jobs have left from the Rust Belt and everything. These are the states that you're just saying are, worse than on average.
Pennsylvania's being governed great. Josh Shapiro's doing a great job. Michigan is being governed. Detroit is having a renaissance right now. They have a Democratic governor. Wisconsin is being governed well. Milwaukee's having a renaissance. There's no reason that New Orleans
but it's also,
Memphis
okay, look,
or like any of these other cities could be like
states you're talking about,
Wisconsin.
the cities you're talking about have white collar jobs. So obviously those people
because
are
they've attracted
better
them.
on average because they have better income.
Pittsburgh, Detroit, Wisconsin, that was the Rust
If you
Belt.
look at Ohio and Indiana, not as many white collar people live there, and so of course outcomes are going to be worse on average. And now I want to go back to your
Thanks, man. Good to see you. Welcome back. What was it, JP?
JP, yeah.
Good to see you, man.
Yeah, I see you again. I don't really want to talk about like states, cities, because I see what you're doing. You're mentioning the states, we're mentioning the cities. But again, like we all know, like it's no surprise that people are always talking about LA and New York. I came to the city for the first time with my little sister. It's beautiful. It attracts eccentrics. It's a wonderful city.
Where are you from?
It represents America. I'm from Miami, Florida, where you don't see all this homelessness, right? But you see it here. No, you don't see it like here. And it's no surprise that it's on the news all the time. Yeah. So I want to move away from that because I know you're going to do. You're going to mention specific states and you're going to ignore the social conditions there, the poverty rates, et cetera. I'm not going to do that. I want to talk about the word Morris that you mentioned. I assume you're a big Tocqueville guy.
Yeah, sure. I'm getting old since I'm a dad, so it's been a decade since I read de Tocqueville, but yeah, sure.
For the normies, Alexis de Tocqueville loved to talk about inclinations, right, about Morris.
Yeah, Morris.
I think that today, liberal cities have an issue that's not really about government, it's about hyper-individualism, right? And we're losing, let's say, the Morris, the inclination to make America great. Some of those are represented in, rural America. And it's imperfect, hard to compare these places. But I think that you sometimes make things so much about identity, about hyper-individuality. You mentioned gay, Latino, black. You brought demographics many times today. And one thing that Trump does and Republicans do is they talk about nationhood. They talk about being an American. And right now with liberals, a lot of times they're like, why do all these people have American flags in their house? What are you proud of,
Did you watch the protest, the No Kings protest? It was all liberals, a lot of American flags out there.
Yeah, a lot of American flags, a lot of them, saying things that...
Yeah, and Donald Trump did the thing where he called them the enemy of the people, the enemy within, the enemy from within, the people that were protesting him, he called them the enemy from within. He has very kind things to say about foreign despots that like him. If you're a Sharia law sand dictator...
You are confusing foreign policy making, like he's trying to negotiate and get a deal, and you're trying to make Maduro loves like Putin, and that's what...
I want to talk about some traditional value stuff, but I appreciate it, man. That's okay. All right, what's up?
Good. Martin, nice
to meet you, man.
So I think that the whole framing of kind of red states versus blue cities, it's kind of a bad framing because we're talking about different levels of analysis. I think the best way of looking at this would be what happens when a state goes from blue leadership to red.
Did he do 6-7?
I think the best example of that is the state of Florida under the leadership of Ron DeSantis. So under the leadership of Ron DeSantis, has the poverty rate of Florida gone up or down?
I don't have all of the Florida stats in front of me, but I'll say, do you want me to go Florida? Sure, I'll give you the downside of Florida. I think that right now what you're seeing in Florida is a big rise in cost of living because people don't want to move there. I get that. There's a supply and demand.
The poverty rate of Florida has gone down.
Yeah, there's supply and demand. There's an Adam Smith.
I bet I get some in Dan.
I saw
Dan Clancy.
Economic development opportunities come to the state, I guess.
Yeah, the main reason why is because when you lower state taxes, you attract more businesses come in, that creates more jobs and opportunity for people, which is what you see under Republican leadership. And that's really why you're seeing major companies and people leave states like California in droves to go to states like Texas and Florida with preferable businesses.
California's doing better in the poverty rate than Florida is, though. But look, Florida has big issues.
Hassan.
Florida has a big insurance rate crisis. So look, if you're right, if you're doing well in Florida right now.
Oh. Take their fucking perms, Steven.
Take yo mama's perms. Good one.
That was food shops, not fucking Dan. I knew it'd work.
You missed the most important word, Celeste.
Wow.
Take their fucking perms, Steven. Take yo mama's.
Well, what do you want, Moten?
Well, Steve's gotta go. I just wanted to summon you.
Oh. Where does he have to go to?
He's got a debate.
Right now?
It's like, I think he's late now.
Way to go.
Where are you going?
He's gotta go on the WIC panel.
Oh. I thought it was something in real life. No. He's going to a Twitch stream. Ooh,
yeah, I'm going to your mom's house in real life. Got him.
No, I don't think so.
Hey, man.
Oh, hi. Oh.
He's on the phone. We're trying to get.
Yeah, I
the
see. I
Muppet
see that.
work.
Now I look like an idiot because I just said hi and he wasn't even talking to me. Thanks. Thanks, Wick.
Do you want me to put you on speakerphone here? Hold on a second. Let's see.
That's great.
You're great. I'm here to save
Hey guys, can you still hear me?
I'm good.
Oh, we can still hear you. Yes, sir.
All right, I've actually got Joe on speakerphone. If you want to try to talk to him and him to you.
Yeah. So.
The home with Duncan.
Go ahead.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I'm trying to. It's saying it's going to stop my camera. I'm not sure why.
Are you
This
using
happens to me all the
OBS?
time. Unironically, unplug it and plug it back in.
Unplug the camera again?
Yeah.
Oh, try that.
Yeah. So. Go ahead.
Pretty soon we'll be using a landline here.
Yes. Close my browser.
I'm mostly concerned about the audio as well, making sure we can hear you through your Discord.
Yeah, I don't know why you can't hear me on the audio either. That's weird.
Do you have the
It's not
correct mic
correct.
settings? Like, have you checked the gear icon? You can click that, make sure that the input setting is correct and you're using the correct mic.
It is, but it's I turn my speaker on so they can talk to Joe over the phone.
Yeah, welcome, gang, to the tech support Wick TV stream. I suppose. I guess we'll hopefully get this
Nice.
working soon.
Options. Voice settings. Check.
Joe, just have your wife come in and fix it.
That's
Yeah, welcome, gang,
brilliant.
to the tech support
Awesome.
stream. I suppose. I guess.
Oh, there
We
he is.
have
I see him.
we can
All
see
right,
you.
got that.
Camera's working.
Okay, you can see me. Now I just gotta get the audio.
Do you have push to talk enabled?
No. Why is it not picking up the right mic?
We can see you. Camera's working.
My audio settings.
Do you have push to talk enabled?
Options.
And do we stay in this view, or does it change once the show starts to?
No, we stay in this view. So if you want to start capturing this now, we can begin. Yeah.
All right, is this
Yes, yes, excellent. We can hear you.
All right.
Okay, great. We have audible connections. We have visual connections.
Gracias. I don't hear you though.
Can you not hear us? Hello?
Can you hear me?
Yes, yes.
Let me check. I'm gonna check the my output.
Swipe.
All right, is this?
Yes, yes, excellent. We can hear you.
All right.
Okay, great. We have
Just setting output.
visual connection.
Headphones. Try now.
Okay, can you hear us?
Beautiful.
Okay,
All
great.
right.
Are we ready to
I
begin?
appreciate. I want to thank you guys, by the way, for working around my schedule. Also, it was it was very gracious of you both.
Of course.
So thank you.
Okay, well, without further ado, let's get started. Okay, welcome, 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 one and all, to yet another episode of Wick TV. It's a cross-ideological space where we come together to talk about issues both political and cultural, from the silly to the serious. And today, we're going to be discussing the recent shooting and killing of at least one National Guard member in Washington, D.C. So on November 26th, 2025, near Farragut West Metro Station in Washington, D.C., there was a shooting of two National Guard members, Specialist Sarah Beckstrom and Staff Sergeant Andrew Wolf. Sarah Beckstrom has since died from her wounds, and Sergeant Andrew Wolf is still, as far as I can tell, in critical condition. The suspect is in custody. He is an Afghan national, Ramanullah Lakanawal, excuse my pronunciations, I'm very bad at foreign names. There has been much discussion about why this happened and who is to blame. Tonight's prompt is Trump responsible for the shooting of these two National Guard? Why or why not? And we've got some great guests to talk about it. I appreciate you all for coming, and apologies for the little tech support at the beginning, but, you know, we have to do what we got to do. I want to give the mic first to Destiny, and we'll just kind of go around, introduce ourselves, give us opening thoughts, and what we have to say. Go ahead, Destiny. Open us up.
Okay, so I don't know if I would say 100% that Trump is fully responsible, but if anybody is responsible, he's pushed it basically as close to the line as possible. I think that Trump has engaged in behavior that has made all of the National Guards of every state and all of the federal police to have the most antagonistic relationship possible with all of the different states, or in D.C., just the territory of Washington, D.C. So I think that Trump is engaged in behavior that has increased the danger for all of the people that are deployed. I think that every single time a bad thing happens, I think that he tries to capitalize on it with some kind of policy. I would argue that Trump has been waiting for and loves these types of moments, and he's waiting for more moments like these to happen so that he can continue to expand on his executive power. Every time it does, we saw him jump on this as soon as these two National Guardsmen were shot. I think he deployed another 500 to D.C. And yeah, I just think that Donald Trump is engaged on a war path where he wants to invite as much self-destruction as possible so that it gives him more excuses basically to leverage and expand his executive power and authority.
Okay, we'll get into it as we go. Next up, Soy Pill. What you got?
Yeah, pretty much what Destiny said. I would add that Trump, is inflaming all of the tensions by, illegally putting the National Guard into all of these places. He's violating posse comitatus. He's going against the wishes of various governors and even the National Guard themselves, who say they don't need to be there and don't want to be there. Then essentially putting the blame on him by putting people in places they don't need to be and inflaming the tension so that when violent things happen, he can justify doing it more, grabbing more executive power. It is very clearly at least his fault insofar as this never should have happened and wouldn't be happening under a Kamala presidency. Obviously, Donald Trump didn't shoot these people, but also by the Trump MAGA-tard standard of Trump, the Biden administration letting all these illegals in and then saying, oh, well, it's his fault for letting them in. Trump's administration granted this person asylum, so I'm also going to give him blame for that.
Okay, thank you for being here. I'm sure we'll get into it. Good logic.
Yeah, I'm Joe Neerman, a.k.a. Good Logic. I'm a nuke attorney converted into a podcaster, and the nonsense that the left is trying to... when I first heard the topic discussion was Trump is to blame for the shooting of the National Guard, I actually laughed out loud that they could try to spin this, that what it starts with is a premise that everything Trump is looking to do is motivated by evil. This is just an assumption that they build into whatever he says or does, that his objective is to just basically harm as many people as possible. And then they take a situation that they'll create a situation that is as volatile as possible and ratchet it up, going back to Biden bringing in ridiculous numbers of millions of illegal aliens, letting them stream across our borders, then trying to defend the criminal aliens. He's not even trying to get rid of your run-of-the-mill illegal aliens. He's trying to get rid of the criminals and screaming and standing in front of ICE and trying to stand in front of federal officers doing performing their duty. And then they turn around and say, well, this is all Trump's fault, while the left is continually ratcheting up the violence, ratcheting up just how they want their side to be as angry as possible. You'll hear them say, go out there, march, go out there, march. You'll never hear the left say, make sure you do it peacefully. You'll never hear that at all. And then when there's this terrible incident, which I assume that the people who are arguing against me would admit at least that this is a tragedy, that Sarah Beckstrom was shot. Another person, I think, is still in critical condition when I last heard. So that I think they would admit that this is a tragedy. Then they turn around and they say it's Trump's fault. It's Trump's fault because he's trying to enforce the law, which is just preposterous. But I look forward to getting into their legal arguments so we can break this down for all of you.
Okay, thank you for being here. Really appreciate it. Next up, Andrew Branca. Is that how you say your last name? I apologize.
Yeah, that's fine. It doesn't matter. Of course, I'm an attorney. I'm probably best known for the law of self-defense. I'm an expert, probably the preeminent expert in the nation on use of force law. and I do a lot of legal and political commentary. I think there's no there's no rational view in which Trump has any legal responsibility for what happened here. We have an Afghan assassin who walked up to a woman with a revolver in his hand and shot her through the chest. There's only one person who caused that death. That's the Afghan rebel. We can engage in all kinds of estrogenic butterfly effects, and Trump is the bad daddy, so everything that happens that's bad is Trump's fault. But Trump has executive authority under Article 2. He's the democratically elected president. He's a
Everybody wanna go and talk it. At the same time, gotta walk it.
Estrogenic butterfly effects, and Trump is the bad daddy, so everything that happens that's bad is Trump's fault. But Trump has executive authority under Article 2.
She killed him last war.
Yeah, I don't know why you did that. I was going to run him.
Wait, so who gets Tunis? Who gets to form Carthage?
I don't think you can form Carthage.
I think that this hits off.
That's disappointing. They still have the capital in the north because they don't. They don't want to get through. I guess.
This is a lot of motherfuckers in Africa. Italy is really committed to this.
Somehow, those tribal shitters, I played through the battle, they did like 20-1 casualties and annihilated the Genoese.
Yeah, they're good. I did 1-to-1 damage against the Italians. The issue is my cav don't reinforce and all their regulars are reinforced.
Huh.
Just get it up
The legitimate is the legitimate issue is Tunis and Morocco fighting you and weakening themselves to open themselves up to the Europeans.
I just wanted institutions. But
Okay, so Tornado has managed to completely extort his peasants into the ground and now is outrageously wealthy.
This is just the
That's what they like to see.
How do you have 4 out of 3 estate modifiers? What shenanigans did you use?
That's actually a weird England meme. So there's an event where you can add autocracy as a government reform, but like it doesn't check to see if you already have at the cap, and it just kind of throws the 4th one on. So
yeah, there's a few nations that get funny things like that. I know that Portugal does.
Navarra does.
And this isn't messing up your sliders at all to just have given everything to the peasantry.
No, it's very precisely oriented. So if you look, it's exactly 0 on serfdom. So it allows them to be at 50 satisfaction while not ticking back towards free subjects. It's very precise.
All right.
Yo, can someone in Italy, please? Anyone, please declare on Italy.
I'm not in the game for
Yeah, let me.
I will truce break silent.
Let me get on that. I'm gonna check.
I mean, worst case, I don't even lose anything from that.
Can I have Albania so I can make them Hungarian?
Why do you want to make Albania Hungarian?
Because I'm doing it to the Serbs.
Removing the Albanians is good.
But I'm making them Neapolitan.
The other thing, I'm trying to say your name, Guthuk, is that my literacy is slowly, quietly ticking up, and it's going to be pretty fucking high. Like I have plus, how much is this? Plus 34% max literacy at the moment.
Tornado,
Literacy maxing.
do me a favor and check my ruler traits, and you will see something funny.
Yeah, that's another thing. I've actually got that same trait.
It's very nice.
It is. It really helps whenever you're building up literacy.
Especially to get the peasants in the rural places up, so your average also goes up.
Netherlands actually has a better trait though. She's got the one that gives research speed.
Wurtemberg's bigger than Hesh.
Yeah, that's another thing.
Lawgiver's pretty good. So.
I also formed a defensive league with Sweden and the Dutch, so we're kind of all just chilling up here. I don't think any of us have any interest in fighting anybody.
Do you guys just like outsource your names to the boring company? The quad defensive league, the triple defensive league.
Yeah,
that's just what it's called by default. I don't know if you can change the name.
I thought me and Tornado was good, but the fact that he just said he has no interest in fighting anyone means I'm worried now, and I probably need to build a lot more. You should probably be, yes.
That is fighting talk.
If Tornado says he's not fighting someone, that means he's fighting you.
True.
It's because
Dear God, that's a lot of lumber mills.
The thing is, like, I can't actually defend Blestina if anyone runs at them, but like I can just make them regret it, assuming they're an inland, not an inland tag. Like if France decides to fuck around, I just perma blockade. I wouldn't want to, but
it's because he's taxing his peasants into the fucking
If only
ground.
they invaded Genoa and then Sicily.
If I could do that.
I don't think Sweden can really come to my aid very quickly either if I was invaded.
Sweden's gonna be building up a navy over time.
Yeah.
Yeah, I just started getting my barks up. It's just my eco is a little weak.
How do I push
quantity? The Hungarian is
Yeah,
We'll pay for a ship. Don't
it's
you worry.
true. It's true. In the past, I don't know, 5 years that Hungary's been aiding my economy, he's probably paid for maybe 3 ducats worth of a single bark ship. It's huge.
You know, gotta do our part, you know.
Hungary owns like a few planks of wood in our navy.
Hell yeah.
Okay, that's a lot of trade. And
a year.
they both making
Play it like 20
67.
years. That's like one ship.
No, it's clearly bugged. Okay.
I mean, you know,
I have some troops that could support the Netherlands, but it's
Yeah,
it's
he
still
got
quite a
himself
small army. It's only like 2k regular.
very good serfdom. Oh, he's
I have some. I've been trying to get the men at arms out.
Oh, you have a discipline advancement of Sweden. Holy.
Yes.
Sweden has good stuff, but you know, it's just
Oh,
Sweden.
that's a lot of
It's just a
pop
full
growth.
world economy.
Every session, I just need to scale this session. Then maybe more scaling next session, but
Yeah, it's seriously just wait till age 5.
Yes.
Yeah,
Just
turn it.
don't move. If you don't move, nobody will notice you.
Exactly.
Our
Calm down.
government. Well, you're asking me a question.
No,
when he
but
says
no,
we should hang members of our government, yeah.
Through
You think we should
trial.
dial that back?
Through trial. There's a very big difference between between saying, hey, these people need to be tried for some very serious crimes that I believe
And
they
killed and
committed.
murdered, yeah.
Because he believes they committed them.
Capital
that's-
punishment is not murder.
Excuse me,
when you're the head of the executive and you're saying that your political opposition needs to be investigated, when we've already seen him fabricate indictments, calling out the specific
people can be
bullshit.
investigated.
Yeah,
Trump
that's
was
fine. But the
investigated,
president
was
of
he
the United
not?
States isn't
Everybody's
ordinarily.
investigated.
Sorry, I know you are pretending to be a lawyer, okay? But generally speaking, the president of the United States does not give direct instruction to the head of the Department of Justice to issue indictments. That's why the last
he's
two
allowed
cases.
to do that. They work for him.
Oh, that's
The
great. Well,
Department of
do
Justice
they work
works
for
for
him
the
though? Because it
president.
seems like she wasn't even legally appointed, was she? Isn't Lizzie Halligan out now? Didn't all that get tossed now? It seems like it's all gone now, right? Huh? All right, looks like that wasn't very legal, huh? And now all of her cases are being looked at. So no, that wasn't the case.
Also,
Sorry.
Just real quick, Joe. No one can hear you on your channel.
So defensive.
Okay.
Well,
Andrew,
rule of
go
law
ahead, you
matters to
first.
some of us, you know. So it's kind of annoying to see the president of the United States so flagrantly abuse it.
Okay, first of all, the Department of Justice works for the president. He can tell them what to do. They're part of the executive branch. Second of all, capital punishment is not murder. It's state sanctioned. People get a trial. They get lawyers. They get juries. And sedition was made a capital offense by Congress, not by Trump. Congress created that law. Third of all violence is not bad. Why do you suggest that all the violence should be tamped down? Violence is not inherently bad. Violence in a
BLM
good
violence
person
is
is
good,
good.
but Gen 6 violence is bad.
Wait, just curious. When we say the president,
principle, though,
Let
right?
him
You like your
finish. Let him
violence.
finish. Let Andrew
Yeah,
finish,
when we-
and
when
then-
we say
and
the-
also Andrew, you're really low. Can you turn yourself up? Your volume's
When we say the president can give direction to the DOJ, is there any equivalent moment in the last 50 to 100 years of U.S. history where the president of the United States is directing his attorney general on who to prosecute, directing them on issuing indictments to political opponents, with even calling out the prosecutor they want?
How would you know? Those are private conversations.
Gotcha.
How
So
would
the
you
answer
know
to your question
whether
was
or not
no.
that's
The answer to your
occurred?
question was no. I asked if there's
No,
any evidence of
no,
it.
you're wrong.
There
No,
is no
the
evidence of
answer is
any of
yes.
this.
100% there is.
What's the evidence?
Here's one of the things I'm about to tell you.
He's about to
Here's
not
one of the
tell us,
things
by the
that-
way. Spoiler alert. Go ahead.
No, I'll tell you right now. The role of the DOJ is to be manifesting the will of the executive. This is one of the
Right.
things that during the
There's a
confirmation
unitary executive
of-
theory. It's such bullshit.
I mean,
You guys
no,
don't even
I mean,
believe
no,
in
no,
this
no, no.
shit. You
Well,
would
I'm
lose your
looking
fucking
for-
mind if a Democrat did this. It's such bullshit. Yeah, because this is a child's. You don't even believe in this. It's so retarded.
You're terrified of actually hearing an answer. So you have to cut me off when you see I'm making a point that actually just completely blows up.
Can I just short circuit it and explain it like half
No,
the
no,
time
no.
it's going to
I
take you
don't
to
want your
stumble
short
through it?
circuit
Hold on.
No, I
Jesse,
don't want your
please.
short circuit because you do not know. It's not unitary executive theory. It is the sole purpose of the DOJ is to manifest the will. They are part of the executive branch. They're
Manifest
not
the will
part
of
the
who?
judicial branch, of the executive.
Of the president?
Of the president of the
Then
United
why do
States.
special
That's
counsels
how-
exist? Why do special counsels exist?
Special counsels exist for when there's a conflict of interest.
Why would that matter if
That's
they're
why.
only there? Wait, how could there be a conflict of interest if they only exist there to manifest the will of the president?
You're proving
Because
my
the
point.
president can have a conflict of interest.
Yes.
How can he
You're
conflict with
proving
interest
my
with his own
point.
self, with his own Department of Justice?
Oh my God. Listen. Slow down for a second. Slow down, because I don't think you just understand basic civics about how our government
Basic civics,
functions.
but you won't
So
give me an
our
example of anybody
basic
doing what Trump
civics-
did. Go ahead.
Every single president has directed their DOJ to focus on one area of law or another that they think is particularly important.
Focus on one area of law?
Agenda.
Excuse me, that's not what we're talking about. I mentioned that Trump specifically called for indictments for 2 specific individuals who are political opponents, and he named the prosecutor that he wanted to lead
100%.
the... So who else has done this?
100%.
So who did
Which
this?
is-
Who,
which
who,
is
did
exactly-
Obama do
which
this?
is
Did
exactly-
Biden do this?
that's
Give me the example. Everybody does it. Who
Yes.
does it? Give me an example.
First and foremost, no, Obama did it far worse. Obama did it far worse.
Give me an example. Who did he target?
No, Obama did it far more in a nefarious way because what he did is he actually weaponized all of his different executive
Yeah,
agencies
no
to
example.
try
The
and target
IRS
his
bullshit.
opinions.
He has no arguments. You have nothing for this. At least, can you at least
got-
concede
hold
you
on,
have no
Jesse,
evidence of
Frank,
this?
Just real quick,
What
just
is-
housekeeping here. Gang, if you keep interrupting, we can't understand what they're trying to say.
Yeah,
so
I'm trying to
please
make a point, and
let
you
the
just also
logic
say
finish,
he's saying
and we're
nothing.
gonna go
He's
to
saying
Bronca,
nothing.
and then you can respond. I promise. But
Apparently,
you
I'm
gotta-
saying
you
so
gotta
much
let
nothing.
him finish, please.
Apparently, I'm saying so much nothing. You need to cut me off in the middle. The point is that he is, as the head of the executive, this is an executive agency. That is what the DOJ is. When you get Adam Schiff up there and he's questioning Pam Bondi, saying, "I'm afraid you're going to be Trump's man," it's for a woman. The point is, she's supposed to be.
No, they're not.
Otherwise,
That's
she's
just not
fit
true. You're
for it.
lying. You're fucking
100%.
lying. That's not true.
Merrick Garland was 100% Biden's man. That's exactly.
Then why was a special prosecutor appointed to investigate Biden's documents?
Because when you have, you're only proving my point. You're only
That's
proving
why.
my point.
That's
How am I
why.
proving
He
the
was
point?
mad.
No, because the point is that if the president was the unitary controller of the attorney general, the president would just tell the attorney general, "Don't investigate this." You see how easy that is? You see how stupid your theory is?
Destiny, think for a second. If it was already an independent agency, there could not be a conflict of interest between the DOJ and the president. It's because the DOJ is an extension of the president that you need to have some internal affairs type of agency, which we call special counsel or special prosecutor, to go after someone who's in the president's orbit. That's why you
Why
need
wouldn't
it,
the president
because
just tell them,
the
"Don't do
DOJ
that
is the
investigation"?
fault.
Why
No,
wouldn't the
no,
president
I'm
say
almost
just
done.
don't? Why
I'm
would
almost
wait?
done.
Why would the
I'm
president say
almost
don't
done.
investigate that?
I'm almost done. Because of the fact that the DOJ is viewed as an extension of the president, when there's something around the president that might be illegal, that's why you need a third-party special prosecutor to come in. That's what you need. It's the proof that they're actually defaulting, that they are part of the executive agency, part of the will of the president. In fact, that's the only way we, the people, have any power over them is through the president directing them. That's how we actually have representation in who's being prosecuted. Now, go ahead with your question.
Sure. So 2 things. So just real quick. So 1, there's a difference between having a legal agenda and directing somebody to prosecute particular political opponents. You acknowledge that, right?
Why? No. Why? Why would that be? Why is that different?
Just let me, I'm sorry, hold on, let me just restate that. I'm not going to say it. If you want to make yourself sound that stupid, that's fine. You do not recognize a difference or a distinction between a president saying, "I would like to focus more on this kind of crime," versus the president saying, "These 2 opponents of mine, political opponents from 2 administrations ago, I want you to prosecute them." If you say there's no
Are there
distinction...
grounds for prosecution?
Well,
Are there
you wouldn't
grounds
know
for
before until you do the investigation. Isn't that kind of part of what the DOJ does? Number 1.
That's
Number
not true.
2.
That's what he's-
Number
that's-
2. No,
The
why do you keep
DOJ
laughing?
is
You're not
not
making
an
a point.
investigative agency. The
What,
DOJ
really?
is
What
not
does the
an
FBI do? How does the DOJ get evidence for an indictment to go to a
It's
grand
a different
jury?
agency.
It's
The
under
FBI
the
is a different
DOJ.
agency
What are you? It's literally a subsidiary of the DOJ. What are you talking about? Okay, stop. Okay, the question was, if this is so ordinary, if this is so commonplace, then just show me one other time it's happened. It should be really easy. If presidents do this all the time, what other president has
happens all
directed
the
his
ti-
attorney
it
general? Give me one example. Don't just say it happens all the time. Give me an example.
Would you like
War
me
on
to answer?
drugs. War
War on drugs?
I
That's not an
Hold on,
answer. Are we
real
just
quick.
saying
No,
random
stop.
words together?
Stop. Brinka, do you have an answer to his question?
It's irrelevant whether it's
Thank you.
ordinary, if it's within the president's authority, and it is. He's allowed
Right,
to
so-
do
Cool.
unordinary things.
Why not just
Yeah,
say
this
that?
goes
Just
back
say
to the
that. It's
whole thing where
extraordinary. It's
I
never
just
happened.
said it.
Yeah, that's great. Just open
I
with that
just
next time
said
instead
it.
of saying everybody does it. Not everybody does it. Trump is the most
Can't open
egregious
with anything
abuser of the DOJ.
because you won't stop talking.
Well, you say
The
wrong
problem
shit.
is
I
you
can't
guys
help
keep
it.
Describing this as vaguely as possible. It's, hey, this is the president's purview to do this thing and direct these departments, and we're saying, hey,
I'll
when has
be
the
as
president
specific
ever
as you want me to
called
be.
for the killing of people within his government in this certain way? Not, hey, he's going and saying maybe we could kill American citizens if it helps the war on drugs, or hey, we need to kill
Obama
people at the
killed
border.
American
Specifically-
citizens. He didn't just
specifically
call for it. He
calling
did it.
for-
Obama
yeah,
went
I
to
know
Eric
that
Holder and
Obama
he
did
asked
a
his DOJ
drone
and his Office of
strike.
Legal Counsel. He had the authority to do it. He didn't direct them. That's the difference between Obama
Why
and
is
Trump.
his DOJ give him
Barr
authority?
literally.
How does his
Barr
DOJ give him authority?
He went to
That's
them
like
for the
the
legal
private
memo. What do you mean? The
secretary.
whole Eric Holder memo literally details this. He went to them to
That's
find out
like
if
you.
he felt he had the authority to
That's
even
like-
act this way. There's a difference between
The
him and Trump
president
firing
is
every
not
attorney general that he
subordinate
doesn't
to the
agree
Department
with.
of Justice. The president is not subordinate to
Steve?
the Department of
The
Justice.
president
that's
is
like-
subordinate to the
Steve.
Constitution of the United States, and he's supposed to act in a way that comports with what the law is. So the
Yes.
president might consult
Yes.
his Department of Justice
Yes.
instead of like Donald Trump, who only confers
his-
with his personal attorneys,
his
and instead of
DOJ
breaking every law and hoping to win in
He can
court,
still
Obama
do
tried
it.
to follow the law ahead of time, which is what you're supposed to do. The law is there to check your behavior before you do. It's not there as a consequence for you to intentionally break it over and over again.
Okay, we
ask
gotta let the other side respond without
Sorry.
interruption, just for a little bit. Okay, just go ahead, Bronca, please. You can respond.
If it's
I'll try to
okay
make
for
sure you aren't
Obama,
interrupted. Go ahead.
if it's okay for Obama to actually kill American citizens, why would it be inappropriate for Trump to advocate killing American citizens without actually doing it?
Because Obama was exercising his powers as the head of the military, as the commander in chief. As the commander in chief, number one, and number two, it was in a theater of war where we already had a pre-existing authorization for the use of military force. In order for it, we already have a broad AUMF that has been not challenged by any prior president to operate in the Middle East. Now, unless I'm not aware of this, were any of the people that Donald Trump said should be tried for seditious conspiracy or whatever, were any of these people part of fucking Al Qaeda or some terrorist outfit that I'm just not aware of that Trump didn't publicize information about?
Sedition doesn't require that.
Oh, do we have any evidence of them committing sedition?
Yes, we have a video of them committing sedition.
Oh, okay, wait. So just to be clear, okay, so Donald Trump retweeting things saying that these people should be tried and executed, that in and of itself is totally fine, but a bunch of people going on video saying you shouldn't follow unlawful orders, which is literally part of the military code, that's seditious behavior?
Yes, it's sedition in the broader political context.
It's
Sure.
literally
Anyway,
not. It's
jury-
absolutely
a jury
not. So
will
you're
decide.
completely destroyed on that. You've been mogged completely out of existence. What a stupid. How
you
could you possibly think that these people committed seditious conspiracy? But Donald Trump, who's literally retweeting people saying they should be. So now in the future, just to be
hold on,
clear,
let them make
anytime
the
I say
argument.
somebody should be killed, I should just say first, oh, he should be tried for a crime and killed first. And then we're safe. It's a genius idea. Oh my God.
Destiny.
Stop, please. I want to hear the argument. So the argument about the sedition. Why is it sedition? Why is them going on to and making an ad saying you should disobey unlawful orders? How is that sedition? Can you make the argument?
That would not be seditious. It's
The trouble
seditious
is,
in the
it's not just that. It's the context. It's the context in which they're saying that, and it's simultaneously they're saying, by the way, everything Trump's doing is unlawful. They're saying
Did they say that in that video?
They said that in that video?
Kind of implying that.
It doesn't have to
They
be
said
one
we say we
video.
understand you're
Sedition
under
doesn't-
intense pressure.
Okay, so
yeah, they're under intense
when these
pressure.
people put
Yeah.
out a thing, you have to read between the lines and imply what they're saying.
Yeah.
But when
No,
Trump
you
comes
don't
out
have to
and says,
imply what you're
"Kill
saying.
Remember
these
what I
members
said.
of my
Liberals
government,"
need to
that's
act
totally
moral
fine.
and above board on
No,
everything. But Donald Trump is only constrained by
If
the
they
outer perimeter
weren't
of our
saying it-
delusional interpretation of law. Amazing.
No. When they go out there, and weeks earlier, Slotkin is going out there saying he's issuing illegal orders, and then she comes out here. Okay. So you're only making
Did
the.
she
you're
say
only make-
every single thing he does is legal?
Soy pill. What you're doing is you're arguing against yourself. You don't even
Just real
realize.
quick,
You don't
Andrew,
even realize
your-
when you
your
make a
mic
point
keeps getting
against yourself.
lower as you go. I don't know if you're turning it down, but it was good for a minute, and then it's gone lower.
Soy pill, you're actually arguing against yourself, because when you have these senators and these congressmen and women who go out there and say he's issuing illegal orders, and then they say if an illegal order is issued, you're honor bound on the Constitution to disobey it. The only possible purpose for making that is to basically plant the seed in the minds of military that every time they have an order, they should sit there and try calculate, is this constitutional? Do I think it's constitutional? When you try to actually put this into a practical sense, rather than applying it to an individual
Were
scenario.
both those statements true? Were both the statements true? Wasn't Trump issuing illegal orders?
No, he wasn't.
Oh,
no, he
so
wasn't.
when it was reported to murder the people in the Venezuelan boats, even when they blew the boats up, that's not an illegal
It's
order?
not murder. Not murder.
What is it then? For a country that we're not at war with, what would you consider that?
Wait.
It's a lawful killing.
How is it a lawful killing? What is the law? Self-defense lawyer, you said? What is the... Sorry, my God. Go.
We can't let them move on from this because Flawed Logic just said there is no other possible explanation.
Wait, which name did I get now?
Flawed Logic? What was it?
You called him Chud Logic. He's good logic. I promise you. It's not God logic. It's not
You
Chud
said
logic.
the only explanation for Slotkin saying this is to plant the seed of doubt and make them question every order. Why is it in the military training to say you shouldn't obey illegal orders? Is it to make every single military person like question every single order and like, oh, we want to have a military that's insubordinate? Or is it because you aren't allowed to follow illegal orders and you
It's the
can't
very
just use
same
the...
people. That's a good question. It's a fair question, Soy Pill. And I'll tell you, it's the very same people and those in their camp who are continually saying there's one illegal order after another where they've continually been proven wrong. They basically been claiming this is illegal, that's illegal.
You just said
I will answer your question.
No,
so when she's going out there and saying,
all.
no, because in the military, when they're being trained, they're not being trained. Hey, you're going to be getting a whole bunch of illegal orders. So make sure that you only follow constitutional orders. They don't get that in their training. They don't get that warm up. When you're getting as a follow up, as a follow through to, there's all sorts of unconstitutional orders. And hey, by the way, military, when you get a constitutional order, you better make sure you don't follow it. And there's also even a veiled threat in there. The veiled threat is that when we come back into power, if we decide to determine those are unconstitutional, we're going to prosecute you military members for following these orders. And you're not going to be able to say, and we've even heard Schumer go out there, and we've heard others say that, hey, you're not going to be able to say we were following orders. Remember the Nuremberg trials? That's what the left has been saying right now. So in this entire context, the only reason to do it is to weaken the military and have our military members basically question every single order rather than relying on the default that our military has had for the last 250 years that, hey, when I get an order, it's constitutional.
Okay, so you keep saying only reason. Could it be possible? Is there not a world that exists in which Donald Trump has done something illegal and people want the people not to follow that order? Is that possible?
They can't name one.
Okay.
The
Well, I just
murder of
named
the
one, which is
Venezuelan
the
people after the
Venezuelan
boats,
boat
killing
thing,
people
so-
after the boats already been destroyed.
you
Not
keep-
that's a war
yeah, and
crime
you keep
and it's
saying
illegal
only
in the United
reason.
States. You can't do that.
Yes, you can.
No, you can't.
Great arguments. Yes, you can.
So wait,
no, you
no,
can't.
wait. So you
Okay,
think?
Well, what do we
hold
want?
on,
I can appeal
let's
to the
pause
Rome
here.
Statute. I know we're not party to the ICC. I can appeal to international customary humanitarian law. You're not allowed to kill people that are no longer enemy combatants. Like what for military law, you're not allowed to kill people that have already surrendered. White flag laws and all of these things are part of our military code of conduct. So what are you citing? What do you think that you're allowed to kill people who aren't able to participate in combat anymore? What are you citing to? What do you think?
Surrendered.
What?
They weren't surrendered.
How do you even know they were shooting at them from fucking drones?
Okay, just real
They
quick.
weren't surrendered. They
Oh
weren't
my
taken
God.
into custody.
Before we go on,
That
just
taken
to
into custody is not the same as surrendered.
Hold on, stop, please. In the DoD's Law of War Manual, and this was updated in July 2023, and I'm gonna just read from this directly. This can give some context to the audience. Under Section 5.9, persons placed hors de combat. Persons, including combatants, placed hors de combat may not be made the object of attack. Persons placed hors de combat include the following categories of persons, provided they abstain from any hostile act and do not attempt to escape. 1. Persons in the power of an adverse party. 2. Persons not yet in custody who have surrendered. 3. Persons who have been rendered unconscious or otherwise incapacitated by wounds, sickness, or shipwreck. And 4. Persons parachuting from aircraft in distress. So, if the Washington Post report is correct, Andrew, could you give us the legal reasoning that, in your opinion, in your argument, why those shipwrecked narco guys were a legal target?
Well, they weren't shipwrecked. They were blown up.
What do you think shipwrecked means?
Shipwrecked means a ship wrecks on a reef.
No, that's
on a
not what it means.
shore.
It means your
These
ship
were-
has been rendered incapacitated. It could have been because it got wrecked, or it could have been it got blown up. The reality is that the people on the ship, even if they were enemy combatants, of which we have no proof of, by the way, even if they were, as soon as their ship has been rendered unable to perform any combat functions, and the people in the water, they have obtained.
Where does it say that?
Say what? What?
No,
Well,
no.
you're a lawyer.
So-
What? Do you, hey, I'm curious. I'm curious. Wait. No. Inform us. You're a lawyer. When there are words that appear legally and there are
I will
statutes,
inform
how would
you.
you? How would you? The reality is that the people on the ship, even if they were enemy combatants, of which we have no proof of, by the way, even if they were, as soon as their ship has been rendered unable.
Alright, I'm gonna make my little video. Alright, come on. Make my little Make my little video. Oh. Okay. Alright. Make my little daily video. Hold up. Okay. Oh. How to make this shit. Alright. What's that sound? Okay. Make my little video. Oh. Gotta make this every day. Cause that's the way. Fuck, I didn't really lose much weight, or maybe I did. I don't even fucking know anymore. Alright. 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 I don't look good in the video. Alright. Alright, gotta look good and decent. Alright. Okay. Alright. Okay, I'll make this video. Alright. Alright, I look okay. Alright. 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 Okay. Alright, what up everyone? So, I'm gonna be like the next iShowSpeed, like the next superstar with tons of money and infinite money and like supercars and tons of money. So yeah, if you wanna watch, if you wanna watch me getting rich and famous, you can subscribe. I do like streams and videos, whatever. I guess like the next Mr. Beast, the next PewDiePie. Alright. Alright. Okay, there. I made the video. Good enough. I just gotta make that every day. And then fucking post it. Alright, fuck it. Now back to Destiny. Okay. Alright. Where are you, Destiny? Alright, hey.
He's asking if he has.
Wait, I asked if he has. I thought you were here to answer my questions, not say whether or not it was okay what Trump did.
All right, I get to speak what I'd like to say. Is that okay? You can
No,
tell
answer
the
my question.
audience
It's
that
not
I failed.
okay.
Let him give his answer, and if it's not responsive to your question, you can remind him of that after he's given his answer.
I don't work for you, Soy Pill. I don't have to answer questions to your satisfaction.
Yeah, well, you also
I will
have a
answer
goldfish
the.
memory, so
Sorry.
3
Hold
seconds after I ask
on.
my question,
All
please
right,
answer
I'm
it.
gonna have to start muting people.
I'm
Okay,
gonna bow out if this is. I'm not spending 2 hours of my night like this. This is pointless.
Just answer my question.
Finish your statement, Andrew. Go ahead, please.
State your question, Soy Pill, and I will provide the answer I believe is appropriate for me. Go ahead.
Okay, has Donald Trump ever turned down the rhetoric, or has he only ever inflated it and made it worse?
I think the question's irrelevant. Okay, the question's irrelevant because Donald Trump has no obligation to turn down the rhetoric.
Cool.
He's
so you're not going to answer my question. So you can stop talking now. You can bow out now if you're not going to respond to anything I say.
I'm out.
I'll muted him.
Bye. See ya, dude. You're fucking useless, dude.
I muted. I guess.
Remember at the start I said this is what all Republicans do is Trump is just given the outer perimeter of what he's legally allowed to do, but then on the other end, by the way, those politicians were allowed to make that video, right?
Well, hold on.
I think they actually. I think they probably broke the law. Actually.
You're unfucking believable. You're disgusting, like a subhuman. I can't believe that you guys, the free speech guys, would say stuff like this. It's unbelievable to me.
Why?
This is your debate.
Just real quick, Destiny, please. Why did they break the law? Give us that argument, please.
When they're under 18 U.S.C. 2387, that they're trying to demoralize and discourage the military from actually following the commanding officers. That's what they're trying to do.
Right,
that's what their objective is. You know it also. You can pretend that you don't know that that's what their objective is. Their objective is that every time an order comes down, which the left may question, that they have to sit there and think to themselves, is this something that I can get in trouble for down the road? That's what their objective is. Why else are they making the video? You have no answer to that because that's the only possible motivation.
The possibility is they don't want. Could it be?
All right,
This
what
might be
up,
structural,
everyone?
okay.
So
Maybe
I'm
they
gonna
just
be
don't
like
want
the
them to
next
follow
iShow
unlawful
Speed,
orders?
Like the next superstar.
Right. Okay, but
with
then you wouldn't put it under the
tons of
context
money
of
and infinite.
literally days after Alyssa Slotkin goes out there says that Trump is issuing illegal orders.
Well, wait.
And-
Wasn't
and
Trump issuing illegal
you-
orders? Didn't that happen?
No, he wasn't.
So
You
the
think that
murdering of
Alyssa
the people.
Slotkin believes he did something illegal.
See now you want to go into the whole murdering that happened after the video was made, right?
How about we can talk about stealing the National Guard from the governors when Trump is using the National Guard and redeploying them to states without the governor's consent?
That actually so far when it was bouncing around the Ninth Circuit, it actually held up pretty well. See what ends up happening when these things go for the court. This is another problem with just telling a military member you decide what's unconstitutional. Let me just finish my point.
Wait, hold on. You made a claim. Wait, just real quick. You made a claim. My understanding is the last thing that went through the DC thing, they said no, he wasn't allowed to do that. That deployment was illegal. Is that true or not true?
It depends on when there's so many cases going on. I'm not going to tell you that I can tell you in this court versus in that court that this is the status as of right now here versus that one over there. Now maybe somehow you got your hands on some sort of AI there which is able to flesh out for you in the Ninth Circuit versus DC Circuit versus what's happening in Washington versus what's happening in Illinois and California. Maybe you have something that can do that. I don't profess to have encyclopedic knowledge of the thousands of cases that the left has ended up causing because Trump became president. They just not happy with any issue any order he issues, that they're going to try and fight it in one jurisdiction after another. So I can't tell you.
Wait, hello?
In jurisdiction Y. What's your issue? You okay?
No,
you cut out.
You cut out
for a minute.
Okay.
Then isn't it possible then? Isn't it possible then that Slotkin really did believe then, if this is really complicated and some courts are ruling some ways and some courts are that maybe these people did believe that Trump is issuing illegal orders?
Oh no, it's very possible. It's very possible they thought.
So when you said it's
so, don't they have the freedom? Don't they have the freedom to say? Don't they have the freedom then to say?
No, because here's the question: they have to be acting under the default that it is constitutional, especially because so many of these orders that at the lower level are declared unconstitutional, and then as soon as you get to the circuit court, they say no, that's totally fine. So now how is it that if judges who are proficient in the law and understand the law are sitting here arguing about what's constitutional and what's not, how can it possibly be healthy or natural or normal for any typical military member sit there trying to figure out what the ultimate determination of law will be on this particular action that he has yet to take?
Well, they already have
it's
that.
They already
have that burden. Wait, they already you asked the question. Do you understand they already have that burden, right? They're already supposed to do that.
That burden is something is so obviously egregiously beyond what the Constitution allows.
Like killing people in the middle of the ocean outside a country that we're not even declared war against?
You're coming to this case which came up after they made the video, and I'll tell you right now, I haven't researched the law because I didn't think that when we're talking about whether or not shooting the National Guard is Trump's fault is going to somehow lead itself to a conversation about shooting down a boat in the Pacific. So I didn't look that up. And I'm not going to speak without knowing what the law is in that particular circumstance.
Okay,
because
we can talk about something that Trump did that's relevant, like how the most recent case from Cobb says that what he did in deploying the National Guard was illegal. Do you think that they should ignore those orders because the person ruled that
at which level? At which level of court is that?
I don't remember what
exactly. It wasn't the Supreme Court. It wasn't the Supreme Court. And that's my point, is that these cases go back and forth. Now, you have to put this in a practical sense because...
Wait, hold on. I'm so sorry. Hold on. I'm sorry. Wait, hold on. Just real quick. Well, because he just misquoted something, because maybe he doesn't know the difference. I don't know if he knows what a preliminary injunction is or a TRO is, but you don't need the Supreme Court to rule on something to stay or to order a preliminary injunction or a TRO. So I don't know why you just said, why you're pretending that something needs to go all the way up to the Supreme Court before a lawful order is issued. Okay, just to be clear. Go ahead. The next thing you said.
I'll answer that question, which is a pretty simple question. Every time there's been a TRO that's been issued against him, Trump has fought against it all the way up to the Supreme Court. Every time.
It doesn't. Hold on. Excuse me. Are you implying? Let me just be clear. Are you implying that if a TRO is issued, is approved against you at a district or a circuit court, that if you violate the lawful command of that TRO, of that preliminary injunction, that if it eventually gets overturned to the Supreme Court, you won't face some kind of contempt or criminal consequences?
Trump hasn't done that. He's actually bent over backwards. You want to know what Trump's biggest problem is? Wait, can you answer
that question real quick? Why can't you answer any question?
Let him respond if he doesn't.
He didn't answer the question. He just lied and said that Trump hasn't done it. Trump did do it, by the way. It was a huge issue with the immigration case where they ignored the order that was issued. You're lying, because I have to correct the record.
I'm not lying.
They told the planes to turn around and they didn't do it, and they're getting in trouble for the fact that they violated that TRO. Even if it was eventually overturned at a higher court, you still have to listen to the orders of the court. You can't assume you'll win later on.
This is exactly the point. You know, Judge Boasberg, when he's sitting there trying to sit there, say, I'm in D.C. and I'm going to start directing the President of the United States as to what he can do with his military planes that are flying out of Texas and going south of the border, and I'm going to start telling him what he can do with these military planes.
What up, everyone?
The audacity of Judge Boasberg in that moment was unconscionable.
The audacity of a federal judge in the federal
100%.
jurisdiction to make orders related to the
100%.
rights of American citizens? What the fuck are you talking about? I'm sorry, hold on.
because-
Do we need the Gulf of America judges to make the rulings on this?
Look,
Who would be the
I
one to make the ruling?
I understand you haven't spent 10 seconds in law school, so you don't understand what jurisdiction means.
Oh,
But he
yeah,
has no
explain to me jurisdiction.
there.
Wait.
Jurisdiction-
You're right. Hold on.
Hold on,
Wait.
you-
He has
you gotta
no
let him
jurisdiction. Well,
explain
first of all, he's
jurisdiction.
making
You're
he's
gonna ask him-
he's
Destiny,
fucking up
please.
jurisdiction
You're
and
gonna
venue
ask
right
him
now.
to
No.
explain
Yeah,
jurisdiction,
explain
let him
jurisdiction. Who would have jurisdiction over that?
Because of lack of venue, he doesn't have jurisdiction.
So then I was right. You need a courthouse that's floating in the Gulf of America that has proper venue and jurisdiction to hear the case. Is that what you need? No. Who has jurisdiction to hear that case? Tell me.
Because you're ignorant about the
See
law.
how he's
doesn't
doing
mean
the
you have a right
insults
to-
now? He has no argument. Who has the jurisdiction then?
You're
Which court
sitting
hears
here-
that case?
you call
Which
me-
court
you
hears
call
that
me
case?
one name after
Which
another.
court
Every
hears the
time you
case?
call me
Which
idiot,
court?
stupid,
Which court hears the
Fifth
case?
Circuit.
Destiny, please.
That would
Destiny,
be.
you gotta let
It
him
would
Which
probably be a
court?
district court in Texas where
What?
it flies out of.
No, it doesn't have to be a district court in Texas. You don't know where they fly out of. You don't.
Counselor Destiny's coming here telling me it doesn't have to be there. Well, apparently the Supreme Court thought you're wrong. Maybe they should consult with you. You know the law far better than everyone else. You're sitting here mocking, saying everyone else is stupid or a liar, blah, 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 and over-talking them when you have no idea how the law actually
Okay,
functions. And you're
why
like,
did the
"Should I have a
Supreme?
voting
Why
law?"
did the court say that Texas? Why did the court say that they had to issue it out of Texas? A Texas court had to hear it instead of the DC one.
I'm sorry. One more.
Why did they? Why does the Texas court? Why is that the proper venue versus the DC one?
Because it's flying out of Texas.
Okay. What was the issue that the plaintiffs brought up in the DC case?
Which issue? Which DC case?
The one that you're talking about,
That's
where
what
they
I'm
said that the Venezuelans that brought up the case eventually it was in front of Boasberg in the DC circuit, and eventually it was ruled against them. They had to bring it up in Texas instead, right? What was the issue?
And Boasberg got overruled.
Yeah, what were the
He got
plaintiffs'
overruled
issues with that?
Because
though?
he didn't have jurisdiction.
What were the plaintiffs?
You're missing the entire point.
It's venue.
You're
Okay,
sitting
no,
here-
I'm not missing the entire point. You're
lack
misleading.
Of venue
You're
is
misleading.
Why he
You're
didn't have
misleading. Yes,
jurisdiction.
but the issue was they couldn't choose a proper venue because the people had no notice about where they were being flown out to. That was the whole issue. Is that Trump issued this order on a Friday night? The plaintiffs brought it to a court with proper. They could hear it federally. It was a jurisdictionally a federal case, but they had to do it properly in a different venue because the government successfully argued in front of this joke Supreme Court that this was a habeas corpus claim and not an administrative procedures claim. Okay, but the issue is that but the issue the plaintiffs had was that they didn't even know. Well, hold on, I'm not even.
You gotta let him respond, please. He lost his teammate. His teammate decided that, whatever. I don't know.
Okay, here. So then the question: if it would have been a Texas, court, then would he have said a Texas court could have turned the planes around?
Good logic. Please go ahead.
It's an interesting legal question as to whether or not they would.
Oh my God! All right, sorry.
You asked me a question. I'm giving you a fair answer.
Okay.
You asked me a question. I'm giving you an answer. What I'm saying is, you assume that courts are God. And
I assume the courts can tell you what the law is. I'm sorry. Trump is God to you.
The Constitution. No, I don't think Trump is God. I think Trump is very fallible. I think he made a lot of mistakes. Perhaps, arguably, that he's not fascistic enough. Because if he was more of a fascist, if he was the fascist that the left claims that he is, if in fact he was, in that case, you wouldn't have Sarah Beckstrom dead right now, right? The reason this guy's here, I'm going to try to bring this back to the actual conversation, to the premise that we have here. Why is this guy here in this country? Everyone loves to say that Trump's court in April actually approved and gave him asylum. But the reason they ended up giving him asylum is because the way the law was built and baked specifically by the Biden administration was that unless this guy had committed fraud or some crime after he got here that he was convicted in a court of law for, they had to grant him the asylum. So they basically made it. They brought in all these millions of people, and in Operation Al and the OAW of where they basically say, "Hey, we're going to bring in all of these Afghanis." They basically and then they assign them temporary protected status. What they basically said is, "We're going to fast track you to getting you legalized here without any vetting, and then we're just going to basically say, oh, okay, you now can apply, and it's going to be impossible for a court to remove you because based on the way the law is written, and you have to follow what the law says based on the law is written." Yeah, he does.
So Trump had no issue. So Trump had no issue flying these people to fucking Venezuela, some of which have been brought back now. He had no issue doing any of that, but he was forced to grant asylum to this guy.
well, first and foremost, like I said, Boasberg did not have jurisdiction. You see, you're trying to deflect over to that whole Boasberg situation.
No, you
what
literally
I'm
said
saying
Trump
to you
has
is,
to follow the law.
Yeah.
When you were just talking about how Trump doesn't have to follow the law like 10 minutes ago.
no.
Like, giving you a direct example of how that's
I
not
said
true.
the only reason that Sarah Beckstrom is dead is because he's not a fascist. Because if he was a fascist,
Why was
he
that guy
would've
even
had
there?
Because Biden set up that it was
Because
impossible
Trump-
to legally remove him. He set up that it was impossible to legally remove him. That's my point. Let me just finish this point. That if Trump was the fascist he was and he wants all these people gone, he would have ignored the law and say, I don't care what the law says, I'm deporting them. But he
Or
hasn't
would
been
make a
doing
law
that.
He
saying, let's
literally did
deport
that when he
all of
invoked the
people.
Alien Enemies
Yeah.
Act.
He did, but my point
and
is,
he's doing it
every
right
single
now in
time,
response to
every
this. Like, what do you
single
mean?
time, instead, what would a fascist do? A fascist would basically take his military and have them do what he wants. Instead, he tries to work within the confines of the law. Now, you don't like the way he tries to work within the confines of the law.
Trump
You
using
got,
the
hold on,
military
Stoico,
is
you gotta let him
his-
finish.
Well, he
Please.
keeps
Oh my
spouting
God.
off like 6
I
different points.
understand.
They're all
I will
contradictory.
give
Like,
you
can we not jump
uninterrupted
in and tell him
time.
when he's
Hold
being
on.
stupid?
You're-
Stop.
but you're-
I'll give you uninterrupted time as soon as he's done. My God, you guys are making me. Okay. Sorry.
You also have like a little notepad instead of
everything-
your camera
everything-
so I can see all his different points and remember which ones are the dumb ones I have to respond to.
All right.
Go
You
ahead,
see,
Stoico.
all you have is trying to disparage me without actually refuting a single thing I say, which I take that as a compliment. Now,
To be
you-
clear,
the-
we
the
refuted
entire
tons of
point you're
things, right? You
making-
haven't given a single
No,
example of
zero,
anybody conducting
zero,
himself the way that Trump
because
has,
you're
correct? You
only
conceded that
proving-
point
you're-
entirely.
That what?
That
Which point
nobody has ordered their DOJ around like Donald Trump has. Nobody's done that. You can't give a single example of that. It's unprecedented.
No, what Trump does is what he does is with transparency. He does it publicly. No,
Shit,
it's a
wait,
conversation.
wait, is my thing lagging? Did somebody just ask if Trump was transparent or public? I didn't hear that. So I don't know who you're talking to right now. I said, is there any example of anybody ordering their DOJ around like Trump does? And you just said, you mumbled something about transparent. I don't know what you're talking about. Do you have any examples of that?
Because I don't know what conversations are happening.
Why can't you just say no? Why can't you say no? There are no examples. Trump is acting in an unprecedented manner.
I don't know that it is.
He's assuming
Then,
that
wait,
every other
then why
president has
haven't you?
been
Then why
just
can't
as
you
bad,
provide
we
a
just never
single
figured it
example?
out.
If this is so common, give me a single example of another president ordering their DOJ like this to arrest particular political opponents.
Soypol just gave you the answer. He just told you what I said. That you pretended I didn't answer, but he understood what I was saying.
Okay, yeah, but that's a stupid point. I was summarizing your stupid point. It's still
Okay.
fucking
Well,
stupid.
you can disagree with me, but
Okay,
like,
so
you're
can you say-
pretending that-
so
you're
you can say
pretending
there are
I'm
no
not-
examples?
I can't imagine. I can't look into every single government document. Therefore, I can't say for certain that no one has done what Trump has done, even though Trump is the only one we know who has actually done it. That's what you're saying.
He's the only one who tells you what he's going to do before he does it. He tells you
Okay,
by True
that's not an
Social,
argument.
which
Hey,
you
do
can.
know-
Which,
does Donald Trump know about the existence of aliens?
All
right.
Well, I don't know. I mean, like, he hasn't said it publicly, so like I can only assume that it must maybe be true that every president knows about the existence of aliens, and we can all just operate under that assumption instead of no, because we have zero evidence of it, and there would be no reason to assume it's true, right?
I have no idea where you're going here. I have no idea
Because
what
you
your
are
point is.
assuming that every other president has maybe done just as bad as what Trump has done with the DOJ, only because they've done it clandestinely. We have
Oh, there's
zero
indicia
evidence
of that. There's indicia of that.
Okay, what's one example?
When you refute the indicia, which I said, if you're weaponizing your tax agency, you think you're not weaponizing your DOJ? That's the first place you go is hey, let's harass them with taxes.
There's not even
You think
proof of that,
that's
but
the
we're not
first thing that
talking about
happens?
we're not talking about the IRS. I'm talking about the Department of Justice. Whereas the President of the United States told the
and my
Department of
point
Justice on
is-
who to prosecute. There's no just
I
say
don't
there's
know.
no
We saw-
examples. That's
we
fine.
saw-
You can just say there's no examples of that in the public record.
What's Jack Smith? What's Jack Smith?
Jack
What's
Smith
that?
was a special counsel that was appointed by the Attorney General.
Yeah, but who's Attorney General work for?
The Attorney General didn't communicate, but because you say who does he work for? That's
Who does he
not-
work for?
the American people. The Attorney General is appointed by the
doesn't.
President of the United States. The
No, he
Attorney General
doesn't.
does
We
not
covered
take
that.
the AG does not take orders from the President on who to prosecute.
Really? Really? Then why Merrick Garland just decide to appoint someone? Why did they not go through the normal confirmation process with Jack Smith? So much so that the case in Florida got tossed out because he didn't have jurisdiction to actually bring
The
the
case in Florida got tossed out because Thomas wrote some incredibly stupid thing about how Jack Smith wasn't legally appointed or whatever. That was the only special prosecutor who wasn't legally appointed. But the reality is
why wasn't he
would
legally
even,
appointed?
Why would he even need that special prosecutor when Merrick Garland himself could just go after Donald Trump? And also, this is all a pivot. So you just say you can't give an example of somebody going after a political opponent like Donald Trump has.
No, what I'm saying is that if you're going after people with your IRS, you're certainly going after them with your DOJ.
So no, you can't. Can you name any executive orders besides the ones written by Trump that have targeted particular people?
Okay, so I'll explain to the law, and I say, can you refute the law? And then when you try refuting, I'll say, so no, you can't. You see, that's not. You're trying to win an argument rather than make a point.
I'm making the point I'm making is that not a single, there are no presidents in U.S. history that have given direct instructions to their attorney generals to go after political opponents, even naming out the unqualified prosecutor that they want to use, the unappointed, unconfirmed one, the unconfirmed prosecutor to use to go after them.
You think Alyssa Slotkin? You think Mark
see this
Kelly
pivot?
is a political?
Do you see this pivot?
No, I mean,
do you see this
I'm
pivot?
asking a question. What you just said. I'm not pivoting. I'm asking a question. What you just said. What you just said.
Donald Trump's Truth Social, where he says that Pam Bondi needs to go after 3 people. He names what was
They're
it?
his political opponents.
Yes.
They're a threat to him. Are they a threat to him?
No, they made him mad because he's a narcissist.
No, so I'm saying, so they're not his political opponents. They're just people who made him mad.
Yes. Those are politically. They're his political opponents. Yes.
Why? No. What makes them a political opponent? Political opponent is someone who you're actually, competing with in politics.
So the president has no political opponents because he's the president of the United States and no one else is running for his office anymore? Stop. This is what a stupid argument that you're trying to make right now. Donald Trump targeted people on a political basis, not on a prosecutorial. Not he thought they broke the law, and you can't give me any examples of anybody else doing anything even remotely similar. You can't. You have none.
We have to. Again, I'm gonna have to. Do I have to have timers in this shit, right? Do I have to have 1 minute for one side, 1 minute for the other? I hoped we could have like an actual back and forth conversation, but this is. I
actually don't mind the way he's been trying to cut me off. I do think he actually makes his argument sound weaker when he's trying to desperately say, you're saying nothing, you're stupid, you're saying nothing, you're stupid, rather than actually trying to make a point back.
I did make a point. You can give examples. You were pointing this IRS thing that led to no criminal charges. Even Donald Trump's own DOJ didn't pursue anything more after that.
I also pointed to Biden's DOJ trying to prosecute him.
Because he broke the law. Just somebody trying to
the topic.
No, somebody trying to prosecute you. Somebody is not. No, this is on topic. Trust me. Somebody trying to prosecute you doesn't mean that you're being politically hunted. It's because he broke the law flagrantly and openly.
Broke the law flagrantly and openly.
Yes.
So much so that the ones you actually got convictions on, no one can even understand what law he broke.
I'm not talking. I'm talking about the Mar-a-Lago cases. I'm talking about the Mar-a-Lago cases. And guess what? There were more convictions in that than there were in any IRS bullshit you're bringing up, right?
You tell me, Destiny, if it's so obvious, if everything there was so crystal clear, why did they not bother going through the normal confirmation process with Jackson?
This is completely irrelevant to the question. The fact that they even use a special counsel. No, the fact that they even use a special counsel shows that Biden is not directly ordering his attorney general.
But he wasn't an actual special counsel. That's my point. He was just an extension of Garland, who's an extension of Biden. They pretended it was.
Did Biden order this? Did Biden order this? Did Biden order this?
I have no idea if Biden.
So then we're not on topic. We're not even talking about this. So maybe Merrick Garland is the deep state secret agent.
No, what I'm saying is I don't think Biden himself did it, but I definitely think people who work for him in the Oval Office, who are the ones who are controlling his automatic pen. Yeah. I think those people are the ones who are controlling Merrick Garland and Jack Smith.
What is the evidence we have right now so far of the auto pen? Just curious. Not the one that Trump got caught using, but the one that Biden was supposedly using. What's the evidence we have so far for that?
Now you're going. My point is, you're asking me if Biden did it. I'm saying
you just made another bullshit claim. Oh, who told Merrick Garland then? Since you seem to know this, just tell us. You have nothing. Everything you say is a fucking lie. How many people were convicted? You said that Donald Trump's 34 felonies convictions were bullshit. How many people were convicted over the Obama tax fraud stuff? How many people got convicted from that? Keeping in mind that Donald Trump was the next... the answer is fucking 0. So this isn't even remotely equivalent because that whole case was fucking bullshit. Everybody knew it.
So now you're living in the naive world where you think that because no one prosecuted folks from the Obama administration, that means everything there was 100% above board.
It was investigated, and there were no charges recommended. And Donald Trump was the next president, and he investigated, and he didn't recommend.
No charges brought against Hillary for when
Hillary didn't break the law.
That she did.
Hillary didn't break any laws.
I don't even think you believe that.
I know that. I'm pretty sure that's.
I don't think you.
What law do you think she broke?
I'm pretty sure you didn't hold that position 8 years ago.
What law did she break? What did she break? What was the proof that she was intentionally retaining classified material, like Donald Trump was at Mar-a-Lago? You at least acknowledge that Donald Trump was intentionally retaining classified material at Mar-a-Lago. He knew it was there, and he knew it wasn't supposed to be there, and he hid it from investigators when they came to find it.
I think he intentionally held documents in Mar-a-Lago.
Okay, that's good. And obstructed the investigation.
That's the first thing you said. I don't know if he legally obstructed it, but I can hear an argument. I actually thought that of all the cases that they brought against him, the Mar-a-Lago case probably had the most sound legal footing.
Okay, so if he's willing to do that, it was a
I
slam
still
dunk.
thought-
So what did Hillary do that was obviously and clearly against the
I didn't
law?
want to. I didn't. I mean, we can go. We can go into Hillary, but this is really flying far afield. My point is, the only reason I brought up Hillary was not to devolve into a whole conversation as to her illegal conduct. The point was that no matter how nefarious people are, if you're in Washington and you're a Democrat, you're not going to get prosecuted for it, and you'll never get convicted. There's no way you're going to get convicted.
What happened to
Because
Hunter Biden? What happened to Hunter Biden?
Hunter Biden was a gift, and Hunter
Do you
Biden was
see
a
the
gift.
pivot? Do you do this now? I'm just curious, like person to person. Is this an ordinary mental process for you? Do you have to think about how hard you pivot from everything?
Was
You
he
just
convicted?
said you said no
Was he
Democrat got convicted, and I just
was
gave
Hunter
you a
Biden
guy.
convicted?
Yes,
was
of
Hunter
two.
Biden
Yes, of two different crimes.
No, he was pleading.
Which just counts as a
You didn't-
conviction.
No, but you can't get a jury to do it.
What are you?
You can't get a jury to do it.
Then
You
why?
can't
Wait,
get-
if he couldn't,
Well,
if he couldn't get a jury to do it, then why did he take a plea deal? Wait, if he knew he was going to beat every jury, then why did he take the plea deal?
You know,
Because
what
the
is
entire
the difference legally between a conviction by plea deal and a conviction by jury?
Well,
What-
he's trying to make the argument that the jury wouldn't convict because everybody's so biased and he can't get a fair trial anywhere because all the Democrats love everybody in
No,
DC.
not anywhere.
Then why?
Not anywhere
Then why?
in
So
DC.
then why did he take a plea deal if he knew he would always beat the jury because they love Democrats so much?
Because the entire point of the Hunter Biden prosecution was to try and give cover that there was some legitimacy to the Trump prosecutions. That's why. That's the only reason they did it in the
So
first place.
Comey
And they also
and
knew,
Jim
and
Jordan
they also
were
knew,
all on board with the Democratic Party here. What evidence do you have of this?
What does that mean? No, what I'm saying.
Wait,
that-
do you have
but
any
they
evidence of
didn't go
this?
at 100. What do you mean? Do I have any evidence
A
of this?
single
they didn't bring
shred
the
of
most serious
evidence.
charges.
Why
They didn't bring the most
why
serious
not?
charges.
Why
even.
not? Why not?
Because it wasn't a real prosecution.
Yes, because it was
was a
Republican. It was a
joke. It was
bullshit
a sham
Republican talking point.
prosecution.
Yeah, I agree. Started by who started that? Who started the whole sham prosecution into Hunter Biden? It was Donald Trump and Rudy Giuliani. Why do you think he was fucking
It
impeached?
should have been a real prosecution.
It wasn't though because
And even-
the confidential
it should
informant
have
that
been.
started off that whole
It
prosecution
should have been
lied
a-
about everything. Donald Trump and
should
Giuliani
have
literally
been a real
made phone calls to Zelensky begging him to announce this sham prosecution. That's why it fucking went nowhere. It was bullshit from the very start.
Okay.
Are we actually going back to
Oh, just real quick,
2018?
Soy Pill's been wanting in.
Sorry, go ahead.
I want to make sure.
Yeah, I
that
mean, if you
Soy
want
Pill-
to
Soy
recenter
Pill,
the
come on,
debate a little
Soy
bit, the whole reason we're talking about all this Trump bullshit is because we're talking about how he has fostered the environment for inflamed rhetoric and violence and all this other stuff. And it seems like you're willing to get on your knees and defend literally anything that he did. So can you, other than not being fascist enough, is there a single thing you think Trump has done to contribute to the inflammatory, violent nature and rhetoric of what's going on right now?
I definitely think of things that he's done wrong during this administration. But as far as him
Specifically in
inflaming
regards
it,
to the rhetoric.
I mean, I'd certainly, I would think that some of the things he says definitely gets people angry. So if to that extent, I would think that
Okay, so that sounds like the charitable. Well, you're triggered. I'm saying, does he do something wrong that is contributing to the violent nature and the tensions in this country? Because that's like the first axiom of this whole National Guard thing. We're never going to move past it if you can't admit that he's at least done that.
I don't think he sits there trying. Well, let me think that through.
Okay, so like after
I
Charlie,
want to think through. I want before.
I
want to actually.
Well,
think,
I'm giving him an
think
example.
about your
I'm bailing
question.
him out right now. So
No,
when
I don't
Charlie
need you.
Kirk
I
got
don't need you to bail
blasted-
me out.
Okay,
Yeah,
well,
I don't
just
need-
let him.
The last
give
thing I
some
need is
space.
for you to bail
Yeah.
me out. Yeah, I think that some of the things he says is designed to troll. So I think that a fair claim can be made that definitely
I
amps
don't
up the
know
rhetoric.
why every single like horrible thing Trump does, you have to lube up so it'll fit into your mouth. So what I'm saying is, when Charlie Kirk got blasted,
See, if
and he said,
you were
"No,
less
let me
filthy,
finish."
if you were
No,
less
no,
filthy, I'd
if
have
you
more
were
respect
less
for
of
you.
a total fucking Trump dick suck, maybe we could have a real conversation.
If
So,
you were
hold
less
on, let me
filthy, I would
finish.
have more respect
Yeah,
for you.
hold on.
I can have
Well,
a real
I have zero
conversation with
respect
you.
for you, so I'm not going to be less filthy.
No,
so here,
no,
can we talk, please? Okay.
No,
so,
you see,
hey,
you see,
Wick,
that's
can I
the
talk?
thing.
Because I've been
No,
listening
no,
to this
no,
guy blabber.
no, you see, I'm not gonna. No, okay. So you can sit there
Hold
pretending
on,
that you're
just
going
stop.
somewhere here.
Stop. Everyone stop. Everyone stop. Everyone stop. Good logic. Finish, and then Soy Pill can finish.
I didn't
No,
finish. He interrupted me.
No, what I'm simply saying is that I might have no respect for you, but I'm still going to at least fake it
Why?
because I was bred by two
I don't
parents.
care about your personal life.
I was
Just keep it in the
bred by
bedroom.
two parents who actually taught me how to engage in discourse. You're not winning an argument if you're just calling me some dick sucker or whatever stupid
That is
childish
the
word you want to throw at
preamble
me.
to the point I'm making. It is clear you're a dick suck. I want to make an actual logical statement afterwards. Okay?
That's not actually making a point.
Yeah. Well,
You're not making a
because
point.
you interrupted me before I got to the logical part.
Well, you would get there a lot faster if you wouldn't waste
If you
everyone's
wouldn't
time by
interrupt me,
trying
yeah,
to show
sure.
that
Can I
you're
go
such
now?
a man that you can use words that are used by fifth graders.
Do you look at me and tell me that I'm trying to appear as such a man? Tell me that, please.
Touche. Touche.
Can I will agree with
so
good
after
logic here. Hold on. Sorry, Bill. Can you please stop trying to act like Donald Trump does on social media every single fucking day? That good logic thinks is epic and hilarious. Thank you.
Yeah, sorry about that. No, yeah. So when Donald Trump said after the Kirk shooting, and we didn't know anything at all about the shooter, and said, this is the left, they're coming for you, they're violent, we're going to stop them, we're going to root out this evil in our country, he called Democrats pests. This was not he trolled. This was not he said things that made people mad. This was him inflaming the rhetoric. Would you agree with that?
I think he was speaking out of fury.
Wait, speaking of fury to inflame the rhetoric. That's what.
No, it's not. I don't. You're saying that his objective is to inflame the.
No, he never said that. You can inflame the rhetoric without
You're saying that's
it being
why.
intentional.
And I'm saying I don't think that's.
What
I
is
don't
the
think it's his
standard?
objective.
Hold on.
I'm not saying it's okay. I didn't say it's okay.
No one said it was okay. We asked if it was inflaming the rhetoric. You don't have to intend to inflame the rhetoric to inflame the rhetoric.
Well, you said the reason he did it was to inflame the rhetoric.
No, I think he just asked if it did inflame the rhetoric.
Well, we can go back to the tape if you want.
Well, ask that question. Soy Pill, do you think... Sorry, let's pretend he said that. Did it inflame the rhetoric?
Possibly.
Oh my God.
Wait, possibly like I can only know if I see the secret documents that the previous presidents are hiding and will never reveal, or possibly like, yeah, probably, but I haven't looked at the polling afterwards or how the entire right reacted to his statements.
No, possibly in the sense that I don't think it's something that's really calculable.
Then nothing is calculable, right?
Well, can I ask?
You're saying
can I
what?
just ask?
In what way is it inflamed? What was it at? What is it measured? Like,
As in, if
in
you're
what
a
measurable
follower,
way
as in, if you're a follower of Donald Trump, you feel like you have invulnerability from the laws because you know that Donald Trump will pardon you if you commit crimes on his behalf or if you commit violence on his behalf, because he said that when the right commits violence, it's righteous, and when the left commits violence, it's just them being unhinged.
You're saying it inflamed the rhetoric. How did that manifest into any damage? Tell me who was harmed because of what he said. Tell me one person who was harmed since Charlie Kirk by the left. That you're saying that he's making such a dangerous circumstance. So you tell me the person on the left who's been victimized because of that tweet, or the entire
The whole
aggregate of
country has
tweets.
been victimized. What do you mean?
Tell me one person who actually went out there and did anything violent because of something Trump ever said.
Any of the left doing violent stuff
You can't
against
give me one
any conservative.
example.
The
You cannot give me one
left-leaning
example.
people committing violence can be attributed to some extent to what the right-leaning president says. You don't think you can inflame violence against people on the other side?
So when he says that the left is deliriously deranged and dangerous, that now is inflaming the left and justifies them actually manifesting that by going out and killing people.
Did Biden never say
That's
anything
what
like
your
that?
point is.
I didn't say justify. Why did you add that word?
Huh.
Where did justifies come from? Is the other
Right,
person in the call again that I can't hear?
I don't know what that's supposed to mean.
When did I ever say it justified the left being violent? Hold on, I just want, just to be clear, let crystal clear so the court reporter can hear, get it on the record. You don't think that the president of the United States can say things that would incite the other side to violence? You don't think the president of the United States can do that? He doesn't have that power? When he speaks, only his own side hears him?
Your point is that he's
Why
amping
can't he
up
ever
the
answer a
rhetoric.
fucking question? Holy shit.
I don't understand
you
your
just can't answer a
point.
question. It's a simple
Okay, maybe I
question.
can
No,
translate.
wait,
Maybe I
I'm
can
sorry. Hold on, let me
translate this.
rephrase. Can a guy say mean thing that even the guy's enemies think is a really mean thing and makes them do bad things? Is that possible?
And you think it's more likely they listen to him than to the
I don't even understand what's happening. It's got to be intentional. It has to be
Okay,
intentional.
I gotta translate
Okay.
because I think.
No,
we're missing
don't fucking translate what I'm saying. I'm gonna start screaming racial slurs. He knows exactly what I'm saying. It's a fucking game. This is a game.
That's a perfect
Oh,
example.
no.
Here,
Racial
wait,
slurs. Oh,
All right,
no.
All right, flawed logic. Get this. All right, if it's a white guy and a black guy, and they're having an argument, and the white guy busts out the N-word, do you think that's turning up the rhetoric? Because it might make the other guy more angry. So the white guy's not getting more angry, but he has turned up the rhetoric, right, by introducing this horrible slur. Is that possible that you can inflame the other side?
That's theoretically possible. I think it's a childish perspective to believe that's actually what happens.
You don't think that's ever
I think
happened?
that's childish. I think that's a very, very childish perspective.
Then what?
That
Wait,
you're
then what's the
saying
number?
that-
What's the
I
left
think
turning up the
you have to
rhetoric
be an
then?
idiot to actually think. I think you have to be an idiot to actually think that that's what happened. And I was giving you the benefit of the doubt that you were not quite that stupid. That you think that after all the hate that they've been ratcheting up against President Trump and the right, actually before Trump even came along, that they've been ratcheting up since 2008, that they've been ratcheting up against the right, saying that they're Nazis, they're fascists, and they're they're misogynist and they're transphobes.
Wait,
and
wait, wait.
homophobes, and the
Did
most
the
evil
right
people
was
ever.
the right
You
not?
think no, I'm not done my point.
Oh my
Just
god,
stop trying
the
to
fake
interrupt
virtue
me.
signaling is
No,
so
you're
fucking
trying to
cringe. It's
interrupt
cringe
me.
when
No,
Wokies
stop
do it, and it's
Here
cringe
we
when
go. You see,
conservatives
you're
do
doing
it.
it right now. You're doing it right
Yeah,
now.
go ahead.
You're still doing it right now. You think that after decades of the left basically screaming about how evil everyone on the right is on, that you think that when he sends out a tweet saying how deranged and seriously dangerous the left
an
is,
address,
that
actually. It
that
wasn't a
that
tweet.
that is what makes them now act deranged and delirious. How stupid do you have to be to think that his words are what's influencing him in any measurable way at all? Could it theoretically, so to answer your ridiculously stupid, childish question, could it theoretically have an impact? Yes. Would any reasonable person think that, yes, now that's why they're violent? All of a sudden, now they're violent? You have to be a moron beyond belief to actually think that's true.
Okay, let's say that. Let's say that everything you just said.
To turn off the rhetoric in your mind.
Or I'm curious. What do you think Obama? Wait, do you acknowledge that Republicans have been calling everybody on the left commies and socialists for decades? All throughout Obama's term, he was called a communist and a socialist. Do you acknowledge that?
Yes.
Okay. Who were like the #1 enemies of America for the prior 70 years when they were calling Obama a communist?
No, when they were calling him a